Hello, VOD viewers. Let me make sure I have enough space, actually. I forgot to check. Today, very late start compared to usual. We're doing a bit of a later stream because we were casting this morning. So I took a break. And then we're going to do some replays now. Because later, we're going to cast, as you can probably see in the title somewhere, AD2L is an amateur league. And someone I have coached on and off for a while, and his team actually that is in it has made it to the grand finals. So he asked if this would be something I'd be up for. So we're gonna do that later. I think it's probably in about like 2 hours. And until then, we'll do some replay reviews. May not stream tomorrow because we have some. There's some wedding stuff. So I will probably use tomorrow to do that along with some video work. I think we're going to do the tier lists. And also the old school Rune League starts. So that made me lazy about it. But genuinely, I could use the break. We've been waking up super early for the casting. So I'm just going to like use tomorrow as a chill reset day. Heart run, thank you. Wait, what? How come they didn't play? Ah, there we go. Heart run, thank you. I was on the wrong thing. I was checking through my settings
exclamation
earlier.
mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Why I stay so late? Because I wasn't even gonna stream originally, but today's the grand finals for AD2L, which someone I coach is in, so they asked about it to turn one of their coaching sessions into this. Oh, you do AD2L as well, Heart Run? Nice, nice. Maybe you'll recognize some of the names. Well, I guess they're different divisions, so I'm not sure. Actually, I should be on. We should be on this screen, and we'll just grab whoever wants to submit some, drop them in, and maybe especially if you aren't usually here to make it to the regular streaming time, because usually I stream like 6 hours earlier. We're usually ending around now. So if anyone is tuning in and usually they can't, let's try to do some of them. I don't remember. My bad, Heart Run. We don't always have time for this stuff. We don't always have time, unfortunately. That's why it's not something we commonly do. But as a combo of it was a chill day and he asked to turn the coaching into it, I'm like, okay, we could do it. Hey, Gandalf. Yeah, I probably could have done it after we finished the cast. There was time to do a regular stream, but I was just so tired. I was so tired. I slept so poorly on Sunday and Monday. I always do. Anytime we have to change our sleep schedules really quickly, it's a disaster.
G4Ndu1F gifted a tier 1 sub to Rallis Ranger.
G4Ndulf. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, Harry. Yeah, I did not expect to cast with Quinn. It was very random. It was very because we got our schedules quite late, and Ricky mentioned to them, he's like, I'm busy this day. So I figured I was either just not going to work that day as well, or they were going to find someone to go with. And then I looked at the list and I saw Quinn there, and I'm like, what? It was a fun time. I thought we had some chill cast. Are you ready for leagues, Colonel Pike? In G4 Dulf. Let's start off with yours. Let me grab yours and download it. Oh, download it. There we go. Death, profit. Spending the night with the wife so you can sludge for the next few days. I understand that. I was just kind of doing that though because I was casting. So I don't know. I don't know if I can sludge for the next few days, but I feel like the first day or two I will play a lot, and then it can be more AFK. Have you figured out what build you want to do? I'm still a little undecided, but I think it's getting there. I think we're getting there. I signed up for the tournament a week before saying it would cast since no one else is covering. What do I do? Oh no. Do you have to have casters? Isn't it like optional? Can you not find someone else to do it? Everything's basically locked in except the first relic. I think I've locked in the first relic and not some of the others. I think I was originally going to do Barbarian, but I have decided to go Endless Harvest for one. I saw some more people talk about it and kind of forgot there's like the 2 times resource and XP rates. So it's like fairly competitive with Barbarian. But then also the 30-minute AFK is very convenient for me. Right? Like on streams, we can click a rock every 30 minutes, doing house chores and all that stuff. It's doable. And I had to remind myself, like, I want to do leagues, but actually the next month and a half is very busy for me. So although I have some time now, there won't be time in the future. So picking up some AFK stuff will be pretty big. Don't worry, timestampers. You're like, what the hell is this talk? Don't worry, we're getting there. We're getting to the Death Prophet. You're doing DZK, Abundance Woodsman, Bank Butlers, Larcenous, Culling, Clue, Minion. Ooh, we're gonna have some different experiences. I'm gonna go to the Wilderness. I'm gonna do Kandarin. I'm gonna do Zaya. I think the end goal is one of the spellcasting builds, but to start, we're gonna try some melee, get the crossbow, and then I'll respec at some point. All right. Let me do the. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Because I woke up early or a little out of it, probably will be a little bit rambly in the replays today, but it's fine, I'm sure. Okay, you thought you did well in the lanes. And you had some questions on any item tips and recommendations, and then struggling with mid to late game. Okay. So in that case, let me just... Ooh, we have a pretty big lead as well, about 3,500, 4,000. You did Phase, Yules, Ags, Shivas. I'm gonna have to double check like all builds for a bit because of the patch. I don't want to give you guys fake info, but completely transparent. I will be checking Dota 2 Pro Tracker to see like what other people are doing before I give you guys too much feedback. I am uncertain on... Okay, so I have some thoughts. You have some catch from these guys, and you have the silences. So sometimes you can see like Atoses and stuff on Death Prophet. It's not as popular anymore, but you don't need that. You can do Yules for the self-dispel, which is pretty useful for some of this stuff. Silences, all that. I don't mind the Yules. I don't think Ags is very popular anymore. She got various attack speed nerfs. I don't think you get it this early. Like, I think you can get it later. I could be wrong. But I also don't think it's what you need to do this game. Bristle and Luna are very damage-oriented heroes. And the Ags, to me, is also a very damage-oriented build. I feel solving some utility for your team is more appealing to me, like, as I look at your place in this game. So what am I thinking of? One, being the wall in the front along with Bristleback, right? Death Prophet just being able to go in, draw a lot of attention, and they have to deal with it. Very good for you. Silence is good for Storm, potentially other items later on. Dealing with his amount of healing, the physical damage, could be good. The Yules does help with Axe. I think I would kind of like if this Ags was something else. It could be Sanj Kaya. I've seen Kaya Yasha, actually, if you are going to go for Ags. Maybe you could try that. I don't know if that's any good, but I've seen it. Maybe just move Shivas earlier. Or I don't know how good the new the Krellis Crozier, you know? It's like it would protect you versus some of these heroes, namely the Bloodseeker, and then it has like the anti-heal. But there is a good amount of magic, so I'm not actually sure how good that one is. But I feel like that's the line I'm thinking of, like, what are the items that tank me up? Ags has like raw stats, but doesn't have any bonuses like Sanj does, right? Like increased healing, things like that. That aside, I would just look to change this Wind Waker, though. This is probably the bigger thing. Wind Waker this early is usually not necessary. It's usually one of the last items to be built on any hero. So, for example, when I look at this, we've kind of done it, right? We've kind of got like armor, utility, but Ags are your stats, sure. But then you have no attack speed to make use of the Ags in any of these items. And then we have some tankiness and utility to survive, but not the best tanking stat item, like Sanj and Kaya. Comparing that to Ag, Sanj and Kaya would like boost your healing along with having strength and all that stuff. So there's like some lack of synergy between the first three items, which are very important to have. But then also instead of going like for a fourth item that would help further, we're doing this really greedy Wind Waker. And I think this should be further in. Now, this is all without actually seeing the game, but those would be my thoughts on some itemization. And with that, maybe we'll see more of it come into play, because I am going to skip ahead and start looking for that early to mid game transition, and then we'll go into like mid to late game. I do think, though, even without looking at what you do, the itemization alone will have an impact here, right? Because if the build doesn't make sense, you will struggle to do some of the mid stuff. Mid-game transition. AD2L is an amateur Dota league. This essentially is like a community cast we're gonna do later. Right now, so if you do go for the Ags, some of the idea is to be fairly aggressive. Continue to push down buildings. So this one looks good to me. I see some teammates kind of far in. That's kind of their own thing. A bit of a mistake on their part. You should probably just keep going here. I don't know if I've seen any techies with Meteor Hammer. I'm not sure I believe in that one myself. I'll have to take a look later if that's some like new tech that anyone else is doing. Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Stream after cast ZQuixotix.
I don't know. Was this a... Did you mean to exorcism for this? This seems unnecessary. Hey, Joy K. Yeah, fortunately I had a long break in between. We did the early morning cast. I took a whole ass nap. Did some chores, did some work. Here we are. Oh, consecrated wraps. Yes, I completely forgot to mention consecrated wraps. Absolutely, we could do consecrated wraps. So let's say phase Yules, consecrated wraps. Could be, you could absolutely do that. That'd be great. Very on board for it. I think this one, I'm not sure why you exorcism so early. But part of the Ag's value is that it'll help you farm faster, even without using... Well, you really shouldn't use Exorcism for farm anyways. Maybe if you were stealing some, like, double stack here, I'd be up for that. But in general, you shouldn't use Exorcism for farm. It might have been a misclick. I won't read too much into it. We'll say it's a misclick, and then just don't do it again. You can even use, like, Silence to start farming now, because once you have the Ags, like, more ghosts come out if you have, like, spare mana. But otherwise, just right-clicking and using the Crypt Swarm, which is why if you're gonna do the Ags, you need some attack speed stuff. But then you see at like 15, you took the Crypt Swarm. Now, is it the build to do like 50 attack speed? I actually don't know, because previously the attack speed was at the level 10 talent, which is why the Ags Rush worked on this hero. And those changes, I'm not sure if it's worth doing as much anymore. Though if you are, I think you've got to take this talent and you've got to lean into some items that'll help you with it. We're doing any kind of replay. Oh, you mean, sorry, Consecrated Wraps. No, I think mid DP could do it as well. It's really just, I need to tank up and I am fighting, so what can I build, right? If that is what you were looking for, some low cooldown tank fight item, specifically versus magic damage, because it has the magic resistance, but the barrier is all damage, so it can be on, like, it applies to physical as well, then that's fine. Now, this one we are getting into a fight, but I do think your exorcisms are being popped a bit too early. If you ran in and they saw you and they all ran away, then the exorcism's gonna get kind of wasted. Okay, and then when you do find a fight, you should be, let's say you get a kill like this Ringmaster, you should lead the way on pushing the lane. Because that's what your ultimate, like the farm speed is not important on the ultimate. It is all about hero kills and objective damage, either towers or Roshan, Tormentor, though I don't think people really exorcism Tormentor. I will see it for Roche, team fights, and towers. Or like, it doesn't have to be a full team fight, just killing a important hero is fine. But you don't want to like exorcism like this and then like go into the jungle. You want to keep forcing the fight if you are fighting, and if we popped exorcism, we think we can fight. So that's what we should be looking for. Okay, and otherwise, not that you always have to play this way, but okay. So here's my back line. Bristle is this frontline hero. Exorcism into all of them would generally be good. We do need to consider the Storm, though, right? Because Storm is going to jump the back line. If it wasn't for the Storm Spirit, and this guy doesn't have a blink, as we check, right? Everyone just has to run in. So then your job in these fights is to be in the front. Let's ignore Bristleback. You're in the front so that they can't just get past you to the back line. So Lich is in front, Lion's right here, right? Technically, we are the furthest back hero. Now, you were coming over, so that's fine. But now we got to get in the front. Our items need to reflect that, of like, what will help me stay alive, generally. But when there is someone who jumps the back, we can consider staying further back to protect the back line as well. It may not be your job. That part, it would depend on the game. Here, I don't mind if you save the silence for Storm. But I will also say, you do not have exorcism, so your team should actually not be that interested in fighting here. Luna is top. What are the net worths? You're pretty rich, but a lot of your power is in the exorcism, and that's down. So let's like move you further down somewhere. Silence does hit a couple heroes. I think you could have placed it a little better, but then again, the Storm is who I'm really interested in hitting with the silence. That's number one. Storm to control him, and then the other is Ringmaster to prevent saves. Part of the reason you run in towards the fight is because you can use Spirit Siphon multiple times. So like, if we are in this fight, Spirit Siphon, and start, you know, attack. Crypt Swarm. If you're taking the cooldown, we gotta spam it out. If we're building the Ags, we gotta right-click as much as we can. And we're kinda, there's like some extra movement here that, you know, we can attack here. I feel you are mostly playing with your spells, which means the Ags is only partial value. I know the Ags, like the spells, also do the Ghost, but you need to do the auto attacks as well. And the Ghost will heal you with the Ags. By the way, we're not here for Luna, but Luna's staying way too long, guys. You should also not be here this long. That's really dangerous. Okay, now you have Exorcism again. Now we can think about fighting. Since you're almost building Shivas, let me see. It's more expensive than I remember. Yeah, okay. Reduce the farming ults. I think it is intentional, but I'm gonna tell you, you don't need to do it. You can just use your AoE spells and farm with right clicks. Just spam Crypt Swarm, because you even took the cooldown for it. So just spam this out and you will farm it. But you're also not really an ancient farmer. You could probably just let Bristle or Luna do that. All the other camps, like 2 Crypt Swarms, if you have the Ags, will pretty much kill. Without the Ags, it's like 3 or 4 Crypt Swarms. But you're going to auto attack as well. So it's like 2 plus auto attacks is plenty. Part of your mindset should be like, I will not get involved in a large team fight if my Exorcism is not up. And so if you use it to farm, it's just like, I am not fighting for 2 minutes. But that doesn't really make sense, because that's what Death Prophet wants to do. Now notice everyone is up here, and then you retreated back. This is actually the time where you need to keep pushing. So you would stay out of sight, like do it in the tree line. Crypt Swarm is actually quite a long cast range. Look at this. Huge. So you can be back here, Crypt Swarm, hit the entire creep wave, kill most of it. They won't even see you, because Crypt Swarm is a ground target AoE ability. If you have to target a creep, you will reveal. But you just target the ground, you don't show on the minimap at all. And then you just jungle this camp. The farm is the same, but your impact is a lot higher between farming these two, because what you can do now is push in these lanes. There is more danger, but that's where map awareness comes into play. Like, you just have to watch this, and you have to not just like stand in the middle of creeps to be spotted and killed, right? You're doing it from out of sight, very sneaky, watch the map. And anytime you are scared, rather than just immediately run away, try hiding in some trees. But now I see all of them here. And now let's say you identify this. You go, oh, they're all top, right? This is a 20-second walk. They've already killed your heroes. They're taking your towers. So by the time you get here, you got to TP back. But if you were in the trees, let's say you hid here, this is a 10-second walk. So 10 seconds saved. But if you jungle here, then it's a 5-second walk. If you hide in these trees, it's like a 3-second walk, right? So it matters a lot in terms of getting the split pushing done while they are doing this other stuff. And now maybe we want to join, but I don't have Exorcism. So that goes back to that. So see, even though the entire enemy team is top, actually, let's go back. Let me show you, because this is a really good concept to get in this rank. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to show you the free cam. This is what your map awareness practice is going to be. I know this is, even with like your own vision, I know this because of like the map awareness. So that is the skill you want to learn to develop, is like, even though I don't see the whole map, I know the whole map down here is empty because of how many heroes are showing top, because they keep popping into the lanes. And to see them pop in the lanes, I gotta practice looking at the map all the time. And then because of that, you can see during this whole fight, right, they're all in this area, but we are just back here, which does not help my team at all. I am not in the fight. I am also not taking towers elsewhere. Like when you guys died down here and Luna was up here, Luna stayed too long, but that was actually good, because while you guys were in this fight, she was pushing the lane and damaging towers. Should she have been with you, or should you guys have not fight? Possibly. That's like a separate issue. But if she's not going to be in the fight, much like you are not in this fight, then you need to be the most active you can be, and that will typically be pushing in the nearest lanes towards the towers. You don't even have to hit the towers if you're really scared, but you need to at least push the creeps in. You got to leave. Let's say you were back here earlier and then this all happens, right? They smoked up there, you got surprised. You have to leave early, leave whatever camps you're doing, come over, push the lane. Are there specific requirements for a replay review? Not strictly, but if you have a specific question, that would help. Oh, and I guess the replay needs to be from within the last week for me to download. But besides that, not really. I don't really care about rank, or it could be turbo, it's whatever. But if you have a specific question, I think that helps all parties involved. Okay, we do have our Shivas. Here's where I'm just looking at the mini-map, by the way. Right? Whether it's you, the Luna, the Bristle, the supports, who cares? Right now, eyes on the mini-map. Oh, I thought I clicked it. Eyes on the mini-map, trying to figure out where are they. I am scared. What do we do? And I see a lot of heroes here and here. And so what does this mean? Pushing in top, pushing in the sides. And if you guys want to fight, the people who are pushing, TP back. And if you don't want to fight, then you guys are farming 2 lanes while they are farming 1. You're actually winning. They will take your tower, right? And there's no guarantee the side split push will take your towers. So in that sense, they're still getting stuff done, right? You do have to group up to do things. But it's a matter of how often it happens and how fast it happens. Pop the Shivas. Okay, when you want to go in here, some of the strength of Shivas is the vision it gives you. So you see how in this tree line, can't really see past the tree line. And then as you get further, can't really see up this high ground. That's a great place to use Shivas because it will expand in the AoE and it will provide vision of the area. I don't think you ended up using it in this fight because you ended up dying. But that way, as you walk up, you can kind of like scout ahead and do the slows and the damage. Hey, we go hard. How you doing? I'm doing well. I'm excited for this. We're doing this. Doing the community cast. Gonna have a chill rest of the night. Tomorrow, chill work throughout the day. Some wedding stuff. Play the new league. I'm very excited. I'm a great time. I'm a Herald and main mid. I want to learn position 4 and 5 so I can at least be competent when role queuing. Is the hero pool Leshrac 2, Hoodwink 4, and CM 5 good? Yeah, that's totally fine with me. I'll give you a cheat code. If you want to play Leshrac support, you could. But I don't actually think it's that great right now. That's just, it depends on how limited your hero pool is if you're like really focused on playing Leshrac. He's one of the mid laners you can play as support, but you don't have to. And if you want to play Hoodwink and Crystal Maiden instead, it's totally fine, and you'll probably get less reports that way. Those are great heroes. They're good. You don't have to worry about the meta and all that stuff in Herald. Just focus on your own mechanics. Develop the game sense, like the minimap awareness, all that stuff, and then go from there. Let's see if we win this. This would be a time you can use Exorcism. So you can use, so you got hit by the slow, right? And he's getting away. If you Yules him, you can spend that time slowly running forward, and then hopefully as he drops, you're facing less slow and you can run him down for the kill. Either way, we won the fight. So I can kind of already see your hero turning around, but hopefully you turn back around. There's one hero alive, and it's Venomancer in front of you. And there's no way Venomancer can face you, right? You are the top net worth hero. Venomancer is bottom for his team. We already showed you nearly killed him if he had not slowed and ran away. Essentially, you have a completely free map right now. And the game is called Defense of the Ancient. It's not actually, because I think we have legal trouble if we do that. The game is Dota, but we all know in the mind it's about the Ancient, about the enemy Ancient, and it's over there. So here, after you win a fight like this, you have to do something that helps you get to the Ancient. Pushing the lane is the most obvious. Sometimes Roche and Tormentor are indirect ways that will then help you get to the high ground objectives. You have Exorcism going right in front of a tier 2. So this should absolutely be you pushing this tier 2, keeping an eye on respawn times to decide when you need to back out, how soon it needs to be. The more chasey heroes they have, the sooner you need to leave. When they have a lot of slower heroes that can't really threaten you, you don't have to leave. Multiple lanes is a bonus. If you can do 2 lanes, so for example, you push mid, you take it, and then you cut through top. You could then push this. You don't actually have to take this tower. We're just pushing this lane in if it weren't already pushed. This one's already pushed in, so let's actually go to another one. See how Bristle's all the way over here? Let's pretend Bristle's dead. He's gone. And the enemy creep wave is here. So you could go here, push this, and then TP back. But if you don't have to TP back, you're full health, you have most mana, you'll have regen going. I want to steal their farm. So after I take mid, I just run through the river, farming as I go, and a creep wave will walk through, and we just cut that creep wave. Even though I'm not dealing with the creeps over here, wherever they may be, I'm killing the reinforcements, which means eventually this will push here without me ever having to go back, which means I save my teleport scroll, and I am stealing their jungle farm. If I TP back to push, I'm not doing either of those things. So let's see. We turn back around. We're hitting mid. Or we're looking kind of deep. Now, before we do this, take a look at the respawn times. Axe just respawned and Ringmaster's about to go. So I would not recommend this dive. It may still work out. Let's find out. We do kill Venomancer. This is where they may TP in and be jumping you, but it looks like we got away with it. I'll take it. Does mean we didn't actually do much tower damage. So why do we get hero kills? So we can take buildings. Got a bunch of hero kills. Did not actually do that much tower damage because I was looking for more hero kills, but I was already able to hit buildings. So that's where you got to remember, like, why am I getting this kill? Do I really need to kill this support, or by killing and chasing the support, will I lose the time to actually take the objectives? Now that Exorcism is down and the respawns are starting to happen, now is where we chill a little bit more. Now, chill does not mean immediately run back here like we kind of saw you do a little bit earlier. Chill means do the most aggressive thing you can do that will not actually lead to a fight. So things that will lead to a fight, pushing this tower, the enemies are going to come and they're going to fight you, and then we're going to go, oh, I don't actually have Exorcism. So I'm going to keep the lanes pushed. That's aggressive. That chips the tower. But then I'll just farm. I'll farm in the jungle. And this does not force a fight, but it builds a lead because I'm stealing farm from the enemy. And as they respawn and they start pushing out and I see this, I will not actually engage, and then I will retreat backwards. Unless I see actually that heroes are top, right? Axe came here, other heroes are over here, and we see one stray hero in the jungle. Then we can kill that hero in the jungle, and that's okay. And I'm in position to do that because I am doing the most aggressive thing I can that doesn't actually force the fight. But if I default to super defensive play, which seems to be where we have ended up. Guys, I found the Storm by himself over here. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? He's gone. He's already moved somewhere else. The other heroes are at your tower. It's just going to be way too long. So you're going to miss opportunities like that. Taking care of chores while listening to Z stream. Nice. A responsible person doing those errands. If you spend, I'm going to give you a pro tip. Every time you spend time all chatting, you're not thinking about the game. So don't get caught up in it. Do not get caught up in it. I don't think... I wasn't really watching the whole game and everything, but I would not worry about, one, the all chat, like we said, but also like the language stuff. It's not that it's inherently toxic, but a lot of it is often toxic. I would not do that. Can a non-sub request a replay review? Absolutely. I was about to launch into the typical sales pitch, but actually today is Tuesday. Usually, most Mondays and Wednesdays, we do these free replay reviews, which actually, I mean, we kind of covered the question. So if you guys want to start submitting some, feel free. If you already put some, that's fine. You can resubmit them as well. Most Mondays and Wednesdays, we do these. There's no real requirements unless I put some requirements down. I'll tell you guys. But you can just drop by Mondays and Wednesdays and submit games and randomly get picked. And as you can see, for like a small fee, we will do it guaranteed, but is not required. All right, let's talk about this fight and then we'll move on. So there's Exorcism ending. 2 heroes dead, 2 heroes dead. It is 3-3. Luna has used Eclipsed. You have used Exorcism. You guys are half heroes. Lich has his ult in 22 seconds. Storm has very few cooldowns. BKB is one he needs to think about, so he's also a bit weak here. Bloodseeker is full strength for his current build. And Ringmaster, I don't know if you're aware of his cooldowns. He got away. His ult is getting close. So I am not super scared. Like, oh, we have to like completely get out of here. But I am respectfully scared, right? Like, again, I will do the most aggressive thing I can that will not actually force a fight, because I am not actually ready to force a fight because I am missing Exorcism, which is Death Prophet's one of her strongest selling points. So this, right, you see how we're moving in? Take a look at the time. Heroes are respawning. I'm moving towards the enemy's half of the map into lower cooldown heroes who are more likely to be ready to fight than I am when Exorcism is halfway down, halfway up, however you want to say it. But we are moving into the actual fight. When we talked about doing the most aggressive thing possible, I want to see that they're here because I have pushed lanes in, and then I want to avoid them, unless I know for sure this is an easy fight. And maybe you thought that, but then your math is wrong. You have to reevaluate that. This is not an easy fight, as you can see. What do we do instead? See how... So you were around here, and we saw a couple heroes mid, and we moved in. But here is where, as you get scared, you could have just retreated to your half of the map. That would have been okay, because we see a bunch of heroes here. You were on the top half, so you would go this way. Steal some farm, push the lane in one more time, go this way. The heroes here, who are now fighting, they should not. They should go this way. Steal the farm here, push in the lane as they fall back. My advice for you on the Death Prophet, it seems your lane was good. You were pretty rich. So maintain that. Push and fight with the ultimate, and otherwise relax. Stay on the enemy's half the map, out of sight as much as possible, but don't actually retreat until you have to retreat. Items we kind of talked about earlier, it's not really the end of the world, but a little bit of adjustment could help you out there. But the important skill to learn, because no matter what your item build is, if you learn that, like the proper pushing of lanes, like if they're top, I go bottom. If I don't have ult, I like just wait here. Like that's the more important skill than itemization that I would focus on. Harry, thank you for the sub, by the way. I kind of like zoned it out while we were talking about stuff, but thank you. People love running back to farm the map's armpit. It's just the desire to farm, I think. I think people aren't thinking too far. Like, it's not that people are trying to be passive, but in looking for farm, people are defaulting to their half of the map. And you actually want to default to the enemy's half of the map and get pushed back. I got you into support in the game. Nice. Always happy to have more support players. If you don't like it in the end, I mean, you know, no worries, you can move on. But I think it's worth everybody's time to try the support gameplay for a little bit. Okay, let us. I just see a lot of you have a couple questions in this like Herald to Guardian bracket. Let's do like a rapid fire. We're going to try to go rapid fire here and get to everyone. I'm going to start with this. I also should rapid fire because the cast will probably be in about an hour and 15 minutes. So to make sure we have any time to get to any of you, let's speed up. The question here is very similar to what we just covered. So I want to jump in here. It'll be pretty quick. Zammer, who are you playing here? Is your name the same? I don't see the name. I'm going to guess Dire Victory, and if you're asking questions, I'm going to guess you were the mid laner on the Radiant side. Boomika, okay. Don't pick me, I am noob. But you submitted it, so I thought it was truly did want to be picked. If you don't actually want to be picked, we don't have to. But I'm happy to review it, and it's actually, I didn't realize you'd also be Death Prophet. It's like the follow-up to the last replay, you know? Let me know. If you're open to it being reviewed, we can do it. If you're not, that's totally fine. This one also has the Ags. Later on, though. You at least... Oh, wait, Mage does not have attack speed anymore. You do have the power treads. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. It's a best of 3, Joy K, so we'll see. 2 or 3. Okay, honestly, my advice to you is probably the same as a default, which is that if ult, go do something. If no ult, do nothing. But not literally nothing, you know, just like farm a little bit. So here you have Exorcism. I see you using the bottle. I'm down, right? It looks like you're headed bottom. I see a tower. I see some heroes. So cool. We'll use the Exorcism. We'll try to get a kill, try to push the tower, and then go back to farming. Let's see how this plays out. Oops. Keep track of the mana and how much you need to use the different abilities. Obviously, in hindsight, if we go and nothing happens, then it's a little bit of a waste of our time. We don't always know if it's going to work or not, so it's fine to try. But for any hero you are playing, ask yourself, okay, what is the ability that I really need to use in the fight? You know, like I have to have this ability. Stuns are often that ability. And if you have a big team fight ultimate, then that's your ability. Try to keep track of the mana and do a quick mental math. Some numbers that are good to know. You don't need to know the literal, like, exact values, but add up all your abilities because you would like to use all the abilities. So know the mana cost total of all your abilities and, like, roughly where that is on your mana bar. So it's like, oh, I need about half my mana pool to use all my abilities once. Some people like Death Prophet have charges or low cooldown abilities, so then you actually want to be higher than that. And then the second is like, okay, what is the key ability? Like maybe I can't use others, but like I can Exorcism. Okay, that's 200, you know, that's over here. That'll help you understand quickly, ooh, I want to go bottom, wait, look at the mana. Oh, I don't have that amount I just thought of, then it's probably not going to work out. I shouldn't do it. I need to wait till I have that amount of mana. And if you think you want to fight, so for you, Exorcism, I do want to use this, but I will need to get enough mana. So you bought the Clarities, that's great. The more you use spells to farm, though, we're just going to keep burning through that mana. Oh, misclick there, I think. Ah! I've been spit on. You don't actually need to push up this far, by the way. So let me just show this. We're going fast, don't worry, we'll move on like you asked. But here's one more tip for you. So after you take an early tower, this is very common for a hero like Death Prophet. This is a great example, actually, what just happened here. So after you take this tower, and I've been meaning to make a video on this. You don't actually need to go further. This is great, right? You kind of like chase the Sand King away. You push in the wave. So you got your farm. You slowed him down a little bit. He's just watching you and waiting, right? And now here's where if the tower was up, people naturally hit the tower and then they reset. But now that the tower's down early, the mistake is to actually keep pushing too far. You're not actually going to take this tier 2. It's just a little too early, a little too hard. Not always, but like, let's just say for now, right? So this is where you can now back up as, let's say the mid lane, the Death Prophet, take a look at the time. Hey, 12 minutes is coming up. That's the next power rune. I don't actually want to play over here. So let me just back up, jungle, wait for the 12-minute rune, come over here. If you want to be like aggressive and you think you can maybe try like the enemy's jungle, which is safer than being up here. When you're up here, you're in vision, right? They see you, and so you're more likely to be in danger, which is exactly what happens. The Viper TPs, runs around, and then spits on you. But if you had backed up here, right, definitely not going to die. If you back up over here, could die, but they don't know where you are. They maybe know you walked over there, but is he going to TP? Sand King's like, Death Prophet's here. And Viper's like, I don't believe you. I can't see her. She's not real. And so he may not even bother coming over to chase you. So being out of sight, out of mind is actually very effective in pub games. And I think that would be if we're keeping it short and simple, that'd be my quick basic advice. With the Death Prophet, use the ult, push, take towers. But after you take the towers, you don't have to actually play all the way up here right away. As long as the lane is pushing forward, you've done your job, and then you can move to the jungle. Which jungle, I'll leave up to you. Happy to help, Zammer. Is one-tricking a hero viable in Dota? Yeah, it's super common in League, right? Yes, but it's harder. League has, like, an acceptable amount of games you can ditch, which is a little strange to me. So like when your one trick is banned, people will just not play the game and re-queue. I guess you can technically do that in Dota once, but you will immediately be hit with like a cooldown time. And then if you do it again, you will quickly take hits to your behavior score, I want to say, and the game will like not let you match make. So in that sense, it is harder to one trick. If you pick an uncommon hero, you can effectively one trick because you will just be playing that hero and no one else is contesting you on it. If you want to one trick Pudge, for example, good luck. You will not be playing Pudge 80% of the time, I would guess. Because first of all, people hate Pudge. People love Pudge or they hate Pudge. And so he is banned by a lot of people. Because he is so popular, the game will randomly ban him. And then there's a chance when you pick Pudge, someone else picks Pudge. If not you at the same time as the opponent to get him banned, your teammate or the opponent just picks in a phase before you and he gets banned. This happens, let's say you're playing support. Ogre. People like to go to Ogre as their default. Highly contested. Very frequently banned out. So you won't be able to one-trick the really popular heroes. One-tricking in Dota is also not as good because Dota has... hold on. Let me download another game real quick while we ramble on this a little bit. The way Dota and League are balanced are a little bit different, and I haven't played League in a while. I've been meaning to do it, but then, time constraints. I forgot to timestamp yours. I will do it later. I will adjust it. From my recent re-entry into League a couple months ago, I was reminded how important matchups are in League for a number of reasons and why one-tricking is more viable there. One, you guys get like 4 new champions a year. And that means every lane matchup is... You have like 60 different matchups, even in a one-on-one lane, like top or jungle, whatever. There's like 60 plus matchups that you need to know. And then the next patch might rework like 7 different heroes, a bunch get like number changes, new items, like there's a new quest, there's like new thing. Like the frequency that you have to relearn your matchups in League is super high. And so if you try to relearn that for multiple champions, it's really difficult, especially because League is a fighter game. League is 5 different fighter games, and sometimes you all get in the pit like a WWE match and you're like swinging the hammer for the other guy, right? But otherwise, it's a whole bunch of one-on-ones. And like, if you start losing, but you know, like the one opportunity to 100-0 the guy, you're straight back in if you know that. Like, there are so many chances to 100-0 someone in League, I feel, from my, like, again, inexperienced position. So because of that, I feel it's super important to know all these matchups and why you see one-tricking or playing a few champions far more. But I think that stuff is a lot less common in Dota. Not that it's impossible, but there's way more global rotations in Dota, and the game is patched slower, and it is less, there are like more recovery methods because rotations and jungling are more possible. Like if you're the mid laner who gets stomped in League, you can't really jungle from my understanding because that's the jungler, and there's only so much you can rotate because you have to walk everywhere. But Dota has like a bunch of weird creep tricks to stack, to jungle, to drag the mid lane around. There are runes, there's TPs. So if your matchup does go bad, you can go somewhere else. So even if you don't understand it as well, there's like other things you can do rather than keep losing to the guy who knows the matchup better. But one-tricking in Dota is somewhat viable, but no one really calls it one-tricking here. That's like a League term. It's really like hero spamming here. I actually recently made videos on this. You can do it to just learn how to play a hero better. You don't actually have to like only play that hero though. You can play like a handful of heroes, like let's say 5. Or you can pick like 3 that have very similar play styles. And like, oh, one got banned, I'll just go to the other jump initiator, you know, something like that. Okay, Spearbreaker, overall tips for Bara as I plan to main him due to the meta. I'm a new player, started about 1 year ago, 10 in the league. Positioning, engaging, item timings, etc. What can I improve during laning phase, mid, late? Okay, so we're going to ignore mid and late for a moment. The most important thing for Bara, for you to start, is your laning stage, because it's the most awkward part for him. In the mid to late game, you press Q on the guy and you stun him. You know, that's 80% of your contribution. I'll tell you the 20% in a moment. 80% is I charge through and I stun the guy, and no one on my team has a stun, so like that's my thing. You actually have a good mix here. This is not a bad one, not a bad draft in terms of crowd control. But a lot of times, Spirit Breaker is the one initiator. So as long as you charge the right person, hands up, I've done it. Not actually, because you got to press W and then like run away after. But the mid to late game impact for fights is not that complicated. The hard part is your laning is not that great. So you have to you have to be on point with your timings. And the thing is, we could talk about high pro level theory, but actually in pub games, it's super messy. So that's why we're just going to, I will zoom through the laning stage here real quick. You have boots. That means creep dragging is viable for you. That means body blocking the camps will be something you need to consider. And playing for equilibrium is like first and foremost. You are double melee, which can be somewhat okay depending on the matchup. You're at least into a melee carry, but the support is range, which means you guys get peppered a lot. So we need to look for one big fight rather than like constant little trades, which is generally true for Spirit Breaker anyways. Though when you can get close and just like run people and like whack them is not too bad. All right, so the lane has begun, and notice you are not in the lane. So tip number 1, people suck at the lane. And this is true forever, all ranks. Everyone's bad. And so you want to be less bad. I have no trust that Slardar will do what he needs to do. And I can gamble that Juggernaut is very likely to make some kind of mistake for me to capitalize on if I am there. There's actually nothing for you to do here, though, because the camps don't spawn till 1 minute. So there's nothing here for you. just be here. Even if you're like a little out of sight, that's okay. But you can literally just be here. And I'm just going to show you, right? Okay. They split. So this creep is already in deny range. So you can start hitting this creep right away and put the pressure on Juggernaut that he goes, oh shit, my range creep, I want to deny it, but there's a creep I want to go get. The correct response here is to not move up as Juggernaut. He should just lose that creep because he's by himself. But this is Crusader Dota. This guy's about to walk into 2 heroes who can bash him and stun him. And then the lane's done. You've won, right? But I want to be there to see, right? To do that test. Is this guy going to throw the lane instantly on the first wave? I am in the lane to find out. And then as pull stuff happens, I will move out. After that, like first 20 seconds in the lane. If Equilibrium, safe lane, if your Equilibrium moves on the first wave, you've messed up. Off laners, if Equilibrium moves in your favor on the first wave, you're in a huge advantage for the lane already. Like, it should not shift on the first wave that hard in pub games. But it will, because people mess up. And that's what you're there to capitalize on. It's the biggest moment of the lane. I'm sorry, I had the wrong creep because we were changing colors around. I got a little distracted, but there was a creep to deny, so we're gonna go back and do it again anyways. So here you are, okay. So the range creep is what you would deny, not the melee creep. I got confused because we were swapping around. You would either deny this range creep to match the deny that Juggernaut's about to do, or you could be here to try to secure this range creep while he does the deny. And then you've got Equilibrium. Slardar should bring these 3 creeps back, and you fight the Juggernaut with 3 creeps, and he will have to go under tower, which will bring the creeps under the tower, and then guess what? It's 45 seconds, then you will come over to the jungle, and then you will body block. This right there, he's attacking his own creeps. He's screwed up. You have 3, 2.5. He has 2, becoming 1.5, becoming 1 because he's killing them. He's lost Equilibrium already. There are no jungle camps to fix it. 44 seconds. Now is when you come into the jungle and you make sure to block their camp because it is the only way they can fix the Equilibrium going forward. But there was no guarantee. Let's say you block the camps because you sit here for the entire 30 seconds and Juggernaut does it perfectly. He does exactly what he's supposed to do. Slardar's the one that screws up and the lane stays here. They don't even need these. So what did you do? The first step is to get it to come back, and then you will come over and body block. And if it hasn't moved as it becomes time for the pull camps, you can also go over. That's also okay. But there's no reason to be here right away when this might just happen, you know, like instantly, and I still have time to come over. And that's also why Shadow Shaman should have been in the lane sooner to help fix Juggernaut's mistakes. Like, let's say Shadow Shaman gets here and then he like fights with you on this stuff. Oh, but where's the lane? Oh, it's up here. Well then. What's he gonna do now? Great body block, though. That was excellent. This is also excellent. Okay, we don't chase too hard. Hit your own creeps. See how this is kind of pushing back? Slardar messed up. I looked in the jungle. What happened? Why is he hitting it? You see how he's doing all these extra hits? Okay, he did 1 extra hit. You must subtract 1 extra hit by hitting this creep. Good. You've done 1 extra? Oh, he crushed in the lane. Okay, right. I forgot. And then, because we crushed in the lane, we must subtract the crush. The crush did damage to the enemy creeps. 2 creeps that are lower hit these creeps. Fix what he has done. You have 2 range creeps. If there's downtime, you can aggro the creeps back. Slardar's not doing it as much, but you could do it. Get him on the range creeps, deny the range creeps, fix it. Okay, nice body block again. Bad pull. Why? Lane's actually moving up. 1 extra range creep. Maybe more. If you actually just stay here and poke a little, you maybe could have gotten more. But let's just say you back off. Only 1 range creep pushing forward. If you want to do a pull, you're going to have to try to do a half pull. If you pull the entire thing, you're likely to just lose this hard camp without denying them anything, and then Slardar will be stuck up here. Let me show you. So this whole thing goes over. Slardar has this whole wave, so what do? They run over, and the whole camp is here, so we didn't actually deny them anything. And in fact, the creep wave is 160, a little bit more because of the banner. And then, oh, here's an extra 100. I'm actually giving Juggernaut gold here if I can't fight over this camp. If you can fight over this camp, it's fine. Tell him to, like, drag this in, and then you guys fight. But a lot of offlaners will do something like this. And now Juggernaut doesn't feel all that bothered. And do we actually end up with equilibrium? Not quite. See, it's like it's pushing back already. Now, you could have if Slardar was a little bit better about creep management, but that'll happen a lot. The offlaners won't do it correctly. So the pull that you did to get equilibrium, deny enemy gold, get yourself gold, didn't get ourselves gold, didn't deny the enemy stuff, and now I don't have equilibrium. So if you can see that coming, then you'll know not to do this pull. That's kind of the hard part, is to, like, see it in advance. Did you die? What was that? Sorry, I was looking over at chat. Ah, shit, the pull got you killed, actually. Because you came over here. Hehehehe. Okay, let's just see how this goes. And then you got shackled, right? So the initial part was fine, and then you just needed to leave sooner. You could possibly charge through to bash him, and then run up. You could also charge away. But yeah, you just needed to leave a little sooner, and this would have been fine. All right. I'm watching your from your perspective. Now, during the lane, I totally understand if you have trouble looking around. And that's why I wasn't going to say anything. But now you are dead, so you're not doing anything. Well, I know you were buying items, so that was what was spending some of your focus on. When you are dead is the perfect time to figure out if you are supposed to be going mid to kill mid. Are you supposed to go top? You're a Spirit Breaker. You can charge anywhere. But should I charge anywhere? Only if they are low or the situation makes sense, right? I gotta go to look to know. And being dead is like the perfect time to do it. Now, in the lane, especially as you walk over to like body block camps and there's like nothing going on, you should also try to look around. Because a great move for Spirit Breaker is to like block this camp, move this way, and then the enemy doesn't know. Like, is Spirit Breaker grabbing the next creep wave to drag around? Is he just waiting back here for us to go look this way and then he's going to charge back in? Or is he actually like walking over to now charge at this angle? And Viper's going to be looking like this. Actually, I'll just show you. Boom. Perfect. This is Viper's camera angle. So you are going to charge from below the screen and he will know here is when he will have a chance to react. If he is not watching his mini map, because people do not play like this, right? Where technically he should see you stand here. He should see you charge. But his own camera is like this. So that's the trick to Spirit Breakers. Your mid laner, mid techies, playing like this. So when you charge behind the Dire, this is how much time they have to react. When you come from this angle or this angle. But if you come from the front, then he sees you here and he will start reacting. And Viper, okay, well, he won't see you right now. Viper will see you further up. This is not the best. He's like in the middle. This is actually okay, camera-wise. No. Okay, you've done a great job on body blocking, right? And then you opened up this camp. You were doing excellent. But what did it do? It got Shadow Shaman to respond. He blocked and unblocked, right? So what's happening here? Sentry. Look at your sentries. They're just covering this area. And let's go to Shadow Shaman. Wait, before he lost a sentry, where is it? Here. Will he place it here again? I don't know. because he can place it anywhere in this box, and you block this camp, so he can place it anywhere in here as well, and he can try to double dip by placing it anywhere in here, which means he doesn't even know you place an observer. He maybe should, but he doesn't, let's just say. And he's just gonna get it, and he doesn't deserve that. So don't place this here. Put it anywhere else. Anywhere else is fine. If you want it for the lane, you can like stand over here, stick it in further in. Later, when you're like moving around, you're going through twin gates and stuff. As you're going through this tree line, you can like drop it somewhere here, like go this way, or like go around, be up here, like stick it down here or something like that. You could do that. We're getting close to nighttime. You could just hold it till nighttime where the vision shrinks and it's easier to place these kind of observers as well. You are gonna gank a lot. Here's a good trick for you. Let me tell you where mid laners are. Mid laners are in the mid lane, dole. And then, if they are not making plays, which in most pubs they will not be, they will jungle here, or they will jungle here, if they are any good. Now, you may know this, but charge does not work without seeing them. So, especially if your mid laner is winning, I don't know if the techies is, but let's just say if you are winning, hold this observer. You could have two. You could have one in the lane and then put a second one further in. That would be fine. Put it somewhere here to see the guy. He's jungling low health, I bet, if he does jungle. Let's see if he jungles at any moment. Viper's not really a hero who should do it that much. And there's actually also no guarantee it will happen, because in your current rank of Crusader, they may just stay in the lane more than they should. Maybe this trick is for later. Maybe we need to go a little higher before we use this trick more. But I would be more open to it than this one here. I stand by that. No, I think you rotated in that time while I was looking at Viper. Oh, this is great. Okay. Quick thought. Why do you need equilibrium? Great idea. You're standing here to pull, and I'm not saying this is wrong, but let's just think through this. Why do I need to do this? Because I want Slardar to feel free in the lane. I want him to feel safe. We're 7.5 minutes in. It's very different from 1-to-1, like level 1 at 1 minute, right? If we push up, that's actually not too bad. In fact, I would say it could be good if we're pressuring the tower and forcing the enemies to respond to the offlane. That's usually good for the carries on our side. So why would I want to stay here? Well, what if I'm scared, right? That's a good reason to stay here, because if we go up here and we push, we're going to die. You almost just killed Juggernaut, though. So why should I have to lane here? Juggernaut should be scared of me. If I want to kill Juggernaut, how can I get him to, like, show? If he's not coming up here, but if we push the lane in, he's going to feel like he has to go farm those creeps. And that's where you could actually kill him. And if he does leave, then you'll actually get tower damage. This is a situation you don't really need to do this pull, in my opinion. But if you're going to, then it should be to achieve something else later on the line. So, 1, I will just look for the Juggernaut myself. Instead of warding here, you put the ward further behind the tower to see Juggernaut, like, jungling back here low, or, like, sitting under here, and then you just run around and then charge him. I see him walking back, I run back, I charge him. Instead of pulling, you could just be back here looking for Juggernaut, potentially. But it is 7.5 minutes, so if you do this pull, I want to see you go for the rune, because that's another reason to do it then. Together, I'm not scared of the Juggernaut that I got low, but if I'm leaving, then that's a good reason to do this pull so Slardar can be safe here, and then I will go away. No, we missed the time anyways. That's fine. We should actually potentially go mid anyways as well. Okay, another tip for Spirit Breaker. Angles, geometry. See where you're standing? Over here. So charging into the lane is forward. So in the way we talked about it, the people's cameras angles, they're very likely to see you charging in. Not the end of the world, but it's not the best, even for our own lane. Now, what about mid? From here, you actually charge through the lane. So there's actually a good chance they will see you. And then the charge will not work because Viper will just back up. Plus side to this is if you do go around to the twin gate, which you did once, so that part's fine. But you want to think about that a lot as you position as Spirit Breaker. You want to charge from behind their camera angles and in a place that threatens two different lanes. So when you position over here, it's weird for them because they have to be like worried about you coming from the left, but also mid has to be worried. But over here, only they are worried and the mid is not. But maybe these guys are worried. The other side lane should be the least worried about Spirit Breaker rotations because it's the easiest to ward for. Will they do it in this rank? I don't know. But if you are making use of the twin gate a lot, then I'm fine with you being on the side. So it just depends on like, which are you more likely to gank? The other side lane or the mid lane? And because it's a power rune time, you want to be on this side. Because I want to think about the mid lane for every power rune. And then all the other times, I don't care. You can go to the other side lane at that point. Have to be like a monster in the movies coming from behind. That's a good way to think about it. I am the terror in the night. All right, what's scarier about Spirit Breaker? This is the final thing. I'm gonna leave you with this, and I'll give you. We'll look for a late game tip. But what is the scary thing about Spirit Breaker? Why are you playing Spirit Breaker? You want to charge and gank people, so hitting things in the lane actually relieves me if I'm your opponents. For them, yeah, okay, you're in the lane, sure, but I kind of assumed you were in the lane anyways. But for the mid lane, look at him. He's pushing mid. Prime position to get charged into a terrible spot. So if he doesn't see you, he has to be really scared. These guys, maybe they want to bully, right? Oh, where's Spirit Breaker? Can we dive? Can I walk up here? What if I get frostbitten into a charge? I could die, right? Being out of sight as Spirit Breaker, who's very global, and anyone who wants to gank a lot, this is good, right? You apply pressure to all the lanes, which is the difference from League of Legends, right? This is actually an idea to come in mind. 3 seconds off the map, and you can be in any lane. That's what a teleport is for Dota. And then more so with Twin Gates, and then more so with Charge. Anytime you are off the map, and you go out of here, it's not just these guys who are like, ooh, where's Spirit Breaker? Everyone on the map goes, ah, shit, where's Spirit Breaker? And that's like the key to getting more successful ganks as these types of heroes. The more you are off the map, the better. So here, even if you want to help, it's not as important now. If we could, sure, and there are times to do it, but denying a creep when we're like 4, 5, 6, right? It's not as important. Denying 1 creep when like 8 creeps get you level 2, that's like a huge deal. Now it's not as important. But being behind the tree and these guys out of sight, out of mind, oh, Spirit Breakers never existed. Let's go get the Slardar. They walk up too far, boom, got him. Stun through, kill him. Or they just don't ping missing. They're like, I know he's here. Boom, you're already over here. You're getting Viper. What time is it? 7:17. Okay, I gotta make sure we don't overextend and then miss the thing. I mean, I'm sure they'll ping me and stuff, so. Okay, the tip I want to show you in the mid to late game is split pushing on Spirit Breaker. You're very good at it. We've jumped at an unfortunate time for you. We'll go a little further. In the mid to late game, you want to split push stuff. This could be a good starting point. I see no one bottom, so you're doing it for your team. Do this and then get off the map again. Great. All right, so let me see where you go. So you just kind of came back over to here. This can be okay depending on like what exactly is happening, but in general, down here is fantastic. So help yourself out. Get yourself a deep ward. Notice their half of the map completely dark. So we need to put a deep ward that survives. This is what lets Spirit Breaker find the long distance charges. It will also improve your farm speed. So let me stick an observer in here, right? Make sure it sees a camp. Put it somewhere like here or like down here. You'll see enemies go through here. It'll give you charge targets. It'll give you gank targets. When I'm just AFK down here, stand in this camp, hit it till it's low, and then charge through 3 other camps. You'll weaken all of them. You'll finish the farm here. You'll go back, finish this one. When you are split pushing, stand in the camp, charge to the lane. Don't stand in the lane and then charge to the camp that had your ward, because that's going to reveal that you had vision of that area, and that's no good. But from the jungle to charging into the lane, that one can be okay. The more you line up with the charge, the faster your farming speed will be. And the more you do it from the enemy's half of the map, the more you will create opportunities for yourself, because you will push in lanes that will force rotations that will then allow you to like charge back to your own half of the map to get the people still here, or to call people over to like get the guy up here. See, I see you already moving back to your half of the map here, but this is where I want you to be like just down here. Now you might say, well, Zach, that's scary. Don't forget, you're just a Spirit Breaker. You're just a support. If you die, it's not that big a deal, especially like over here. It's kind of a big deal. But if you are doing something productive, like pushing in the lane, it's not that bad of a death. We're not going to try to die all the time, but it's okay. You will get farm towards your BKB without stealing the farm from these guys, and you will force those responses. This is actually already good. This lane's already pushing. You don't need to actually push the lane more. So here's where you just jungle. If someone shows up and obliterates this creep wave, then it's pushing back this way. So then from here, you just charge through, you fixed it. You want to be one of the last people on your team to show up to fights. See how like you got some farm here, that one lasted, but that should be Crystal Maidens. She has to be with them. You don't, because you have charge. So you, well, I thought my PC crashed, but I just moved my mouse to the edge of the mouse pad. It was moving. You want to be down here. No one else can get over here. Quick question about itemization against their comp. Sure. Lotus Orb is very good this game for you. You have Bulldoze. Bulldoze gives you status resistance. 70% is absurd in Dota. So as you charge into the fight, you press Bulldoze, and if they do throw stuns at you, it's not that bad. All the stuns are like, shoop, real quick. And frankly, if you get stunned in a fight and it's not on your teammates, it's not that big a deal. So BKB can be a good Spirit Breaker item, but you don't have to do it. Because it's not as important for you. Well, I guess it depends on the game. But in general, as a support, it's not as important for you to have complete free reign in a fight as it is for your cores, because you reduce it with the Bulldoze and the status of being a support. Lotus would help you deal with the silence, which is the biggest issue. And as you charge through, you can combine Lotus with Bulldoze. But then you can also use Bulldoze and Lotus a teammate. So now we're covering multiple bases with the Lotus. I would do Lotus for that reason. That's generally a good consideration for Spirit Breaker. This game, it's cracked, though. Silence, you remove the silence from yourself or a teammate. You prevent Hex and Shackles on Shadow Shaman. Well, I guess you don't prevent Hex, but he hexes himself, so he can't chain stun it. And then if he Shackles, that one gets canceled right away. So that's good. You can potentially reflect Omni Slash, so he just can't Omni Slash anyone who has a Lotus on them. You can reflect Viper Strike, and you can remove the poison attack stacks. And then this guy doesn't really care. I guess a Soul Rip Reflect would be kind of funny, but no, that one's not as important. This one's a really good Lotus game. With Spirit Breaker support, generally is it best to show up late to the fights, or is it because of this draft having the offlane Slardar? I find that with SB, I do usually go in first, even when I have an initiator. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, let me clarify. Whether you go in first or last probably depends on the game, but I would say Spirit Breaker support can go first. That's fine. What I meant is like, when the team groups up to make that initial play, Spirit Breaker doesn't need to be there to walk with the team, because Spirit Breaker can charge in a little bit later. You can TP charge closer if you have to. There are times you should go to the team first. Those are the ones where the team fight will be decided very quickly. Like, there's a lot of burst spells, high physical burst as well, PA, crit, Sven, those types of heroes. But in pubs, you've probably experienced, like, you group up and then no one goes, right? It's like, hey, let's do it. Everyone's like, yeah, let's do it. So we gonna go? And they're like, well, the jungle camp's first, of course, right? Then we'll do it, right? So in those cases, you want to stay here until you finally see the team actually move, and then you go over. And it's not like you're totally AFK. By split pushing as Spirit Breaker as much as possible, you might be a little late to the fight, but you're hoping that either A, it's a favorable fight because you have baited responses, or even when you're late to the fight and, okay, it wasn't the best fight because I was late, but a huge wave push in and they did some tower damage, right? So it's like, it's kind of a winning situation either way. Okay, I will let this play for a bit. If you guys want to submit more games, please do. I'm gonna get more water. And we probably have time for like one, maybe two more before the match starts. That was a long but informative review. Honestly, these are, we were trying to go a little faster. That was still relatively fast for our typical reviews, I feel. Maybe not, actually. I realized that timestamp was earlier. We did spend longer on that than I thought. Hey, Sean, how you doing? I did say we were going to try to go a little faster so we could get more people. No problem, Harry. Happy to help. Okay, we're back in the mid lane again real quick. Gonna be better in 30 minutes when I stop working. Orc voice work. I literally, I have a Spotify playlist.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
I have titled Work. And I guess these are separate things, but like anytime I'm in that mode where I just have to force myself to do work, I think of that. I didn't even play that game really, but I just know that voice line. And it's like, I have to do this, like, especially in college, you know, it's like, I do this essay, I gotta do this, and like, I gotta do that, like, oh, I just want to play games, you know? It's like, I'm sitting there, like, doing it, I'm like, work. Or now it's like doing errands and stuff, doing chores when you don't want to, like, oh, I'm an adult, work. That's how I make myself get through it. I am but an orc. Iron Fister butt. Thank you for the Prime sub. I will pass on the services, but thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub. Where's Leshrac? Okay, part of the reason I chose this, you mentioned you weren't sure, like you had a bad time, and you kind of know, like, okay, I'm working on last hits, but after that, don't feel like you had much agency in this game. And I think that's a good thing for, to like begin the improvement process. I mean, there's like a million things you could ever start with, right? But I want you to feel like, oh shit, I'm losing. What can I do? Here's what I do, right? It's good to start fleshing out the game plan. So it's like, okay, I'm winning. Here's what I do. Great. But if you're losing and you're clueless, then you're just going to lose. So we're going to speed forward. Actually, I'll just jump to like, how bad are we talking here? Okay, we're starting to fall behind. Who is the mid? Queen of Pain. She's actually also down here. Wait, maybe you meant further in. Let me take a quick look. Actually, relative to Queen of Pain, you're doing okay. Pretty high for your team, too. Can I copy and paste the right one? Coming into the mid game, felt like I had no agency in that game. Okay. Ooh, 11 win streak, very nice. Okay, we're thinking mistakes leading into the mid game. First, I see the rune, and we did not get the rune. Always get the rune. We get, oh, no, here. Came up in the Death Prophet game as well. Okay, I really do need to make this video. Let me make a note. Remind myself. Okay. You can do this safely. I'm not saying you can't come up to the position you're in, but just understand there's danger to it. So make sure you are looking at your minimap before you make this move. As long as your lane is pushing forward, you're kind of good to go. In terms of, what do I do with a tower down? As long as the lane is moving forward, even if it's here, right? But you finish killing the last enemy creep, and you know that you're now going to have more creeps moving forward, you don't need to push any further if there's any amount of danger you are uncomfortable with. I guess that's not true. Sometimes you got to do stuff you're uncomfortable with, but like that's, you know, that's the game. That's life. But if you're safe, then this is fine. We're clearing the creep wave. We're killing the catapult, and then we get out. Like, you don't actually need to stay here. You don't actually need to take this tower next. And great, you're gone. Get the rune a little late. Try to get this sooner. It's half the reason this is here for. Keep in mind, you put your observer down. The enemy is very likely to have an observer down in the mid lane as well. So go invis further. But then also, sentries in the mid lane are extremely common. To sentry and then put your observer, which means you're going to walk through invis. I would recommend a different route if you're going to try to make use of an invis rune. Usually going straight through here is Not that it'll always fail, but there's a higher chance it will fail. But you go jungle a little bit, make use of the stack time, potentially, go invis and go this way, like 11 minutes. Who has a sentry ward combo here, right? Very unlikely. So then you're more likely to connect on the gank. It might work for now, but that'll be a tip. Oh my God. That'll be a great tip going forward. All right. If this fight is too hard, I just want you to know we passed, like, I think this was 3 or 4 stacks. Medium camp is 80 gold. So we're talking 240 plus here in terms of gold. And a kill will be about 300. Of course, if you get the kill, you can actually do more, like you can take tower stuff. But if there's some amount of risk, you don't have to do it. You can actually just steal the stack. Stealing stacks are completely viable move. Not only are you taking the gold for yourself, you're denying it from the enemy, someone spent their time doing it. And they get absolutely nothing for it. That's a huge loss. After this play, consider stealing it after. Ah, too soon. What was that? Is that a misclick? This is pushing in. You want to wait for them, and then you want to, like, do the whole dive combo. I guess another way to think about it, by attacking him, will this lead to the kill? No. As we see, you're probably about to just back out. So then there's, like, what is it really doing? Not much. Maybe it was a misclick, but we use the spells. He doesn't really care. Just clearing creeps, and then we leave. If you waited longer and you asked him to push in, maybe we could Ravage into the dive, and while he was stunned by Ravage, you're doing all your Diabolic Edict damage and actually killing him. And then upon leaving, you should just walk in here and farm both these camps. Actually, I didn't even realize Alk was up here. Even better if we're stealing it from Alk. I didn't notice this camp. That would explain it. Okay, here's what I'm talking about. See how, okay, top success or not, whatever. Forget it, right? Okay, gotta come back mid. Did I? Actually, this catapult is still alive from earlier, from when you pushed this in last time. They actually still have not pushed this lane back into you. You're actually not not required to be here. That's not to say you can't be, but again, going back to how at risk do I feel? Should I, like, be back here jungling? Or if you have the choice, jungling here or jungling here, let's pretend ignoring the stacks, right? Just I'm taking farm from the enemy. Alk comes over. You have the same amount of farm. Maybe a little less because you're not as good at Ancients. But you have farm. Alk does not. You farm here. You have farm. Alchemist has farm. So how does that help you build a lead to beat the Alchemist? It doesn't really. It comes down to hero matchups where it's like, oh, it's fine that we have the same amount of gold, right? But every hero gets an advantage from having more gold than the enemy, right? The gold difference is more important than just straight up gold. Everybody has gold. That doesn't really mean anything. So these kind of moments, when you don't need to return to the mid lane right away, are the times you can think about it. It looks like you're going to be fine right now, but if we look at the minimap, I mean, it's kind of scary, you know? Like, where's Queen of Pain? Where are the 2 offlane heroes? Okay, Omni Knight is dead and Weaver is here, so sure. But maybe he's going to TP here. Like, maybe they're going to swap me in and then, like it's going to happen, right? Like, it's a little scary. If you are going to be up this far, consider bringing your own observer wards. You'll see the pros do this all the time. When they rotate through, they'll ward the triangle for their team. Don't feel like, oh, I'm the mid laner, I only need to ward here, and that's it. If you plan to move on the map, bring the observer and the sentry, if it's available. And if you have watched ZQuixotix's best warding spots of whatever patch we're on, don't take it and put it in the most dog shit place. Then you should not do it. Then you should leave it for your supports, I guess. But they will probably take it and also put it in a questionable place. So you might as well do it yourself, but also watch the video and learn where to do it right. Ooh, nice stack. This is when you're needed in the mid lane. Not when it's here, When it gets to here, someone's got to be here. Essentially, we had an extra minute before needing to show in the lane. Well, I mean, I guess it would have been less because, like, because you cleared it earlier, it didn't make it till now. But you get the idea. When it gets to the tower, then I got to think about it. That's probably just a learning moment against Queen of Pain. If she gets you low, she's going to blink for the kill. You have to, like, completely run away. Which is another thing. The double stack was great, but the power rune is always your priority on these bottle builder mids. Try to go to the rune at any power rune spawn. You want to think about that. For example, 14 minutes coming up here. One of these is your priority. If you want to farm while doing it, come over here. So you can farm, stack, whatever. Be here at the rune time. In the gold movie, I broke down some like values of it. What you just farmed, so you farmed a medium camp. Medium camps are about 80 gold on average. Hard camps are 100. 180. Math. The amount of regen in a bottle refill is 240. Now, there's no XP. And a bottle is like a gift card where you're limited in how, like, you know, what you can do with it because it is regen. Whereas gold is gold. You can spend it on anything. But I hope you get the idea, right? Like you're buying this bottle to get value out of the bottle requires constantly going for runes. Otherwise, you lose the value of bottle. And then here's where it's fine to go do your little jungling because it's not a bottle spawn. I will point out, though, Leshrac is a pretty strong hero at the start of the game. If you are scared, if you are low, whatever, this kind of jungling pattern is great. When you pick up a rune, definitely look to play aggressive and consider stealing jungle stuff. Because you are really good at killing heroes. Like, when you have max Diabolic Edict, it does so much damage compared to everything else going on. These damage numbers are wrong because this was before the... He's about to pass that threshold. So you are losing kill potential. This is maybe an okay Atos game. I don't know if people are still doing it. Kaya's probably the safer Kaya Sange. Okay, the other thing before you rotate here. Okay. Now, I did say when you push in mid, you're good to go. This creep wave will fight the creep wave that's over here. So these are all the extra creeps. So you're good to go. But as you move, watch what's happening, right? So Queen of Pain's actually dealing with it. Those are my extra creeps. So she's right here. Once this creep wave is done, it's going to be at my tower. I got to think about that, especially depending on the health of my tower. So you kind of rotate in to fight. I don't know. I don't know what the team comms were going on. There was some panic here, trying to summon the Illuminati, but they got you instead. If the team's calling for help, I'm open to showing up, be a team player and all that. But map-wise, Queen of Pain is about to push us into you, and she's going to take this tower. And this is 690 gold in total for everything. And a kill, we're probably pushing up to like 400 gold for a kill at this point. So this kill has to lead into the tower as well for it to be really worth it. Otherwise, it's going to be a kill, and then Queen of Pain will get more for her team from the tower. And she will be able to do both. She will take your tower, and then she will TP bottom. And could also join the fight. So, try to think about your tower, especially around catapult waves, before you rotate over potentially. And consider how difficult it is to actually kill some of these heroes. Leshrac has a hard time killing a Weaver. He's squishy, but you need control from the others. I disabled chat and comms, though. I recommend keeping it on and muting muting easily, but not so easily that it's permanently muted, because you will run into useful communication that you will just not get. It's up to you, I suppose, but my example I always give is that, like, you will actually play with a nice person who you will then ignore and do a different thing than what he has kindly asked and explained, like, let's go bottom, guys, and then you will run top because you don't hear him, and then he will report you for bad communication, and your behavior score will go down, and then you'll be like, I don't even communicate, how can this be? It's because you're ignoring everything that's going on and people are trying to talk to you. Which does not happen all the time, but it will happen occasionally. Like, that is the worst case potential scenario. Most games, people will be quiet, and then some games, someone will be toxic, but then you can just, like, mute really quickly. And do your part for society by reporting them. If they're muted, they just get by. Okay, see how you, like, ran away instantly? Actually, that whole sequence was this, right? There's a lot of downtime back and forth. This goes back to, like, the defensive default rather than looking for space on the enemy's half of the map. And then, as they start missing and you're getting scared, I understand, like, moving away from here, but how will we contribute here, I guess is what I'm going to say, right? How will we kill things? How will we push things? We do need to do a certain amount of safe farming. I'm not going to say never do it, but Leshrac really needs to find places to push aggressively to kill heroes or towers, and that is not here. Here is safe farming, getting levels, healing up with, like, clarities as you, like, farm the camps. Right, so you got to find the right times to do this, and it's not all the time. If you find yourself always going here, you will find, going back to the idea of, like, I didn't feel like I had agency, it's because, like, well, the agency requires you to be over here, right? Like, you're not seeing the kill opportunities of the towers because it's not back here. Welcome everybody from the raid with Lisa. What is up? Thank you so much. How you doing? We are okay. I'll tell you what. We're gonna have to do a speed round. Everyone who came in from the raid, we're doing replays today. We usually do on Mondays and Wednesdays. You're free to join those days when I'm streaming. I actually, tomorrow I don't think is going to happen just because I got some other stuff. But most Mondays and Wednesdays we do it. We'll do longer replays. Today we're actually going to cast an amateur Dota League Grand Final because someone I coach is in it. So that is going to happen pretty soon. So we have time for one really fast one. If any of the raiders want to join in, just submit a match ID and any questions and stuff like that. I am a firm rejecter of the mute all philosophy, no matter who it comes from. I do understand, like, the logic behind it, and I do get it. Dota can be pretty toxic, but I think it also says a lot about yourself, which is like, I literally can handle absolutely no toxicity or I'll lose it, so I have to mute everyone. Like, I don't know, you know, you gotta be able to take a little bit in the world. But sometimes you are in a bad place, you know? It's like, I've had a really poor day, I've had, you know, whatever going on, and I just, like, I am not here for it, so I'm muting. I get it, you know? Like, that's why in times and the logic, I get it, but I think if you really do want to improve and try hard, you have to leave the comms open. And if you are gonna mute everybody, you cannot be surprised when your behavior score changes. Because that is not good communication. It's like, why isn't my behavior score and communication going up? What is communication? Everyone's muted. How could it possibly go up? As long as you understand that and you still want to, like, do the all mute philosophy, then it's like, okay, that's fine. Okay, this part, pretty good. We're winning a fight. And then things seem to be settling down as, like, people have rotated. Maybe we stuck around too long, actually. But Now, that's actually not too bad. We'll end with this point. You just died here. It happens in pub games, right? We're not going to say you have to play perfectly. As a team, hopefully we're getting something somewhere else, right? Earlier for you, I was saying, hey, when we keep coming back here, right, we miss these opportunities. We were here, so we got to be involved in the fight. But let's say you weren't here and you were pushing aggressively somewhere else, right? As your team loses and dies, well, it's okay. I was solo farming and I pushed the tower. So you die here. You were involved in the fight. We drew the reactions. Alchemist left top. He came here, right? We're forcing things to happen. Okay, my team is making the space. Or making use of the space. What is this? Like, what are we doing here, right? How will Ogre help his team? Now, I know the reason Ogre is here, he, like, left the fight and came over here. Keeper, I don't know. I think he, like, just retreated back. But I hope that, like, you kind of get that idea. Like, this is the downside of always retreating. And actually, I keep talking about this split push video. I don't know when it'll actually happen. If you are losing a fight, or if you're backing away from a fight, and you see the fight is continuing to go on, or that your team is losing and the enemy is going to push, you can't retreat like this. You have to go somewhere else. So, like, if I'm a support, and I see this fight, it's ending, and I see Leshrac came over, and I look at the mid lane, I'm like, okay, either the fight continues, and nothing's going on the map, we lose this fight, and someone has to make space, I just want farm, I'm a greedy asshole, like, I want farm, right? I can't go here. I will steal farm from these guys. I have to go this way, and then I can see what happens. Oh, I need to regen before the next fight? Okay, go home. Okay, they did go bottom. Okay, push it out. Nothing happened. Okay, go jungle, right? I have these options because I'm going to a more useful part of the map. Here is steal farm from the people who are going to retreat back after the fight, or go all the way home. And if you think you need to go all the way home, then I will allow it. But try to move towards other parts of the map and other areas. Okay. Flip side of what we were just talking about might be in this replay. And we're going to have to go fast because I think they're going to send me a lobby soonish. Download. Well, actually, I don't know if we'll make it to the split push stuff, because your first question is, I felt like I died a lot in lane, and I actually think that's more important to fix. So let's look at that real quick. Playing safe often doesn't change the trajectory of the game. That is a great way to put it, Mornay. But I will say sometimes it could, and I guess that's the question, right? It's like, does this item that I am farming safely for, and I'm not contributing in any other way but my own gold, is this item I am farming for, this level, the waiting for something later, is that so important that it will change the trajectory of the game? And I can see it. Don't just say like, oh yeah, I have items, right? Of course it matters. Tell me what it is. Like, why is this item changing it? BKB, you know, like, oh, okay, yeah, I understand. Finish that, and then we can fight, you know? But if it's like, my Yasha, and then I get my Sanjin Kai, you know, and then I get this, and I get that. It's like, it doesn't, you know, what is the plan? We need to have the plan, the vision. Okay, we walk to lane. We'll be slightly late to do any body blocking because of the kill, but that's okay. Okay, we both do a little aggro. We both lose our range creeps. Okay, if you're gonna do this, go a little faster. If you're, I will actually say, so if your support is here, earlier we talked about supports being here too soon, right? You can just run up, bum rush this range creep, and then back out. Don't draw aggro on these, right? Like, what you did is like, okay, I'm going to take these creeps here, and he's going to keep these creeps there. Long-term equilibrium is good in this situation right here. But if you want to be greedy and you want as much as possible, if you are strong enough, if you know the other support is late, then just come kill this range creep, like right now, before your range creep dies, because they will wait here. If this range creep dies and then you try to do this, then they will walk up and then the creeps will connect again and we'll have a problem. We won't get the equilibrium we want, which is what eventually happens. So in these kind of situations, especially if you have a nuke, just run up, hit the range creep, nuke it to kill it. Nuke the carry as well if you have like AoE. If you have the stun like this, which is not good at securing creeps, you can hit the range creep, stun faceless, kill the range creep, back out. A bunch of different ways you could do it. You don't always have to do this, but if you see the potential for it, we don't want to lose range creeps if we don't have to, is what I'm getting at. Let's say we do have to lose it. Let's say there's a support we're scared of. Kill this faster. It dropped below half. So what's going to happen here, especially if you have an ability to secure range creeps, and especially if the enemy does not have an ability to secure range creeps. This is a case where you actually both don't have a tool to do it. Here, hit this once, and then hit it again to deny. It does depend on your attack speed and all that. Sometimes you're like, oh, I don't think I could do twice. Then, yeah, you have to wait. A lot of times you can hit it twice. Hit it once, this guy has to make a choice. Oh, I want that last hit. He'll actually walk up. And then you deny it anyways, or you put him in a weird spot. But as he walks up, he may not get this deny, which means you get more XP than he does. And if you have a spell, then you deny, you force him to walk away from the deny, you use the spell to secure the creep. If you miss the deny, it's fine. You both got range creeps. But in the better case, you get yours, he does not get his. As you wait, aggro, and do it faster. Like if you aggro now and back up, then they won't turn around like here. There's like a half a second. It was really close. More minor than anything. Now, because we didn't do that trick, hit your own creeps a little sooner. Sorry, I keep changing colors and I'm getting confused. I was thinking you had these red creeps. Okay, hold on. I think we can still do this, but first, I'm gonna join this lobby. Actually, I don't want I don't want you guys all join this lobby. I'm gonna ruin it for them. 1 second. Let me join this lobby. For the people who just tuned in, we're gonna cast the AD2L Ancient Division Grand Finals. Someone I have coached on and off over the years, and actually we did one session with his team. They're in the Grand Finals, so he asked if we could convert one of the coaching sessions into this, and I thought that would be fun. We do various team reviews here, so I thought you guys might also benefit from it. He sent me the info, and I immediately lost it. He sent it to me earlier. 1 second, guys. 1 second. You just look at me read through text. Ah, I found it. Okay. I will hop back into that lobby in a moment just to make sure. Okay. Okay, be careful of these situations. Let's go back. It's okay for a little bit, and then see, like, the creeps around you. As there are more enemy creeps, be careful of being as far up as you were. Good deny. Okay, we can keep doing the defensive aggro. You did it earlier. You can keep doing it to keep drawing the position back if you're trying to get back. But actually, if you feel fine, you don't need to do it. Like, if you think you can play the lane, it's fine. I was just mentioning it because you mentioned you felt like you died a lot. But maybe this is not that moment. Okay, do not fight here. Do not fight here. As an offlaner, actually, as any core player, you should know this. Count the creeps in your lane and decide which way is it going. And if it's coming to your way, be less incentivized to fight. If it's going forward, be much more incentivized to fight. This right here is it could be okay, but if you die, you're going to have a bad time, and all these creeps are going to push forward, and you're going to have you're going to lose a lot. Hold on. How do I hide lobby? Not that it's all these messages are fine. Isn't there a way for me to hide the lobby chat? I don't need it all showing. I haven't run into this in so long. Maybe there's no way to hide it. Well, it's not that big a deal. What were we talking about? I lost the focus there for a little bit. Oh, and about not fighting because of the amount of creeps. It's about not fighting. The early farm is very important, right? It'll like buy the first few items, and then the fights will be easier as you like finish your bracer and your boots. But that doesn't mean you don't always have to go in. All right. I think they're about to start. So, sorry, we didn't get very far in your Wraith King one. Okay, we'll do a timestamp for this one. Is this the last review? Only because we're doing this cast. So if you didn't get one today, I apologize. Mondays and Wednesdays, I typically stream these kind of free coaching. So you're free to drop by any of those. If you can't make the times, you can leave a comment with the match IDs and questions on any of the VODs. Or there's a Discord, but I don't do all that much there, but you can post it there if you want to. If you put it there, I usually start a stream with one of those, and then we get into the match reviews. We are streaming at a later time than usual. I don't usually stream this late. That part's a little bit of a rarity. The streams are usually earlier. Okay. I also forgot about that. I will leave. Well, I can't see the lava chat now. Okay. It's the integrity of it, you know? Not that we think anyone would cheat, but... are we going to give coaching tips while casting this match? Yeah, this isn't really like... This isn't a super official cast or anything. It's going to be pretty chill. There probably won't be very much like hype casting, stuff like that. I'll blow my voice out. So we'll kind of like cast it, but also talk about improvement things, especially different... like team play elements. I know a lot of the reviews are are like solo queue, like this match just was. But wait, will I be able to see him here? I think I'll be able to see it here, like when it starts. We have done various team reviews on the stream and like coaching sessions and stuff. So to that extent, I will mention that in the cast. I'll be like, this is a common team mistake, or like these are good things to do. It'll be like an educational chill cast and some hype. Yeah, sorry, we didn't get as many to your Wraith King game, but all the things you noted are good. And I will say it sometimes depends. Like, sometimes you can fight. But I suppose the common mistake is too many fights, more than too little fights, you know? And a lot of times the offlaners or the carries, they feel pressured because they see the support, like, taking some damage and getting into a fight. If you are close enough and you can safely do so, reasonably do so, it is okay to fight. And that's why I'm not saying like never do that. In fact, it can sometimes be necessary to do to make sure the trades are going evenly. But sometimes it is happening too far away. You know, like the carry and the support chase the other support, your support, into the jungle a little bit. And now you also have to leave quite far to go participate. That's usually bad. Lion was about that far in that fight, I think, if I'm remembering it correctly. And those are the ones you want to be careful of. In a way, you can just think of it as your support making space for you. And you are setting up the lane for success. Hopefully the support lives, but you don't have to feel guilty of like, I'm not helping, I'm a bad person. It can be okay, though it does depend on exactly what happened. Do we get to know who the student is? Or are we guessing after the match? That would have been funny, but I think you will know because we'll have to join through his name here for the way we're going to try doing it. So you'll know. It's been a while. I will say, I haven't coached him in a while. It was in the past, and recently he wanted to do some team coachings. We did one team coaching, really, and I think it was like a month or two ago. So it's been a bit. I guess while this is getting ready, we'll do a little preamble. I'll have to adjust the timestamp once the game actually begins. So we're going to be casting AD2L. It's a amateur Dota 2 league, not sponsored in any way. But that is one of the various community organizations out there that if you guys are interested in doing like team games and like captain's mode stuff, that's one of the ones you can look at. And they have different divisions for different ranks. So the B-Town, he's going to be in the game. He is someone that I have coached on and off for a while. So he asked if we could convert one of the coaching sessions into this because his team made it to the Grand Finals. And actually, funny enough, so they sent me some like background lore. So their opponents are also people that used to be on the team. This is a powerhouse of a team, I suppose. Every player who comes here finds success. So these two teams are pretty familiar with each other. They have played together, like various players have played together quite a lot, which can be quite fun because then you understand, like you don't get cheesed too easily, you know, like, oh, this guy, like, we didn't know he played Huskar, so he got us. I imagine they will all know that stuff and they'll be good to go. I hope this will work. Maybe we'll just do with no spectator delay. No, okay, we want this one. We want spectator delay. Okay, we will sit in here until it is good to go. And hopefully the camera will work properly. Sometimes it's bugged out and doesn't quite work. Yeah, we will sit here till the AD2L match begins. So we can just ramble about stuff. If you guys want to ask like any team questions, that could set the tone. But also, if you guys just have random Dota questions, we can just chit chat till the draft actually starts. Jackson 5, my goats. You here to support them? Nice. I used to play with them for a couple seasons. Oh, nice, nice. You can share the inside sweeps. Inside details. 3-0 sweep. I think they're doing a best of 3. We'll see if it ends up being 5. Because I think I wasn't sure originally how much I was going to be able to do when he asked about it. Because like, if you guys do a grand finals, I don't know if I can commit to that. Because that can be anywhere from like 2 hours from 3-game stomps to like 7 hours with long games, delays, and everything. And I don't know if I'll be able to do that. But I think it ended up being a best of 3, which is why I was like, we can probably send it. Even like 3-hour-long games, whatever, we'll do it. Do you know much about the Dota 2 amateur league environment? Is AD2L really all there is? Oh, no, there's others as well. One I had done in the past was the Reddit one, which no longer, much like Dota, is now just an acronym, not strictly associated to Reddit. I believe it's just RD2L. There's a whole bunch of them. There's a lot of them out there for different ranks, different leagues, different regions. So if you're interested at all, it's out there. I do not know all of them, so I can't really like point directions, though it does seem like we have some of the players here. So perhaps if they're in any leagues and you have any questions, maybe you can ask here, and maybe some other people have the info. Who of these players is the most likely to offensively tip and give sass? We'll see. Would you entertain the thought of bringing back a jungler role? I don't really mind. It's just a different game at that point, you know? Having a jungler versus not. One that people bring up is like, should observers and sentries and dust have like a dedicated slot, right? It just becomes a different game. Whether I will still like that game or not, I don't know. Probably. But I am personally indifferent on like this is right or wrong. It just is what it is. And now that I've made it my job, it literally does not matter if I prefer it or not. It's just like I will interpret it and I'll let you guys know. I would like it to be an option, like a viable option. The reason I like Dota is because it's a flexible game that allows creativity and different ways to do things more than other games like League, where it came from. And it was like, no, stay in your lane. Do not take creeps from somewhere else. And you're like, okay, sorry about that. I'm sorry. I will do that. But in Dota, you know, you can go wherever, do whatever to an extent. My worry about adding in an official jungler would be like, you know, you lose that option to, I want to roam. I want to sit in this lane. I want to do that. With that said, we've kind of been stuck in 2-1-2 for a while. There is roaming, but we don't see tri-lanes very much. It's rare to have a dedicated jungler. I like it when you have those options. So I would be down for something like that to be added in to give you the choice of like, ooh, this team, oh, Liquid's running a jungle strat and Tundra is 5 farmers. Like, you know, like different strats like that would be really cool to see how they interact. I don't know if I want like it forced, but I want it to be an option. Okay, before we will talk a little bit of the draft and stuff, but before we get too far into it, I should probably refill my water and everything so we don't have to move once the draft and the game actually begins. But they'll probably just take their times for bans. And to be honest, in amateur Dota leagues, I don't know how much analysis you can do, like I could do on starting bans. It will not follow pro meta. It'll be like what the players are comfortable with and what they know the other team. Like, look at Dota buff. What's this guy like? Is not something I can interpret all that well. So I'll just let this part play out and we'll interpret what we see when we're back. All right. What have I come back to? What the heck is this? Let me do the timestamp for like officially go, and I'll have it in the stream. Here, we don't need my camera for this, do we? I'll be gone. Cast this properly. Probably in the draft is fine. I'll be here, whatever. Okay. Razor opener. This was popular a while ago. It's not as popular now if we're talking like pro Dota. To be honest, I'm not even fully sure why. I feel like everyone was going Razor and then they all moved away from it before like there were any buffs and nerfs. But I don't really mind it, especially if there is some flexibility to Razor. Though part of the reason it's popular at top levels is like the hero specialist. Like no matter what, they know how to make use of Razor. That can be missing in these kind of, you know, when you're not pros. But let's see what they end up doing with it. Viper is another anti-like hero. Like that's the funny thing. Viper, Razor are anti-heroes, but they don't know that those heroes are in the game yet. And they may not be because now they're both here. So it's a little funny in that sense. But these two heroes both have a little more flexibility than they used to have. So as long as the players are comfortable with it, it'll be fine. Shadow Shaman having crowd control is always good when you have someone like Viper, who obviously has none. Just wants to be able to stand and spit on people. So Shadow Shaman having both the Hex and the Shackle is great. Tusk is a good response to that. You got the Snowball save to disrupt stuff. You can waste some of the Viper strike time as well. Great pairing with Razor if they go together. Have a couple different ways to cancel Shadow Shaman's shackles. Omni Knight kind of prevents that with Repel. I'm curious if it's going to be support Omni or core Omni. It's unclear nowadays. And actually with the recent patch, I'm not actually sure which is better. I think support Omni is a bit better in pubs than offlane Omni. Or possibly carry Omni, but I'm open to it. Undying will be good into these two supports. Though I think Razor is actually already a good hero at managing Undying. If it potentially was like offlane Razor into position 5 Undying. But maybe it's like Undying offlane with like Razor carry. If you guys know these players, you can share what you think. If you know like the players like different things. Otherwise, we'll just find out in a bit. I do think United Eagle Emirates, they will need more consistent stun. You can't depend on Tusk to be your only playmaker. And Razor, part of the reason you pick him is like he's going to dominate his lane. He's going to win. Time to put that power into use. And I can't catch anybody. Like they're all just getting away from me. So Tusk can help, especially in the early game. But as time goes on, especially if you see something like Anti-Mage, you need a proper stun. If they have a Lion player, they could do something like that. But that would mean Omni Knight has to be a core. Hopefully part of the reason they picked is to feel comfortable with that. If this is supposed to be the support duo, though, Tusk Omni, that's fine. Mid, offlane, like one of them needs some kind of catch. And not just like a soft dispel. Well, you could, if you do a soft dispel, like a root, for example, is what I mean. You're just planning to win before Anti-Mage is online. And their draft is somewhat prepared for that. Like Razor is a pretty early game core. Tusk and Omni Knight can get going pretty quickly. But you'd be pushing fast into Undying, into Viper, right? That's pretty tough. So if they want to try it, they could. I think the safer play is to get some kind of catch for the anti-mage, and then as long as you have a decent matchup, it's fine. Like the final carry pick, if it's not already like carry razor or something. Okay, so Alk, I'm fine with it, right? This is like, okay, we'll play faster than the anti-mage is ready. But he also does not really have a stun, right? Concoction is easily reflected by anti-mage. You do eventually get Abyssal, but it's pretty far off, especially if you're doing this like give ags to everybody build, which I actually think that build might struggle into anti-mage, at least with the ags I see currently available. I feel their last pick really needs to be some kind of catch, or this anti-mage can rat a pretty good like 30 to 40 minute timing. Now, if it goes later than that, you go really late, Alchemist giving ags to everybody and farming could rat back around to beat the anti-mage, because Alchemist actually, his main weakness is physical damage and long-term scaling. The long-term scaling is not as bad now because of giving ags, and anti-mage, because he's a mana burn hero, is actually not the greatest at just dealing straight up physical damage to kill Alchemist. But I think with the current lineup, you would just rat a bunch. I feel like Alk is struggling now. Everyone adapted to the Alk meta pretty quickly. The hero also got a nerf. I still think it's fine. Like, the hero can be good, but I have not, like, when I have seen it struggle, I feel like the draft has not made sense. Like, you know, if Alchemist is doing this Ags build, super farm mode, he's getting his Radiance, he's getting an Ags, and then he's going to ask himself, should I get another Ags? And after that, he's going to ask, should I get a third Ags? And then he has to build the rest of his items. Depending on the amount of ags you want to build like at least one with the current build. The rest of your team needs to do everything. Like, with the ags you hand over, they need to function as 4 heroes and use the ag strength to make space for Alk. And the teams that struggled with it, I feel, have not done a great job of finding those heroes. And the teams that have are usually doing that, right? Like, the Aghanims make sense. The players don't need the Alchemist. Here, if you want that, again, I think you need some kind of catch. I feel without catch, this the Dire will really struggle. Hey, Heartrun, big UEE fan here. Nice. Okay, we got people on both sides. That's good. That's good. Equal support. For Jackson 5, I mean, you kind of know you want to hit an anti-mage timing. I would say Battle Fury, Manta. And then I'm a little torn between like Butterfly and Scotty, but actually both sound okay. And maybe he will do both. And with those 3 to 4 items, I think he would be really strong if Alchemist has been slowed somewhat. And I think that is a very strong timing they could play for. So a hero that helps go for that timing, they wouldn't mind having a bit more catch themselves. Shadow Shaman alone might struggle, especially now that some counters have come out, right? We have Tusks and Omni-Knight that we talked about earlier. Alchemist can throw the stun. Pango will have roll. So a little bit more catch from someone that is not Shadow Shaman could help a lot. Silences could also be pretty good. Like early silences. Can't even repel, can't snowball, can't roll. I'm going to forget to turn my camera off later. I'm going to turn it off for the game so we can, like, it'll just be the game. I don't need to be in it, you know? If we're casting. I should have pulled up my casting draft cheat sheet. I don't think you strictly have to even address the Alchemist. If you got someone who built Spirit Vessel, that could be cool, but I feel like Anti-Mage's natural build will be good.
Ember Spirit.
I like the pace of the Ember Spirit. So this is offlane Viper then into the Alchemist. I think they sent me the players and the where they all go. Let me just double check. Believe it or not, I didn't memorize. Okay, yeah, carry Alch. I'm losing my sanity is the mid, so it is mid Pango, and then I guess offlane by process of elimination, the offlane Razor into the anti-mage. That can be annoying. You shouldn't die because you have the blink, so I think Mercy should still farm what he needs, especially this is the position 5. Yeah, 5 Undying. So that should be able to make space for the anti-mage to get the farm that is required. I think on the other side, it'll actually be a little bit harder. I don't think Repel... We can check. I don't believe Repel dispels anymore, right? It just... I was typing Repel. Where's Omni Knight? He has the immunity, but does it actually dispel? No. Okay. So you will reduce the damage of the Viper, but you can't just remove it like another kind of dispel hero could have. I like another reason I like the Ember is because he can do Spirit Vessel. He can even do... Is the... I'm blanking on the name. What's the, like, yellowy orb called? The combo orb. Corrupted something? Corruption? What's that one? We're gonna find out in a second. But anyways, if he plays fast and he slows down the Alchemist, you give space to your Anti-Mage, have the Anti-Mage hit the... I think that 3 to 4 item timing sounds pretty good to me. Battle Fury and Battle Fury Manta, and then Scotty or Butterfly, something like that. Yeah, if you guys missed it, a lot of these players have played together on the Jackson 5 team over the years, and there's been like some shovels and stuff. I think Jackson 5, they got here through the upper bracket, and I think United E-Girl Emirates actually went through a bunch of roster shuffles. I don't know why. Sometimes that happens with amateur. Nice. Excellent. Sometimes that happens with like amateur leagues where people drop in and out. But they had a big shuffle throughout the time, but then somehow made it here through lower bracket. So props to them. I'll see if they can finish it. Orb of Corruption. There you go. Corrosion Orb. Wait, which one is it? It was both, wasn't it? And then it became Orb of Corrosion. Right. As you can tell, support player here, never bought that item in my life.
Beautiful.
Okay, both teams going for a defensive start. I think that's fine. Alk likes to play aggressive for runes, like if his team can do it. They could have been okay for it, but I don't think you had to. Since we're... Hold on. Just like a real cast, guys. Pop up the settings. I'll turn colorblind mode off for this, for the proper cast and everything. All right, they are walking top. I think I would prefer if they teleported, because I think you want to be already body blocking. You want to do like as many tricks to be annoying for these guys, because this is a double melee lane versus double range. So this is where they need to be, and I think a teleport to like drag it back any amount is pretty worth it. This is where community casts are tough, or like just me casting I find tough. We're gonna have to try to watch all the lanes and see how that goes. B-Town, get himself a D-Ward. Some money. Was there another D-Ward earlier? No. Can't wait to miss the kills. Down here, kind of the same deal. You want to try to keep the equilibrium here for their safe lane. He won't die on the anti-mage, but you'll just have a harder time into the Razor if the lane's getting, like, pulled back. Also, I don't have all the fancy spectator settings, guys, so this will be more jarring than a proper cast, just so you know. I don't expect to see a kill happen here, is what I would usually say. For these, oh, let me turn off the stream alert. Thank you to everyone following and everything, but since we're doing the stuff, I'll turn it off so it doesn't interrupt. For these kind of amateur leagues, you never know. You know, sometimes a player is just better than the other. Sometimes like a mistake happens or whatever. It's not like top tier pro matchup meta and all that stuff. So you never know. And in fact, this Pango's getting real low and freaking me out. Opting for the lucky shot build. I've been seeing people do barrier a little bit more, getting the shield crash. I don't know what the correct build is versus the Ember. I think Diffusal will be good over Mage Slayer this time. Ooh, going for the kill, blinking in. That should be a dead Razor. Had a Fairy Fire, but can't get away from this. And neither will Gambit, it looks like. 7 stick charges. You don't have to chase, but Mercy wants to. Mango gonna finish the job. Double kill down here for the Jackson 5. He's going on top. At least we didn't miss the first kill, guys. Good sign for the rest of the game. That is the strat. You sometimes want to be a little closer than that. Ah, missed one. There we go. Got one, missed one. You want to be a little closer, ideally, but Anti-Mage is a hero who can just blink ahead, so it's not too bad. On these, you want to take it off the Shadow Shaman as fast as possible so that Shadow Shaman can go mess with this kind of stuff. Or wait here so that once you see the pulls happening, you can drag this over. Omni actually should try to like connect this in to try to fix this. Look, he's doing it. Excellent work, Omni. And then this, if Shadow Shaman is like standing over here, you can kind of see what they're doing, which can then let Viper know to just stand here. Although I encourage you guys to get the Lotus like ASAP. It's actually worth the same, you know, whether you get it at 3 minutes or 6 minutes. So you can give a little bit of wiggle room if there's other big things going on, especially if you're like, it depends on your position, but I think they could have postured to get this if forced to, but also, oh, we don't need to get it till later, like mess with the pulls and then come back. Ooh. The mid lane's scary. The mid lane's scary right now. This is where sometimes you can get sneaky rotations. B-Town killed the Observer. A high skill play you can sometimes make. If the mid laner walks down into the ditch and the creeps are also low, you can like TP a support right here to try to kill a low health mid. But it's a tricky one to pull off. It is something that almost never happens in pub Dota, but it's something that in a coordinated environment like in these teams, you can consider. I guess the person to do it would be Shadow Shaman. Undying wouldn't really stop him from just swashbuckling out. You would chain into like Hex Shackle, and it would be a sick kill. It can be very impactful, because these mid laners are the playmakers for their team, so it's going to come down to Ember, especially slowing down the Alk, and Pango having a good start and providing the control for his team. So if you start winning that mid lane off a sick rotation like that, it can be huge. And this is an amateur league where I believe the ranks are mostly around Ancient. Some are maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, but it's supposed to be average and not too far away. Some leagues are a lot more open and you'll have much bigger rank disparities, and then these kind of plays can be huge, the ones we were just talking about. Because you get like the best player on your team like popping. Gambit! Mangoes! He's got the kill. That's why it's good to buy that extra mangoes, sticks, all that on Undying. These are the moments you want to get those kills. Safe lane going really well. Let's take a quick look at actual net worth. So yeah, Anti-Mage and Viper up at the top, mid pretty close, but it's not huge like quite yet. But I will say versus an Alchemist, to have a gold lead over Alchemist at this point is usually a good sign. This is where Omni Knight with Alk is a little bit funny of a pairing, because you often want to give Alk the best start as possible, right? Omni Knight is good versus certain matchups, but not all of them. And it ended up being a Viper offlane, and as we can see, it's not the best. They are struggling up here. Something like Undying does work, even though it's double melee, because it's Undying. Like, who messes with Undying, you know? But Otherwise, a safe pairing can be a really strong ranged hero. Someone like Jakiro, for example. He just recently went through nerfs. But you're ranged, so you kind of cover the bases, one melee, one ranged, and it's just high damage output that doesn't even need Alk, right? It's just dual breath, liquid frost. I did 200 damage on my own. I'll do it again in 10 seconds. And that's the kind of space that really helps Alk. Ranged heroes also tend to have an easier time double stacking. So back here, you can do some double stacks. Over here, long range stacks are possible. So winning or losing, you can set up Alk a little bit better. Ooh, nice ice shards from Gambit. I guess Blink got used earlier. Ooh, B-Town doing a solo smoke. This is pretty sneaky, going for the Wisdom Shrine. I believe we talked about this in the coaching, perhaps, but maybe it's something they came up with on their own, and I talked about it with a different team. If you want to do this, you usually go through here so that your smoke does not break. Never mind, guys. It wasn't the coaching. That was not me. Thinking about the dive. I don't know if Tombstone, if he could have dropped it a little sooner, might have been easier so that the zombie was on Gambit. Okay, even if you don't get kills, it forced a lot. I missed if he already used a remnant, but usually you want to leave one here so that after this play, you just immediately come over. And even though they didn't actually get a kill, the economic damage of the rotations coming over and forcing that from the enemy team, whereas you still have yours, that's kind of still worth it. They still got it. Pango just canceled it in time. Ooh, Jezzy. I think he's going to be dead here. Tries for the teleport. Pharmacist, you've got this, right? He's got this. Gambit, yeah, ditch him, Gambit. Let him go. Now, in this situation, you actually want to run over here, shove this lane ASAP. They're over here. It's going to take them some time to get through here. Trying to absorb some XP is a good... Do you guys not care about your Mad Stone? They lost it in the green. But now, see, they're after that kill, they're just going to come here and they should push this tower in. But absorbing the XP kind of made sense. I kind of get where you're going with that. I won't say it's like a bad idea, but I do think protecting the tower is bigger, especially when you have a hero like Alchemist. You want him to keep as much farming space as possible. Towers will help a lot with that. So as Tusk sees this happening, run out here. They can't kill all of us at the same time. Shove it out. Now, because that didn't happen, and they got more kills, right? Viper is now pushing this with 5 creeps. I don't even know where that happened. That was down here. Jackson 5 starting to run away with it in the side lanes. I was talking up Ember's place and making the plays happen, but so far they don't even need B-Town. They are putting the work in. Now for the UEE, the game plan is still Alchemist. That's the thing with Alch lineups, right? You can't really pivot too much. Got to give this guy space to farm. The other heroes are going to try to have to do what they can. And some of that is going to have to come from the Pango. He's trying to work on this defusal, but he does have roll. I'm moving away when I really shouldn't be. They need to try to get him involved a little bit. He sort of tried with that bottom, but it didn't quite work out. They are bringing everyone here. Here comes the Ember as well, though. He missed chain gangs right here, but he's still hitting everybody. And the important kill is the Alchemist, and it looks like they're going to wrap up a couple more. They do lose the Viper, but 3 for 1 while the anti-mage is free farming is already really good. You guys don't actually need any more than this if it's too hard. If it's scary, you should just back out. Because actually the risk of losing... Like, if you got a kill, it would be a little bit more gain. But if you lose a kill, that is huge. You guys are 10 to 1, so there's no need for extra risk. And in fact, a death here would be really bad. Boots of Travel is a pretty common Viper item, and I generally don't mind it. However, I think this game, you actually want to skip this, because the Boots of Travel is like, holy shit, I'm Viper, no one wants to play in the Viper, so you guys leave me alone, and I win the lane, but I still want to fight, so I boots over. Necrophos is similar, there's other heroes like this. The problem is, you can't do that this game because you have an anti-mage. So now, like, the Viper's going to be globally farming, he's going to try to globally farm, Ember wants to do some global farming with Remnant. I think to make space for anti-mage while slowing down Alk, rather than the Boots of Travel, you would just go. Oh, I thought I closed those. Hold on. Let me find the... There we go. They are pushing mid with the catapult, getting a lot of damage in and the serpent wards. This is another potential weakness of double melee supports, which is, it's not always true, but melee supports tend to have a harder time wave clearing than ranged supports, especially when it comes to aggroing creep waves, because like melee's got to like walk up closer, range heroes can at least throw an attack. So then pushes like this are quite tough. Maybe the bots will be fine. You can, like, keep pushing out the Elk. We'll see. I'll keep my eyes on it. They are trying to make a lot of stacks for Alk. Now, we'll give them that. Smoke around looking. This kind of move is great, trying to find the Alchemist. This is a tough one to do with just supports, but they're going to try. Put another Observer back here as they go. Ooh, the Alk ult is down. He might deny himself? No. They get another kill. I thought that would be tough with just the supports, but these are power supports. They are strong. And they are TPing somewhere else. Mid to come help out, I see. All right. I like the idea of this Observer. This one placed earlier to take the tower is fine. Like, I see it's pretty old. So this was from, like, sieging the tower earlier. Sometimes people place this, like, as they are pushing up to the tower after a fight, and you know the tower's going to die. Then this ends up being kind of a waste with these. They did remove the one on the cliff, but this one will still be alive. This one will be quite useful for them to find the Alk. Alk loves to live up there. TP back to help clear these stacks. Now, I'm not sure about this one, boys, because as you'll notice on the mini-map up here, there's nobody here. So this is like an unforced move to come back to your own half of the map, and it's actually kind of giving them space, right? They want to feel bad about not being here. They were like, oh, my tower. I'm farming over here because I'm scared of them, so we need to do this anyways, but now my tower, right? But now the tower's actually fine. So actually, some of them should be coming back up here. Right, you should probably leave a hero here. Potentially the like boot to travel Viper. I don't think you want to come back to your own triangle. If you get kicked out, you're like, oh, they're all missing. I think they're trying to get us. Right, that's where you go back for that. And I do understand not wanting it to get stolen, but I think you have heroes who can just do it. Like just Tombstone and Ember can clear it slowly. I don't think you have to give up all the heroes on the map for it. Or it looks like Anti-Mage is pretty close to Battle Fury. You probably could have left it for him. And if you guys are camping here, right, with the heroes not going back to your triangle, and this tower is up, like, how are they going to steal that? It's going to be really tough. All right. Jackson 5, clearly in a good spot. So let's root for the other team for a little bit here. What can these guys do to come back into this? Blink on Tusk, always a great tool to have. Do we have the Diffusal? He had a rough time in lane, but it is now done. It's a little late, but Diffusal Pango is still very strong. Anti-Mage is very mobile, but actually you get hit by a couple swashbuckles, you lose a lot of mana, and suddenly you're not so mobile. Same with the Ember Spirit. They have to try to make a play around that. This is where it's a little awkward when he is the initiation, but also needs to hit him with Diffusal. You can't really do both. You can like swashbuckle once, then roll and stun, but you can't keep burning mana. That can be fine, but that's where it helps if like someone else also had some catch, and unfortunately the Tusk is he'll try, it's just awkward. It's not the easiest on Anti-Mage and Ember. And they are moving here. I think you guys are overlapping your observers a little bit much. This is a sneaky spot though. This is a real pro observer type move. This one is not bad, but actually I think you want it further in, because currently the Dire are trying to sneak around, so this is more like they're already here. You want to like find them moving between these spots. Up top, they're gonna try to kill the Viper. This is a good kill to get. Oh, okay, there we go. Took a moment there because of the slow. That's a good kill. Forced a couple rotations over. I don't think they even used roll, right? All right, round 2, guys. Look for another one. Mage Slayer is a decent item on Pango. I think it's losing popularity, and I don't think you usually get both. I think you like pick one, unless it's an amazing game for both. I think this time the Pango might need a Blink instead, because I'm imagining You're rolling towards an Ember. He should get out. You're rolling towards Anti-Mage. Should get out. You need someone who can just instantly hit them with a stun. Tusk is getting it, but you also want Tusk to be able to save their blink to save people. So if he always has to initiate, he can't save, and it'll become tough. We have the Ags queued up. Nice. I guess Pango Ags is probably the best one. What does this one do? Still the same, right? Yeah. Probably Pango Ags, because then you can use the Diffusal, and if he commits to the Mage Slayer, you can get both of those during the roll, so that part's pretty cool. All right, we're gonna smoke up. You guys are splitting a little too far. When you smoke, you should be a bit closer if you don't have the blink. All right, they should see Alk in a moment in this observer back here. These are also a little overlapping. I think this was from that fight earlier. But to avoid the Jackson 5 properly right now and to see these type of smokes, you need to make sure you have like a spread of vision. If we just look at what they have, we're kind of missing anything on the enemy half of the map. And now I don't know if they're just back here jungling, which would be bad, but maybe they're doing it. You won't know that. Even in bad situations, you need to try to find somewhere to get a deep ward. It'll help you avoid them better, and it'll also help you find some plays to recover. An Undying, unknowingly delivering himself to 4 people, waiting for him. This is one where I think it's okay to just TP over, like all rainbow TPs into the tree line to fight to defend it if you want. This is a good move from, I guess shortened just to E-Girl. The E-Girls here. Hold on, coming back to the Fen. Alk should die here. Omni trying to buy some time. It is costing 3 heroes though. Some big moves from the Dire, though they did lose their Alk, which is a little painful. Didn't finish the tower, which is a shame, because that's what I was about to say. Getting the tower when you need to make space is really good, because it gives you more avenues to cut waves, start invading into the enemy's half of the map. So I like that they were all doing this. But, I mean, if the enemy is going to go too hard here, I think it is worth coming back to defend. I missed how exactly that happened for the Jackson 5. So I don't know if they needed to push that hard. It's only 18 minutes. You don't actually have to take tier 2. See how it's like pretty low? You just chip it down. But I missed what exactly happened. They should be generally fine though. Because if you think about it, like, oh, we're not pushing this. You're holding like this chunk of the map and Anti-Mage has access to all of this. So even though Alk has the bonus gold, you see Anti-Mage is actually higher on the net worth. So you're not actually really required to take that. Up top, they might find another fight. Oh, the Ice Shards barely off. It's going to allow Viper to get away with the rotations. They're going to lose the supports. Razor is out, though. And Alchemist is farming. Perhaps space is being made. Now, when you see them all rotate over there, try to head to the lanes as quickly as you can. Kind of like Pango doing this. That's allowed him to get a mid tower without much fight. I don't think you want to TP here, though. You actually know they're still top. You should actually just walk through here, steal their jungle, and make your way here, and save your teleport in case you are needed up here. I think you got a little scared, possibly because you clipped yourself by accident. But I think you can just hang out there a little bit, do some sightseeing, take that moment to figure out what you want to do. Benefit of it, there's no way they know you're there. Mango has figured out that he got killed off an observer. Gets the D ward. Alk. He's looking to be in some trouble here. Okay, actually, wait. Omni made it over. Coordinated game, so Tormentor is actually happening. It is more common to do Tormentor later than before, actually. Because it has now become harder to kill, you don't see as many top teams rushing for it at 20 minutes. And you can see, like, even with 5 of you, that took a while. And the enemy that is losing could potentially come to contest. I don't think it's bad that they tried, but it is something that if you feel like, should we still do it? It's okay to push it off a little bit more now, like to get stronger before you go for it. Now, I see them grouping up, moving towards this tier 2, but I think this part is not again, like, not actually necessary if they're playing with the triple item timing in mind for Anti-Mage. And he's choosing the Butterfly. I'm fine with it. I think after that, the Scotty could be great. Alchemist especially isn't really a problem right now, so I think you can do that Butterfly. We'll get back to that thought. They're going to TP back up here to defend. No fight quite happening. If you want to start something, either Ember or Shadow Shaman, if not both, need to go. They're the actual catch. Viper and Undying are just going to watch people walk away. And Anti-Mage is certainly the last person to go. Oh, feels like there is some miscommunication there. All right, guys. On the minimap. Boot of Travel, Ember, Anti-Mage. You get it all right here. We got Scatter. I'm soccer momming here, but guys, the whole map. I like, credit to the Dire. They've been shrunk on their half of the map, but they're doing a pretty good job of spreading out on it, from what I have noticed. And that is something that they definitely need to do when they have someone like Alk who is farming up a lot. Having given the Ags over to the Pango, it's fighting time, boys. I'm gonna group up, make use of this Ags. When he gets Blink, that will help. How close is Tusk? Okay, Tusk has a Blink. Tusk, I don't think you need to build the Ags. You'll be given one at some point. Oh, I got baited. Looked over here. Oh, no, that was with the Ags, too. That was worth extra money. That was painful. Yeah, one of the timings you can look to fight is when Alk gives the Ags to someone. It is a huge spike in net worth. And unfortunately, he stepped up a little too far and got. Someone's got a headset issue. That's what the pros do. Okay. I'm going to talk about what the Jackson 5 are going to do, and then we're going to talk about what UEE should look to do here. These guys are grouping a little too soon. I know they feel the pressure of, like, Alchemist and all that, but the real timing is this Butterfly. And let's pretend one lane had all the towers. If they hit that timing, Anti-Mage is really strong, right? Ignoring the Ags being given over, Anti-Mage is near the top of the net worth and could be better if they were spreading out more. You will just delete everything in one go because he's that strong with the Butterfly. So it's not necessary to actually take these tier 2s so much as just restrict the map and let Anti-Mage amass an insane amount of net worth to hit that timing and then do it all in one go. So push up to the towers, but don't actually commit. Because they are doing this, the Dire needs to identify it. They need to see that Anti-Mage is joining a little too soon, that some of these pushes are happening a little too much. They need to try to split up, push out the side lanes. And I actually see that happening right now. Razor going down. He's getting a little scared, but he should try to clear this out and then hide on the map. Alchemist should do the same. He's pushed out top. He's the carry who needs to AFK farm, so he can kind of like chill a little bit more. I think he should continue to farm because he is the Alchemist. It looks like they're grouping over to try to make a smoke play round 2 with the Pango Ags. I don't think Alk actually joins, though, like the current version of Alk. Now, maybe they felt he needed this stun, because without it, we are seeing the issue we talked about. It is tough to lock down B-Town here. Trying their best with the slows and the diffusals, okay? They almost got him. That was actually a lot closer than I thought. And same with them, because they were going to not do that. I think he lost sight of the Shadow Shaman. I saw the attempt to save your guy, though. He should be thankful for you. Retreat. So the thing with the Alk, right, with the Grievel's Greed and the Ags, this is essentially a farming item, if you think about it. The fighting item is for this guy. So he fights, Alk farms. I don't think Alk actually wants to join. Unless it's a super clean, obvious fight, then you go. But otherwise, Alk actually just AFK farms. And his contribution is literally giving Ags. At least the first. And then you can decide how many more you want. Looks like he's done with one. I would agree. I don't think the other Ags this game are that strong. Though it could be their backup plan. Tusk kickback on high ground is one way you get back into that. And he's kind of like going for it, but I think you just, when you need it, you have the Alk give it over. And Tusk right now should have built a different support item to try to fight with this Pango Ags that is being given over, and you try to line that timings up. Otherwise, now this is just Tusk with Blink, which Tusk can do a lot with Blink, but he'll end up hoarding a lot of money for this Ags instead of lining it up with this timing here, which we haven't really seen them able to find anything quite yet. Okay, we got one punch. We got one stun. Is that enough? Oh, they got him. Okay. There's actually a lot of tree lines around here, less than before. When you retreat this way, it's more likely you'll actually run into the enemy, because you can actually see the center of the map is often where people are, especially in pub games, in amateur leagues, it happens as well. So when you're actually retreating, funny enough, staying along the edge can sometimes be better for you. There are no TP locations. There's not a lot of farm. Like, who's farming over here, right? Like, why would Alk be over here? You actually have better odds just jumping further into the tree or down the side than sometimes going through the middle. Not always. But those are the kind of tricks you want to use when you're ratting with Anti-Mage, which was good. It was good that Anti-Mage was doing what he did. Unfortunately, just got caught. Oh, he's reading it with his soul. This is the guy. He's over here, guy. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. He's gonna show in the observer immediately. Turn around, turn back around. Turn back around. Turn back around. The reason you turn back around right now is because Razor was here and now Razor is here. And that is a teleport. And that means Razor cannot help Alchemist. So when you fight here, you could also say, well, Alk can't help here. That is true. Alk is not here to fight, though. This guy's here to fight. So I'd rather screw this guy over than the Razor, who built the Greaves and is with the team. Like, this is actually where he wants to be. These are the guys making space, and by engaging them, they're kind of making space. Let's see how this goes. Pango Hex shackled, but there's the repel save. Roll will go off. Ooh, in the Ice Shard, the chain stun possibility. They kill the Anti-Mage. Two more here. Do they have the damage for this? Because a bunch of shit is on the ground now, and I think you got to back out. Razor actually, like, trapped by zombies. B-Town diving the back. Will he have enough damage on his own? Alk shackled up. How much strength is on this Undying? He is a giant. But the Pango Ags is doing it. The Pango Ags is doing so much damage. Razor is but a tree. Or sorry, Viper. Where could he have gone? Just TP out, just TP out. Go here. If they don't see you in the trees after like 1 or 2 seconds, they probably won't find you there. He's actually going for the tuck. This is bold, but I guess he had an observer here to know Pango walked away. After that kind of fight, you can just go and like push another lane. Do I get a score recap here? I may have missed it. I wanted to see how much damage that Pango did in that fight, because I think he hit like 3 to 4 heroes every single swashbuckle plus the Ags bounce. The Ice Shard trap was amazing with the Pango roll. That's the kind of thing you need to come back into this. And the part where Jackson 5 is slipping up a little bit. The Anti-Mage has been joining a bit too much, and they're forcing a little bit too much. It's funny, right? I think they are trying to play fast, and ironically, a lot of people who try to do this end up slowing themselves down, because you slow down a little bit to hit an item timing that will actually speed you up more. Oh no, we are lagging. If they gave him a bit more time to get to the butterfly, the power spike would be stronger. Oh no. What? I've got bad news. I don't know if we're going to be able to rejoin. It is a mystery. Aw, man, that sucks. That is very unfortunate. If I had to predict because we can. This is a ticketed game, and it's within a week anyways, because it's literally happening right now. We can still pull this game up later. We'll like pull it together to jump where we were. If I had to predict, I would be concerned for the Jackson 5 because they had a very strong lead and they've thrown it a little bit with some of these plays. And it matters because the anti-mage timing is important to hit. And every time you like mess up a fight like this, the difference is not as much, right? Like anti-mage is not going to be hugely ahead at this rate. But it could still work. Like the build is very strong versus the Alchemist if he gets Scotty next, which I hope he does. The UEE might have done it. Like that was a really big fight for them. They kind of like broke the gold lead in one go. We'll try one more time and then I'll try updating, but a lot of times when you update, it messes up spectating on essentially they're on the old patch, right? Or not a patch. This is probably some like bug fix or something. Let's find out. At least we got to see that comeback fight. That was pretty big. Pretty good. The Jackson 5. Okay, so one, that is that kind of the worst case scenario, but that is why the Jackson 5 should have gone up to the Razor. Up to the Alchemist rather than the Razor. The Razor's items are meant for fighting, and he was with the team. The Alchemist is in farm mode. So if fighting is happening near him, even if he like lives and gets in, like even gets some kills and assists, just too many people are near him. He's not getting AFK farm. So he's the guy you want to go to. Plus, they set up all these observers. The Jackson 5 has been, I would say, kind of winning the warding game overall. But in that fight, they did not make use of their warding game, right? Which is to see different heroes in different places. And instead of picking, like they ultimately picked the full 4-on-5 fight and Alch made it over as well. But you want to use your spread of vision to find the pick-off in different places, especially when you have the Blink Hex Shackle. That's a really good pick-off tool. Oh, we might be back in. I was worried this would not work. Close your eyes, spoilers. We can't go further back because we just joined in. Okay, here we are, guys. Oh. What has happened since we left? Aegis got collected. Oh, he's going Abyssal. I mean, that's also a good item, but I really think the Scotty's pretty sick here. And I think he could have it already, actually. Like, if you were not participating as much, farmed up the Butterfly, made a quick fight with that, hopefully win that fight, take towers, that could be then the Scotty. Hex Shackle, Repel, doing work, though. This is where the Omni Knight shines. He's not as good at helping in the lane versus with the Alchemist, but now that it's Repel gaming, you're good. And this is where we kind of mentioned you need a playmaker. They grab the Ember, and there was a window for it where it works. At some point, you're going to have Repel. Or you always had Repel, but you're getting BKBs on the different cores. They could pick up other dispels, and the root will not work as much. That's why that early game was very important to get down, get right. You can go for another Tormentor. They're pretty good about going for objectives so far. I believe they got the Shaman Shard last time. Ernaconda. This time it will go to Mango. This is still the Tombstone save, right? This could be pretty good, actually. Especially if you see the roll and the Ice Shard trap again, you can just drop the Tombstone on them to try to save them by time. It's especially good with heroes like Anti-Mage because it can buy you the time you need for the blink. He did get his Ags. Wired mouse superiority, guys. Oh, I was gonna wave my mouse in the camera, but I couldn't even pull it up high enough because of the wire. Which actually isn't true. I have like so much extra wire, but I have it wrapped around something so it doesn't get all the way. In my mind, I know tech has improved, that Wi-Fi mice, Bluetooth, whatever, are probably fine. Like the minuscule difference is probably not much, but in my mind, the wire is faster. It is better. It is superior, and it cannot die until it gets chewed by a cat, and then it dies, and you buy a new one. AC's pretty good. He'll need an Abyssal at some point. Well, actually, maybe not. This guy's getting one. I also miss them getting ratted. That's not great. Has the Aegis tanking everything right now and not even dying on the anti-mage. But neither are his opponents. Oh, guys, I forgot my zoom hotkeys aren't bound. We'll have to do that for game 2. Ghost Scepter, keeping him alive back here. Got the Shackle onto the Pango. But they're going to kill the Alk up here. Tusk tried to save him. Going to fall as well. Now Town getting run down. The BKB, that is painful to lose on the Courier. Pango still alive back here since his team was being killed instead up here. And now that he's out of mana, should fall here. That might actually be it. They have lost this one, and Anti-Mage did not actually die through any of that. It should allow him to take both barracks here, make his way top, get that one. They have all the backdoor on these bottom creeps. And Megas at 35. It's going to be a tough one to come back from. They don't have the best heroes to hold. Alchemist, we can say, will get a lot of farm. They got that going for them. But the other heroes are not that good at dealing with this amount of creeps. And then, of course, there's enemy heroes as well. It's going to be really tough. Mercy, though, perhaps. The Call of the Fountain. He's playing anti-mage. It's really... It screams louder in the ears of anti-mage players. Especially when Tusk is doing the screaming. Tried his best there. Mercy somehow actually blinked the correct way out, though. Resisted the Fountain. Aegis has expired. But this is where they're now out of lockdown for a bit, and Anti-Mage is able to blink away. Ember's backing out. Looks like Manoi holding his ground as well. That's gonna be enough hero kills. Alk might live. He will not. Pango, pad the stats. What can you get? Get him. I'm sad we missed that middle chunk. Unlucky. Jackson 5 ultimately wins based on the early lane. I would say they were in a good position to do so. I do think they need to actually slow down, though. Going too fast will backfire, and we kind of saw it, right? They were starting to lose fights, and the anti-mage was not accelerating as much. You just leave the anti-mage, AFK, pushing, pick the items, right? Anti-mage player, you got to say it. You got to be like, when I get bop, 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 I'm good. Maybe you said that, but Battle Fury Manta is not it. One more item after that. Then you're good. If you want a fourth, that's also kind of okay, but you should get more involved at the 3. If you get involved before that, you kind of miss the full peak power spike farming. And it's kind of hard to explain, but having like the full item difference on anti-mage is a big deal. For the UEE, the draft change could help. Revealing 2 melee supports when the enemy had Viper means that some lane was going to struggle, and it ended up being that top lane, the Alchemist, that was supposed to do well. That's one you got to be careful of. Another approach is to run at the Viper. You tri-lane him to begin, just to like get that first kill, because Viper's actually quite weak. And if you can get the first kill, maybe even 2, you change the dynamic of the matchup. But I will say, if you're thinking about Alchemist, just you need a stronger support. Omni and Tusk. Well, Tusk actually is quite strong, but it is double melee fight lane, and kind of already know you might run into Viper, which was sort of okay, actually, but like Tusk out can actually kill the Viper, but if you're grabbing Alk, you want to be very confident he's gonna have a good time, and usually you need a stronger support than Omni or Tusk. You need someone who like on their own will do it, and Tusk needs Alk to do it, and Omni is just not that strong on his own in the laning stage. Someone like Jakiro just presses the buttons on their own, Undying presses the buttons on their own. They have an easier time making space, and Alk will then choose like the best thing to do. Oh, let me add the zoom. Always forget. We can zoom out in team fights, see a little bit more about what's going on. Okay, I believe they just started the next one. Okay, let's start this, and we'll probably use this window to also refill water and stuff. No buyback. Even if they had bought back in that situation, it was gonna be really tough. I'm actually, I apologize I missed it, and maybe after this we can go back and look. Jackson 5 should not be able to take the tower that quickly without defense. So, I mean, I missed it while I was rambling about something, so. But they also need to be in position, because if you are behind, sometimes you need to give up barracks. But most case, that is one to fight for. Send a couple heroes to wave clear, while some other heroes are farming. So like Alchemist is farming and TPing at the very end, and you have like Razor or Pango at the base, some supports. This is where, again, if you have a support with like safer wave clear, helps to buy time for Alk. It's like kind of covering these things, right? You have a strong laner to get him through that. You have another one who can creep cut easily or safely defend towers. They kind of lacked that. But yeah, you shouldn't... I feel like there should have been a defense for that tower. It shouldn't have been so quick. It would have made it harder for them to dive that hard. Like, imagine them diving that hard, but you have a tier 3 split shotting. The split shot will do like a third to half of some hero's health, if not more, on the supports. And that can be your avenue to potentially come back in. But if the tower's already down, you almost have to give up that set of barracks and then fight for the next one that still has the tier 3 if they're that far behind. Okay, while this is still loading in, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to refill water again and all that. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, perfect. I made hot chocolate too. The issue with solo casting is I ramble so much, and the replays, like the combo of replays into solo casting. I ramble so much. When Ricky's there, or anyone, you know, you like take breaks talking. But now we are restored. All right, what changes do you think we'll see in game number 2? What were the bans on last time? I don't think I have. Can I find the match ID? I've immediately forgotten how the opening of the draft went. I think this should be a ticketed match. I think if I go through B-Town, I could probably find this. Guys, would you be in... I was about to offer this, and I'm like, will I be too tired? Should we... Okay, if it ends up being a 2-0, we could pull up the replays and, like, look at moments. If it's a full best of 3, I think I'll be too tired. It will have been a long day at that point. But would that be interesting? I'm kind of already talking through it live, so I don't know how much extra we'd add, but we could maybe do that. Or maybe we'll save it, like, if we're too tired, we could do it, like, on another replay stream or something. Okay, Rubik opener. I do think Rubik is pretty strong. You have to be good with the hero. You can definitely mess up and just not have much impact. Bait yourself while stealing spells. So in general, in pubs, I caution against it. But this is a team environment. There's more practice towards it. So I am down for it. It sort of limits things that Jackson 5 can pick. Not like fully, but, you know, like say you want a Jakiro, right? It's like, but Rubik, you know? So it puts you in a weird spot. Jackson 5 going to go back for the Viper that had a very good game last time. They won the lane. Okay, so ways you can adjust. Rubik can be position 4 and not deal with the Viper, right? A Dispel is very good versus Viper, Largo. Any Dispel or heroes that just commit level 1. He's actually quite squishy. So Tusk actually could have worked, but then you need a more aggressive carry than Alk. And then you have Rubik start there too. You just tri-lane the beginning, hide in the trees, kill him level 1, and then you go split up after that. You just take that kill, stop. You could maybe do more. Tri-lanes are very tough to pull, and I kind of doubt you guys would have spent the time practicing it. If you have, sure, but I wouldn't really push it beyond the, like, try to get that first kill and end. It's a tough one. Okay, Viper into Juggernaut. This is a very bold opener. 2 cores that are really not that flexible. Like, Viper can move around, but the role of Viper doesn't really change even as you move from mid to off lane to carry, which it won't be anymore now because of Juggernaut. Or will it? You want something that... Okay, so things that are tempting to you now for the United E-Girl Emirates. A Dispel because of Viper. BKB piercing abilities because of Juggernaut. Bane's a good one. Great pick. Lotus Orb. Excellent now. You can reflect Viper Strike, remove stuff, reflect Juggernaut ult. Dawnbreaker. I'm open to this. The save is just a little awkward when it comes to helping with Juggernaut, but you can fight in the lane. You can buy like double bracer phase, and if he spins on you, you just attack. She doesn't really like to build Lotus, but possibly someone else could. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a mid laner who would think about doing it. You still need someone who will start, though. Rubik and Bane are not the best starting heroes. So the mid laner, someone elusive. Silencered. Okay. It actually still stands. You need someone to take out Silencer. You need someone with a hard stun. It can't be like Ember running at Silencer because he can still get the global off. You need someone like Storm or whatever. But this is really good. Like, you already didn't want to play it into Silencer, but you kind of had to, and now they're Shadow Shaman. Okay, pivot. Sniper type hero. Sniper type hero. Viper and Juggernaut are not initiators yet. They will have to get to you. If you have to initiate and then you get caught in the globals and the hexes and all this stuff, it's really tough. Juggernaut will Omni Slash your backline as they're all running in, stuff like that. So now you guys put a sniper as your pivot, like, or as your like focal point. He hits the towers. You don't need to jump the back. They have to come to you, which they could potentially still do if they still have one more pick as well. But I think it might go better because now I'm trying to think of like what mid hero you can grab that'll help you get to Silence or Shadow Shaman. I don't have a list open, so none of them exist in my mind currently. It would need to be someone who can build Lotus, actually. Funny enough, we're back to that. Because you need to Lotus yourself. You need to go in. Do you save the Lotus? Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough.
Invoker.
Okay. I'm kind of up for that. You guys are going to need some sick Sunstrike combos off of Bane, though. Okay, Jackson 5 just needs a, like, they'll see what the carry pick is coming up here, and then you just pick the best initiator you've got who can deal with it and make plays, and I think they're in a really good spot. The dire draft can work, but it's gonna be tough right now, because I still think they sort of need a playmaker. You at least need a frontliner on your carry. Because it's not Invoker, it's not Dawnbreaker, it's not Bane, it's not Rubik. So there's like no way to go about it. You need some carry who doesn't mind being on point. The Gyro and Luna type heroes. Maybe a Faceless Void. Tiny carry? Maybe. Who combos with Bane? Shadow Fiend, but that just got nerfed. And though he doesn't really want to be standing at the front all the time. He wants to like jump and surprise, but you could potentially do it. The issue is there's a high chance as Viper goes off lane again, and you're gonna end up shooting yourself in the foot with that. Terrorblade sort of can stand on the front. I'm very worried about that into Viper, though. I feel like Viper can... Okay, it goes both ways. If Viper has a fine start, your poison attack is so annoying for Terrorblade. Terrorblade brings a lot of physical damage. If Viper steps up too far, you can easily kill the Viper to begin with. The supports are not the greatest for an early tri lane, but I would love to see them try it. Like, just smoke down there early. Save your smoke for that. Real, like, OG style. When they were, when they first came out and they were good. Or just be there. Just hide in the trees on the far side. Have the Rubik hide way to the right, like Lotus Fountain side. Could potentially be on the left. You're just more likely to accidentally run in and reveal it. Let Viper step up, kill him. And then TP to lanes. Hide the cam before I forget. Tidehunter is not bad for Jackson 5. Is he still in the pool? You could do a Tidehunter off lane if you want an off lane. If you want a mid to play versus Invoker, I think Storm Spirit's not too bad. Because Storm brings a mix of magic damage to get to the Terrorblade early to slow him down. The only thing that can really catch him is lift into Fiend's Grip, which is a lot. Oh, a battle over the time of day. So Viper mid into Invoker. I actually think that's not bad for Invoker. Because you're long range and you have the Forge Spirits, and Viper can't kill them that easily. Not that Viper gets crushed necessarily. So this is where, at a pro level, maybe we wouldn't want this. Boy, stop fighting. My cats are fighting in the back. At an amateur level, right, it might be fine. Like B-Town probably said, yeah, I'm comfortable with this matchup. Like, send it, you know? So that's totally okay. The idea of the Night Stalker is really good into like Bane, for example. Bane Fiend gripping just like will not exist this game, right? You can find the Invoker, you can prevent the Sunders and stuff. It is a little tricky though. He lost that facet. His lane is harder now than it used to be, and Terrorblade is a pretty good laner. So is Bane, honestly. So it's something he's got to be a bit careful of. I will also say at a critiquing level, as I am here for, I think it solves the same problems that Silencer kind of solves. And so there's a little bit of overlap. If you're playing, like, you could play an earlier tempo game, which I think you're kind of trying to do because you have, like, Viper Juggernaut, right? This, like, I'll find the backline is this guy's, like, I have found the backline. It is my R button. It sees them all and it silences them, you know? And Night Stalker's like, oh, okay, I guess I can kill him while you silence him. But you also have your silence, right? So it's like, it's not bad, but it feels like it's double dipping to me. And I think now all the initiation is on Shadow Shaman. Night Stalker's initiation works at the start until like BKBs and stuff come out. And then at that point, everyone is looking to Shadow Shaman to like, please make sure you land this. And Nightmare is a good save versus Shackle. Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian is pretty good versus Shackle. Tornado, Lift, Steal It, right? There's a lot of ways to deal with a Shadow Shaman. So if this does not go well for Jackson 5, I think that'll be their pain point, is that there's too much on Shadow Shaman's shoulders. For United E-Girls Emirates, I think for them, it'll be this start, like the early lane into mid-game. It is difficult to start fights. Supports have to do heavy lifting, and at least both of them have a tool to start a fight, especially if Rubik is able to steal anything from Shaman. Then I think that can be their avenue in this game. Sipping all my hot chocolate. These guys are not fidgeters. Their hands are off the keyboard right now. They're just warming up. Okay, fidget time. Let's go. Okay, 2 for 2. That's not very 12K. That's not very 12K behavior score of you. This one's so good, guys. I really like that one.
Trick of the trade.
Good try, little bro.
All right, in the mid lane, good body block from DJ here. I'm losing my sanity. I haven't seen this since the patch. I believe he should like eventually get the Forge Spirits and be fine in the mid lane. You kill them. Will that trick work twice? Oh my god, it does. He's gonna get it if he's looking down. Brother. Oh, there it is. Oh, now he has to wait. Now Invoker could deny it. Body block from Mango. You actually want to be on this left side, so it's a little safer for you. If you have the time and the space. Your carry's like over here. It'll be tough to get in. Rubik taking a look. Where is it? Where is it? These guys are cutting trees to bait, but actually it's up here. That's pretty sneaky. You can find the spot if you just stick your head in, but if you don't, this ends up happening. But Mango did step up for that. Gonna have to eat the Fairy Fire. Gonna lose all his health. He did get the Sentry. Now, against a Dawnbreaker, I highly recommend you guys buy Salves early on, because she is a 100-0 type hero. So you see, Silencer's got a lot of tangos. He's going to be out of the lane for quite a while, because if he's like up to here, he could still die to that same combo that they just did. And that means you're just stuck waiting. But if you have a salve, you just pop it, you're back to full. You can't easily be killed, but still could. Which, this is what will happen. If you have a big health deficit, even if you're not being killed, someone like Rubik, you should be able to stand and trade. You're both ranged heroes, similar, right? But he has a health advantage, so you inherently recognize, oh, I'm going to die. I have to back away first. And that means Rubik gets these extra auto attacks, which continues to keep you low, which you're going to continue to eat tangos. So the salve lets you just fully heal, and then when he fights like this, you stand and fight back. And then there's, like, you're not required to leave first. Dang it. I was talking about trading, and we missed the kill. Looks like they got the Shadow Shaman. Looks like it was the meta timing, maybe a Nightmare Sleep back into meta. Getting a kill onto Shadow Shaman. Very nice. This is the period you need this lane to go well, where Terrorblade is still strong, and it is not yet nighttime. Because when it gets there, Night Stalker lives up to the name. Mid B-Town, in fact, was quite comfortable with this matchup. A little bit of a zoning W here. I actually don't know if you need to do this. So, like, it's early enough that Invoker doesn't really have anything else to do if you just do this. Right? Like, what is he going to do? Like, spit back at him? How does he get these creeps? How does he go jungle at level 4? It's not really. So, I don't think you actually need to use that acid spray, because now he can actually get to these creeps, right? Like, you can't be in front of him here. You don't want to be under the tower. And it actually opens up stuff like this. You can actually just sit the way you were, and he had no way to approach. And that would actually, I think, be a little bit better for you. This is best of 5. I believe it should just be a best of 3. I hope that wasn't decided based on me, but I did let him know. I was like, if it's best of 5, I don't know if I can commit to that, because there's a huge time range at the end of the day. But if it's best of 3, I can do it. And then later he said it was confirmed best of 3. All right, this, like, just sending the creeps forward. I mean, this time is, like, the runes, it's fine. But that's my kind of worry for you. Unless your plan is also to go jungle on Nether Toxin. But I feel like slowing down the Invoker is probably worth more. Like, it's okay that you slow down because you're slowing him down even more. Rather than both of you are accelerating. Maybe you accelerate a little faster, but I think his scaling is better than Viper's to the point where he won't mind too much. You can just hold this one because you actually walk out of the lane. If they're clicking you, this is my worst habit, but maybe they're better, right? They see you have an observer, you went this way, you came back. Where could it be? It's gotta be here, you know, maybe back here. That's only 2 spots to check with sentries, like one here, one up here. So you can just hold that for later. The slow may run down Gambit here. Spin, pretty good ability. It's gonna finish the job. If you have a quick idea that you might get killed, you can just stand and fight. This is the downside of Boots Bassi. You actually want stats so that you can constantly poke for these fights with Dawnbreaker. I would actually recommend skipping the Bassi for longer, and probably the Boot. This is like a pretty greedy start. This is the I will avoid them with move speed, but actually you want to be able to just stand and fight, keep him low with auto attacks with your right-click trade, and then when they do commit, Dawnbreaker just uses Starbreaker on top of Jug, and you try to kill him. But he hopefully doesn't do that because you've kept him low. I think that would be an easier approach. I think they tried for the noob up here, but he actually lived. Bane's pretty sturdy. And instead, it will be the Shaman. Did not get denied. Ogre's a little slow on the attack speed. Also, they were sleepy. It's nighttime. I get that. How much on the meta? 1/4 left. This is where this top lane gets tough, even though they did get a couple kills up here, which is quite good. This is where now the nighttime of the Night Stalker is very scary. This feels a little overlappy. I think these are doing the same stuff. One down here would help a lot. Town might get run down. Telekinesis lift. Threatened to kill. They'll pop the Lotus and the Wand, keep him alive. But this is a big wave with the Catapult pushing in. Some good tower damage. This is where Gambit on the Rubik should have an okay time clearing it out, though. B-Town picking up the CS in the mid lane. I don't mind the boot to travel this game as much because you don't have someone as greedy as Anti-Mage. Like, Juggernaut's more willing to get involved. Round 2 on the smoke. Learned his lesson from going this way. He's going this way this time. Make sure his smoke does not get broken. Make sure he goes low enough. Fool me once. Gambit sees it, but the other heroes are not here, so B-Town gonna get away with it for a second time. Now, the Wisdom Shrines got nerfed. Rebalanced, I'll say. The earlier ones are worth less, the later ones are worth more. But the most impact is the like level 7-minute one into 14-minute. So that's the part where it's not as painful to lose Wisdom Shrines, but it is still painful. It will still lead to a level timing on the supports for Jackson 5. Spin in. See, this is where you want to be able to stand your ground. Like, it's the alternate approach to killing Jug. And if you have the stats, when you get to your tower, you just stop running and you fight. And he has to go, oh, I guess I gotta run. And then while he's running away in the spin, you get a couple more auto attacks to balance it out. You can still try to do that, but it's just harder when you have, like, there's no stats on these. Silencer should get killed. Rotation from the Invoker with the Tornado. Does not want to play versus B-Town. Not a very fun guy. Doesn't share the last hits. Looking to go play somewhere else. Try to TP Rune side for these power rune times. Pick the ones you want to go for. If you have the Observer and you want to try bottom, that's fine with me too. Try to pick one so you're a little closer. Very minor tip, but can get you to a rune before the enemy mid sometimes. They're going to use the Invis. Coming top. Dire scans this. He is right at the edge of the scan. They may not know this is here. They may still be suspicious, though. Manoi pushing in the lane. Bane in a pretty good spot. Yeah, stay in there. This is the annoying thing about Night Stalker. They'll see in here. Yeah, that's why you want to be in this tree line. Ooh, one of you wanted to get out of here sooner, I think. I thought the Terrorblade actually had either gone through the Twin Gate or TP. The Dawnbreaker rotation coming in. Are there others? Invoker running over. This is one you got a TP for, I think. It's kind of, this is close. Can Invoker make the difference as he gets here? He will Tornado. Manoi, one more tower shot. Okay, actually, not a bad trade so far. Oh, almost had that Dawnbreaker queue up. Starbreaker. I'm not very good at hype casting, guys. Juggernaut making use of the space, playing pretty aggressive. Now, that is good. This is a fight. That was a huge rotation from the Radiant. So, Invoker, I think, TPing there is pretty worth it. And then there were some spells to use. I feel, well, maybe the scan threw them off because the scan didn't connect, but they were also positioned like they were scared. So Terrorblade, this is where when you get scared, you actually go this way. Or either choose, like you're either both going through the Twin Gate to go make a play down here, or you like tank the support here and the carry goes this way and you go jungle this way. And that way like Bane can just die and then you're good to go. Although in the end, they traded Terrorblade and Bane for mid and off lane, which is actually pretty good. That was a lot better than I expected. I actually thought this was going to be Cataclysm Invoker. I have to adjust here. So I think the idea was they wanted, I called out the lack of Playmaker, but Invoker has some different playstyles, so they're kind of going with the Invoker Playmaker. This is unfortunately, they can see this because the Ice Walk. They're gonna try anyways. There's no level 6 on Mango quite yet, so you can't global for this. Farm Assist is here, but you gotta bring in more. Night Stalker doesn't want to come in because it's daytime and he doesn't have his ultimate. Short range Solar Guardian, but you do what must be done to kill the Juggernaut. Should be kill onto Shaman in a moment. B-Town does get a trade. I don't think they have detection for Invoker, so he'll be gone, but the Night Stalker ult committed to make sure they kill Gambit. Oh, Sunstrike? But it's level 1. I thought we would see the Cataclysm actually because Nightmare and Fiend's Grip are really strong with it. But the Tornado EMPs have been paying off in these early fights, which I'm guessing was their idea for this Invoker going Wex, was to be the playmaker that his team is lacking. So I can't say that is not working. And thanks to the change to facets being removed, you can do both, right? The Cataclysm will be later. It won't be as strong of a timing because of it, but he can be the playmaker for now, still get the Ags Cataclysm for the Bane at some point. Though I think looking at the build, by the time he gets there, I think probably not really threatening kills anymore. Oh. Nightmare Tornado. B-Town is in. Little bit. That was a lot to kill a Bane, but it should get them the mid tower. Terrorblade farming better this time. I think the lane was stronger for them here. They managed to get some kills early as well, so he's in a good spot. It's gonna have to keep maintaining this. The illusions are nice versus Juggernaut because they help tank the Omni Slash. So going late, I think I might favor it. I think the weakness of the draft was this like early playmaking period. It's like now to the next 10 minutes. So if they get through here and Terrorblade's farming pretty well, carry matchup wise, I like it. Though I also think Shaman is very good at catching heroes, and that could also help them break this up. Going for their own push up here. Dawnbreaker ult is ready to provide support. Got a bunch of heroes in the triangle. I guess they were clearing up their stacks. It is good to get those before they get stolen, but I think that's happened twice now where it is good to stack, but I don't think you strictly want 4 heroes retreating back to clear it. I think you're... There's actually some economic loss there because it's so many heroes rotating back. Just a couple doing it while others stay on the map is okay. Like, look at the stuff that's being lost mid, for example. Trying to make it for the lost Wisdom Shrine from earlier. Nice Stalker ult popped. Bane does secure it, but he is now silenced up and controlled. Ooh, delay on the global. Okay, it still goes off. Is it enough to win the fight? It's going on left, right. I forgot I bound the zoom key, guys. The silencer might have stepped in a little too close there, leading to disaster for the Jackson 5. And Jug is trying to make use of this push in the lane, but that'll be 4 of his teammates down for just the Bane. A 2,000 gold swing. He's gonna try to steal the shrine. Or I think, did he do that earlier? It's already gone. Oh, Town got it before ulting in. The ideal case. This part of this is back from like clearing this triangle as well, because like mid should have been pushed in further before they can commit this hard. That ended up being like a massive power play for the E-girls. They get this, they get the shrine, or sorry, they get the shrine, they win the fight, then they get the tier 2. I think this was from earlier. Maybe not. Did they get the tier 1 there as well? Guys, this is where I have a very short memory sometimes. Oh, triple bounties. Guys, these don't go up in value anymore. Don't invest them. Simply collect. Gambit. Gambit. DJ. Noob. Jazzy's... Oh, trust a carry player to sense the gold, guys. But I think there's 3 bounty runes over there. I feel it. Oh, they go for the Midas on Night Stalker. I'm a little out of date on the Night Stalker builds. I don't know if I like this. I think I prefer you just get the shard. Wait, what is it? Wait, does he just have... Is it just the ability? I thought he had to buy something for it. Oh my god, it's even better than I thought. Oh, Silencer's dead. Where was that? Over here? B-Town now in a little bit of trouble. Alright, once this ends, we'll talk about some of the issues on the itemization here. So there's the sleep. This is what I thought would set up Cataclysm, but instead they got 4 heroes here finding the kill. As long as these work, they'll work. Now, what I mean by that is this is a lot of heroes to move in one chunk of the map, but you got 2 kills, so it pays for itself. If they avoid you, though, you're going to lose a lot of map space, which is something that Jackson 5 should look to do. All right. Viper bought Boots of Travels, which means he wants to be split pushing something and then just TP into stuff happening. He bought a Midas, so he does not want to start the fights either. So Juggernaut has to start the fights, but Juggernaut's Juggernaut. He's a carry. He's got a battle free. He doesn't start the fight. So the items are a little bit... like, no one can do anything, essentially. They're all waiting for the others to do stuff. And this is the part you just have to survive, and it's greedy. It can pay off as the games go on. Though that's where I wonder... you know, you'd feel maybe a little better about it if you had the better late game carry matchup. And I think Terrorblade, he'll feel good going in even footing, and then he's actually not. He's standing on a stool. He's a bit taller. They're gonna find Viper one more time. Nightmare sets up some of the Invoker spells. B-Town slowly ticking down. The other's not able to make it in time to help out. Kill Squad here, doing work. Be careful of using that. This right here, actually. Be careful of using your tornado to clear a wave and then walking through the danger, because if they jump you, you don't have it to get out. But you had support ready to help you. They're gonna live. Maybe work on this tier 2. No global anymore. I think you should feel a bit comfortable pushing in. I suppose it also countered the Solar Guardian, so in that sense, they might still need to be careful about pushing mid, especially as B-Town respawns, gets in position to defend. Ooh, yeah, make sure you move around this way. When you go through this low ground, sometimes they're on the high ground, you can't see up there, especially at night. So you gotta make sure to breach at areas where you're gonna be on even level. So the deeper wraparound through here is very unlikely they're here. Whereas in this area is a little bit more common. Manoi, here to destroy the Bane. I am the spooky night creature, but Bane is actually very tanky. Actually lives through this. Serpent Ward drop down will secure the Dawnbreaker kill. Does Mercy have phase boots? He should TP out. It's not worth waiting. Oh, this is big brain, actually, if it worked. I think the Serpent Wards were too powerful. He would have to keep canceling this. That's funny. That is funny. That is creative, though. Mango has seen a few too many carries trapped. I hadn't even thought of that yet. It was very fast. Sec, please. Oh, I thought it was Jackson 5 about to give a talking to. Don't dare trap me in your Serpent Wards. Very utility invoker. I feel I kind of want to see the Cataclysm, but maybe just setting up Terrorblade's fine. For Rubik, I will say this will be a little bit over commitment. We got Blink to steal stuff. We got Cast Range Enchantment to like get extra range. And then we'll also have Aether Lens. But you'll be silenced the entire time. So Blink is great, but I recommend probably pick up a Dispel here first and then go back for your Aether if you still want it. And harkening back to the draft, Lotus Orb, godly item this game. I think it'll have to be Rubik. Dawnbreaker, not really the best Lotus builder, and she's going the more aggressive route. I guess that's why Invoker can do more utility. But yeah, I think the Lotus on Bane is a little too slow. No farming speed on the Bane. And he doesn't build Blink, so like him going the Aether kind of makes more sense. Though I will also say for Bane, you too will not be channeling Fiend's Grip till these globals are handled. Oh, we need someone to address not only the global
with the Dispel, but also prevent some of these single target stuff. If Invoker can find Silencer, that's probably one of the best targets you can get. Actually, both supports. They want to kill the supports first if possible. Otherwise, just standing behind the Terrorblade is somewhat viable as well. If, when they jump Terrorblade and the global comes out, someone has a Dispel to use abilities to help Terrorblade. And if that's not the case, then you can't set Terrorblade in front. Almost at the blink on Shaman, so they can start looking for some pickoffs with the Blink Hex. Let's see, Force Staff. Get the eggs. Yeah, but I think we can see with like the Boots of Travel and with this draft, right, of like, I haven't really felt the impact of this Boots of Travels. And that goes back to, one, the Night Stalker pick. He's not really the easiest to start plays, but he also then got the Midas, so then he's even more inclined not to do it. I think either Night Stalker getting Blink, I think Blink would have been good this game, to make sure you're getting to the back line. Or you do the Viper offlane into Terrorblade, you go like a Playmaker mid, or you just pick a Playmaker offlane. That was also an option. Night Stalker is in this middle ground that, if you're doing it, I don't think you can get Boots to like depend on him. Where's he at? Manta. Going into the BKB pretty early for a Terrorblade. Partly to deal with this Night Stalker. I don't know. Feels a little early to me. Now, I'm not the carry player. We're going to trust Jezzy here. I have a feeling, though, that if his teammates helped him, I don't think he can die if he is the target of the Night Stalker, especially because then these guys can do their stuff if they are not targeted by the Night Stalker. So I think you can just do like Hurricane Pike as a middle ground. It'll get you out to then use abilities. Plus, you can use it to save teammates when they get focused instead of you. And then you can push this BKB back further. Nice Stalker ult, popped mid, looking for the Bane. Will they actually get him though? Global, gonna be used to cancel the Dawnbreaker ult. Everyone else showing up. Just a Bane kill for now. You're gonna need to convert this into something a little bit more if you're gonna rotate this many. Just pushing onto the enemy's half of the map is also good. So for now, clear out some wards, clear stuff. So this is like step 2. Step 1 is this, step 2 is this. Step 3 is to move in, right? Bane is dead, Global's down. They're probably not going to fight you. So now would have been a good time to at least move in, steal some farms, set up your own deep wards. Instead, it ends up being like 4 heroes rotating. And it's like, yeah, we got the Bane kill, but he was 300 for Night Stalker with some assist gold. But the TPs used to kill him are expensive. The farm you lose for being there is expensive. So trying to like at least push into the enemy if you do rotate and only grabbing a support will help make it worth it. I think we made it here to see the last frame of Juggernaut getting broken by stars. Is that Fiend's Grip? It was. I'm losing my sanity on the hunt, but actually the hunt was this. The hunt was successful. Capture your prize. So you don't want to be on your own. You want to help them do this. Because Invoker on his own will struggle to have the damage without Dawnbreaker joining, which is now up. So it'll be easier for him to like work with them or just farm actually, like, right? Going out looking for trouble. You could maybe kill a support, but if you ran into someone else, you're just going to end up running back around. A 4K gold lead, pretty good. They maintain this pace. They're not really in a rush to end or anything, right? I think Terrorblade continuing to build up items. A little uncertain on the BKB. I don't mind it at some point, but we'll see. But I do think he is generally going to have a good time versus these heroes. Shield rune here for me. Haha. Someone push this in. Push, push, push. Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't pause for them. I just paused for us. I forgot. Habit out of the replay stream. So Dawnbreaker here is farming this, but she actually has global. So this is where Dawnbreaker should move back to this half. If she could hold this half, that'd be great. But if it's too dangerous, then like back here. Because this is farm that like Invoker could do while Terrorblade pushes and the supports stand behind him. Or like Invoker's farming here, so a support farms this. Or Terrorblade's farming like this with the illusions pushing in, right? Dawnbreaker should be accessing this stuff when global is up. Like this farm, yeah, someone needs to do it. And if it had happened earlier, I wouldn't mind that Dawnbreaker did it. But now she did it in front of the teammates. And whenever you have ultimate, it just shouldn't really be that way. Having said that, there is global, so I kind of get it. It's like, well, I do need to be with the team. But I don't like it. I don't like it. And I think perhaps your team should, in those situations, try to just not engage in the fight until you can handle the silencer, right? It's like, we found silencer, so we can take the fight because Dawnbreaker can join. Oh, we found a different target, but we don't know where silencer is, and we're not sure where the rest of them are, so we won't go on it because Dawnbreaker can't actually join. And then that way Dawnbreaker can still access more of the map, and you're still picking up, like, at worst, you're going even in gold, but actually you might be going up in gold because the enemy does not have a global ability like that. Well, I guess besides this global ability, but it's a little different. With this Aegis, I think chat, you guys should know, we talk about this nearly every replay stream and even had some dedicated days for it. Don't need to grab the Aegis and run straight to the nearest objective. You can take your time playing the map, finding pickoffs. Terrorblade does not have meta. We have passed 30 seconds on the Aegis. Fam, I believe you can be a little bit more chill here. If you want to force all the rotation, sure, then back up. This is a nighttime push, no meta. Here he goes, a little bit early on the spin. They find the Dawnbreaker, find the Rubik in the back. Gonna drop the wards. 3 of them might be trapped in here, though, because of the EMP. Dawnbreaker taken out with the Omni Slash. Rubik buys back for this. He's on the way. Has the swap. Shackled from the Serpent Ward. Trying to walk away from here. Meta is almost up. Buddy is going to fall. Bane is going to fall. Invoker, time to get out of here. Can your TP make it? He's good. Now let me travel to an alternate timeline. There's your Terrorblade. And they run past the Terrorblade. And you pop meta and you attack. And they have to refocus onto the Terrorblade. Or they die to the top net worth Terrorblade hitting them with meta, if he has meta. And so, after you take buildings, or after you take Roche, make sure you are still reassessing, can you actually push? Because if you lose the fight, these guys don't have Aegis, and yet they push down. They did a, funny enough, they did a, well, okay, well, not similar tower damage, but they also did tower damage. They maybe could have even hung around a little longer, but the immediate retreat is kind of fine. Some of you should have headed top. Night Stalker is here, but after wiping for the team, and I look at the map and like 4 of you are back here, that means we're not making use of the map spread.
I still like, so they did lose a huge chunk of gold. They still have the Aegis. I still like the position they're in. I still think they can play behind the Terrorblade. They need to pick the fight when Global is down or when they find the Silencer. That's the important part for them. And when they have their tools available. That was why this one didn't go badly. I don't mind them looking like this, but again, this is where I think Dawnbreaker should be holding a different part of the map, farming efficiently for the team. And if you find a fight where the Silencer, right, it's just a checkbox. Are we taking the fight and Silencer's handled? Then we can take that fight. If not, we just will not take that fight. And that's how you'll make sure the Dawnbreaker joins in with Global. I know that's a little easier said than done, but we sort of seen what happens if you force it without addressing that. And it didn't go so hot. So it's just what has to be done. In these kind of situations, you cannot defend this and you cannot defend this. It's not possible to hold both areas. You will ultimately lose one, if not both. Which, if you're in a winning position, they still have Aegis, you want it scattered in difficult to find spots because you want to find pickoffs. Manoy, you should be freaking out right now. You got slowed by the Ice Path walk, but I don't think you noticed. I think you were looking somewhere else. Pops the BKB and is actually maybe still gonna live. Did require the Global though. Ooh, nice try. I think he's probably a little too healthy. Okay, after that, gotta run out. If they were up top, run out. If someone can safely push mid, you do that. You don't have to strictly go mid, but you just like throw the W. See, who's brown? Bane, my guy. He's drawing the lines. Like, push these in, defend this. Hey, look at that. Here's the Observer. We're gonna lose. Yes, bring in the Courier. Good tech, Mango. Good tech. And there's the Observer, and we can't defend it, even though we're doing good stuff, right? It's just not possible to hold two different Cliff Wards. And in fact, this one should actually also be dead. Guys, put your sentries. Make sure your sentries are covering these spots. But yeah, instead of here, you could do like down here, for example, or like over here. It obviously sees worse stuff, but it just needs to see someone in the area. It doesn't need to give you vision superiority. All right, here they go for the push. They're sending the Terrorblade up. How long on Aegis? 0 time. Well, they actually have to make this, but they do force them to come back. Gambit, you're a little too close here. You will be stunned and jumped with your Terrorblade, which means you can't help him. Bane, you as well. You're both showing in vision. You're a little further back. Fortunately, there is a lack of catch on the side of Jackson 5, so it's not a problem. Omni Slash at the last second does kill the Rubik, but here's the bounces amongst the illusions. I think that, okay, it's fine. I was worried about that tornado. They are catching the rest of the heroes. Bane getting down. Terrorblade still pretty healthy, though. Standing and delivering some damage. I think that showcases why the game plan is just stand behind the Terrorblade. Don't initiate further in. Just if they go on the Terrorblade, make sure he can stand his ground and attack while you help him out. It was a little messy, but that's more or less what happened on this fight, which means should be able to move in here, finish up this tower. See, this too many all up front. Only the Terrorblade. That's gonna cost the Bane his life, and it's actually gonna end this push a little early. I think the Terrorblade's out. Invoker not gonna be as fortunate. And unfortunately, the tower does live. So this is where you can just push with Terrorblade, or you can just send illusions. Not even Terrorblade has to risk himself. And then the supports use like, one's like behind this tree, one's out here breaking like smoke rotations. And if they're jumping here, then Terrorblade's getting out in time. If Terrorblade's getting jumped here, then they can both help. But if you're all in there, then you might get killed first, and then your Terrorblade. Almost up to the refresher. Does he have the recipe already? He may just have this component queued. No, he does have the recipe. Okay, give Silencer some farm priority. Let him do that. Silencer, these are yours. These are yours. Kick him out. These are yours. Look how far he is from the shard. Kick him out. It's not that far, but the refresher will be massive, and you can't do ancient. So coming over here, you're not gonna get to farm at all. You farm this stuff. The Silencer refresher is actually massive. Now he's getting over here. Yeah, get that farm. Get it, Mango. Pharmacist gonna do some of his own farming for that Aether lens. See, look at this map spread. Now you guys are all over the place getting the efficiency in. Who's on their way here? Hey, Hef. The camera's off. You can't even be on camera now. Okay, what are we waiting for over here? Almost at the Ags. Now, I'm kind of curious what Ags he's going to take, since he didn't do Exort. I wonder if he's still going to do it, or if he's going to go for the Tornado. The Tornado Ags is also pretty cool for split pushing. Not even just split pushing. It's like, it's just useful in general. But the nice thing is it does help kill waves easier than regular Tornado. Okay, see how top is super empty? This is where if they have any wards to help see this, then you see how Viper like pushed it and then ran back because he's scared. But he really should just be staying up here, farming that chunk of the map. And this is where scattering the wards over help you know that, oh, they're actually all grouped up down here. Like, we should punish this. And sometimes someone just needs to take the risk. Someone who has a good chance of getting out, or someone who can die and buy back. Perhaps a silencer, though not now because he got the refresher. I think that's fine. But sometimes you do have a support who can just be up here, and this is probably a couple 100 gold they just lost out on. Here's a couple more 100 gold. And instead you see like Viper and Night Stalker now going to take turns farming this. When really, Night Stalker or Viper should do both, and then look for these two, and the other would be like farming this stuff. Both teams a little timid right now because actually their vision was not that well spread. Observer down here helping for this. They placed this one, but I think he didn't notice the time. Didn't realize the swap was going to go over. Ooh, we have a funny mix of heroes up here. Terrorblade, stay out of sight here. Send the illusion in. That's not too bad. That should let them know that Terrorblade's on the top half if they want to look. This is where Talon, you want to stay out of sight potentially. You only want as many heroes to show as possible. Oh, the Omni Slash finishes the Invoker, gets half a Dawnbreaker. Damn, Mercy farmed up here. Oh, it has serrated shift. This I'm busted with Omni Slash. Swift Slash takes out the illusions, not much more. Here comes the Hex, here comes the Night Stalker. Fiend's Grip to cancel the shackles. Juggernaut barely healing the slows from Viper, enough to keep him alive. Terrorblade is now in the picture, though. He is delivering in some damage. Viper trying to get away from the Scotty. It is impossible. I think that's not too bad. 3 for 2. Not too bad for Jackson 5, sorry, just to clarify. But... nah, well, I'll say it's fine. I'll say it's fine. Okay, the funny thing is, I keep coming back to the screen. If you have these observers, I think both teams are a little too scared here. So someone's interpretation of what's happening is incorrect. So if the Jackson 5 feels good about that fight, then they should actually be hanging around here with your observers and not all retreating. And if they feel good about winning the fight, then they actually want to push out further. But both teams actually ran away. I know Roche is up, but you still need some heroes to respawn before you can force Roche, so you should like push in the lanes before you leave. Terrorblade getting to work, has it down to about half. This observer giving a lot of info here, a lot of safety. Kind of moving around. Sunstrike to see if anyone's in position to steal. Jackson 5 gonna give this one up though. Yes, push this out. Pharmacist, excellent work. Ernaconda doing the split push. Now, this is actually the one you should avoid. They're actually leaving this area. You don't know that. You don't have a ward, so this is where you would just stay out of sight. But actually, after Roche, you have to assume some common moves, which is like, what's the nearest lane? These. This would have been a hot spot. This is pretty dangerous for you to, like, wait here. You'd want to wait further in back here. But otherwise, the idea is great. And now that you have seen them, I believe you saw them in some top observers or in the mid lane, you push this one, and you go here. This is excellent split pushing from Pharmacist. Up here, this is where the Dawnbreaker, I think, wants to be, like, over here a bit more. It depends if we're like, are we pushing right now? Are we going right now? Or are we looking for that pickoff? Do we have a gem, by the way? This is one of the funnier habits to build for people who playing in teams, because you never do this shit in pubs. Notice Pharmacist has forced a Rubik rotation off of all this. And this is where you can identify that and then immediately make a move somewhere else. I see some TPs. Call the type. Call it. Go top. Guys, go top. There's no Rubik. Go. Go. Lines drawn. They're pushing top. They're coming without Rubik. They don't have your outpost yet. Get them. Get them. Get the outpost. How's your Rubik gonna join? Yui. You have time. You have 3 minutes. Don't rush. Make sure Rubik can get here. Is Rubik a bots? No? Get that outpost! They are pushing with the illusions, which is good. They're chipping this stuff down. That's all fine and dandy. Okay, Pharmacist. I thought you TP'd back to make this play. I don't know what the team comps were. If that's not gonna happen, then you actually stay here so you can keep farming. See, Rubik is now pushing it back, and then he's gonna rejoin his team. But if someone stays down here, originally it was Jug. Jug also can be fine. If the fight is not happening, then someone stays here to push this in while they're all grouped top. Oh, going back to that gem idea. You never buy gems in pubs until really late. It's very uncommon. So when people start playing in team environments, it's hard to think about building it sooner. But as you've noticed, perhaps through this cast, there have been a lot of moments the teams have walked through each other's wards, and it's true. Like, you simply cannot sentry everything, and that's the gem. The gem is to help cover all the bases. If you play in a team environment that is like legend or higher, I would try to explore it. I would try to explore the gem, even against non-invis heroes. Like, there's no real invis on this team. If they had bought glimmers, like, sure. It's for this, right? Walking through multiple observers, the plays are failing because they see us. You have to be careful with it, of course, but it will increase the odds of your play succeeding. And in fact, the move succeeds because you kill 2 observers, right? You darken their map, and they'll get more and more scared to play. Like right now, this is the Jackson 5. When this ward dies, look how dark it is. This is really scary. Now, this is just warding time and some that have been lost, I think, to sentries. But that's what the gem helps with. This vision spread is okay, but again, I see double cliffs. If you're pushing top, which I think makes sense because you have this, put this just off the cliff. Like, more in mid, more down here. It will do its job, and it will not die. Because people are not buying the gems. They will not see it. Now, this is where people got to slip through here for Jackson 5. Who's got buyback? Either the supports could do it. Viper's got bots. He can do it. Juggernaut's fairly survivable. Could consider it, though it's scary into the Fiends group. Don't show everybody. Only even a support could clear a creep wave on their own at this point. Don't give so much information. Let's all take our turns. Terrorblade, you're next. There you go. Now they'll know. They'll know you're all here. But if only one hero does it, you really restrict what info they've got. They didn't feel comfortable with the fight that they found. They backed out. I think with a little better maneuvering on the map, they could have pushed more with that Aegis. Mainly, they just stand behind the Aegis. So look for a pickoff with like the first 3 minutes, and then the last one, you're just like standing behind Terrorblade as he hits this stuff, and everyone's behind him ready to help out. And I think they could have at least taken this barracks, even if they don't find the fight. And this is a very even game, and notice how much I'm like critiquing the split push. I don't mean to be overly... I'm like a soccer mom, guys. I have trouble saying good things, and I only critique. But
with a little bit of extra split pushing, this is where even if you feel trapped, like let's say you're the Radiant team, you're like, oh, I felt trapped by the Dire, they were holding it. But we've highlighted a lot of times you can split push, and every time you go out, you're gaining like 500 to 1,000 gold, depending where you go and how long. And that's why the pro teams, they're like stuck in their base and they're gaining money versus the tier 2 teams if they like mess up in the lane. Or they lose fights versus other top teams, but the gold swing doesn't suddenly like 10k gold lead because they're constantly moving around the map. Dawnbreaker has picked up on it. Dawnbreaker's playing the map a lot better now from earlier when they were grouping up a little bit too much. This is like when you guys had Aegis, and then the supports would be back and Terrorblade would be in front. This formation's a little funny. You guys are showing all the backliners here. But Zach, we're all backliners. Well, that goes back to the draft, but Terrorblade is actually a frontliner now. Not always, but like it's kind of what he needs to do this game, because these guys cannot be it, and this one's waiting in the back. What do we got? Not the best. Maybe evasion. He doesn't have MKV. That might be okay. So here's the thing. You don't have to be here the whole time. Pushing up once to drop the observer is like what you need to do, and then you back away. You see how Jackson 5 is not pushed out because you guys keep pushing him in. So you push up, you get him to rotate, you drop a very sneaky observer, not the cliff, right? Something that's gonna live, something that'll see them. I was gonna highlight something here. They actually have a sentry, but that's why you like play the edges and sometimes it lives. Tornado in, B-Town, Hurricane out, lift back. The rest of the TPs are here though. Jug going for the Omni Slash. Shackle onto the BKB. It will kill Rubik. He has Sunder available once this silence ends, though. Bane has Fiend's Grip if he lives long enough. Has to wait for this Lotus to go down. Double Abyssal. Gonna buy time for Swift Slash. Where's my Sunder target? Finds the Viper. It's too much control here. Everyone's struggling to run away, run in. Dawnbreaker, I think, gonna tick down, especially with Manoy jumping in to finish the job. He's gonna find the Bane he was looking for earlier as well. Jezzy throwing out those attacks with the Scotty, but now he is controlled up. Here comes the Sunstrike. It's pretty close. Does end up falling. Mercy might be able to close this one out. Pharmacist. Mango, the support's on the hunt for Invoker. Alas, a little too slow to chase him. This guy's too fast. Ah, I forgot, guys. I'm sorry. I'll try to disable those. I forget how to do that from here. Usually we turn that off for this. It's been so long since we've done this. Don't worry. I have a feeling both teams are going to reset here. J5, you guys should be pushing right now. We should push out on the map. Clear wards. Supports clear wards. Cores push out. Let's save my settings. Let's hope so. All right, checking back in on the map. I was looking at my settings. Okay, Pharmacist is up here. Pharmacist is on the split push game. Kind of over here. We want to be like in here as a group or have cleared this out. Okay, you as well though. This is another one on the cliff, guys. Can we get a counter in chat? I think we're up to 4 or 5 between the teams here. There's many spots. I believe there's a YouTuber who has recently made some warding locations. Could consider that. Could consider that. In this state, so notice this one and this one overlap quite a lot, and then the other one's here. So going back to the mini map, right, and just looking at the Radiant, how will we know when they're split up and to make plays if these are our wards, right? This is extremely defensive, which means it's very hard to move out. On the other side, we flip over here. Because we lost both our cliff wards, we are in the same state, but we had such good map control for quite a while. And then if we had that kind of sneaky observer that just lives, we might have seen this play coming in that just killed the Bane. Sorry, I didn't swap back in time fast enough. The mini-map lesson was more important. Anaconda for Roche. Buyback on Bane. This is a good call. You want to fight for this. Dawnbreaker TPing in as well in case her ult gets canceled. Getting to work. Roche is pretty tanky. Doing a little bit of a moonwalk. Wants to join the Jackson 5. That's his audition, but they didn't like it. Oh, you gonna grab it? Okay. Aegis immediately taken out. Jezzy, it's such a good spot to attack. Stunned immediately on respawn. Does get the Swift Slash out. Second global. Doesn't have the... Oh, no, there it is. Maybe I'm blind. I didn't... Deaf. Didn't hear it. Juggernaut does fall. Dawnbreaker so low. Gonna die as well. B-Town trying to fight back, but this is where Terrorblade reigns. 6-slotted Terrorblade. E-Blade still pretty good against him, though. Come back. Let me hit you. And this is it, right? This is when he has to chase, he is not scary. But here, outside the pit, into the people standing here, the people around, Terrorblade, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what we want for the Terrorblade. That's what you want to fight. That's why when we're talking about like how to set up on this, when Terrorblade's up front and we all back him, that is the fight that will inevitably happen. Because either they kill the backline and Terrorblade turns around and attacks, or they jump Terrorblade, so then they're in Terrorblade's attack range. But of course, you only do that once he's farmed enough, and now he is. Thank God you guys went back and grabbed the items as well. I was gonna lose it if we... Those fights are hectic, so I do understand losing stuff. But after the third Roche onwards, guys, you always got to do a check. It'll be like, did we grab cheese? Yes. Banner? Yes. Refresher? Yes. Which I think got used. Who grabbed it in the end? This was a bold play. Dropped the Anaconda, everything, trying to kill it in time. UEE made it just at the last second. This is why you usually look for pickoffs first. I do appreciate trying to sneak it, but perhaps needed people in more aggressive postures to see those rotations coming in. I'd have to go back in time to look at that one. So I'm open to the Ags if there are certain spells you think will enable the Terrorblade. But as I'm looking between the supports, we have the Solar, we have some survivability, right? But we want more to help Terrorblade. Like, he is the focus of this draft. And there's not an aura or, like, save utility for him, right? There's, like, the one in the Solar, and I see the AC is now being built. We're 50 minutes in. If you pick this kind of guy who's like, I'm the guy, I'm gonna do it, we want to help him out a little bit more with some like drums and solars and force staffs, lotuses, ACs. And you don't have to buy like every single one, and there are games where you don't need all of them. I'm glad you guys put the banner fairly far back. That's where Terrorblade, have him hit if you want to hit. If you're pushing, it means you're feeling brave. If you're not, then we don't actually need to commit to this. We can chill. It's okay. I have a high ground video for you. I can't make those jokes in the proper official casts. See, this is very hard, right? Okay, we are popping the meta, and B-Town is feeling it. Juggernaut almost died to that as well. I think he will die when he pops out of here. Manoi in the back, disrupting the support lineup because they were all together. Scatter a little more, guys. Pharmacist taken out here. Jezzy standing tall. Swamp this BKB, and yeah, there we go. A lot of buybacks coming in. We are seeing the power of the Terrorblade. Dawnbreaker. gonna fall here. They throw the global to secure it. And I believe they will all step back. Take a moment to breathe. This is pretty good. You've given yourself some big win conditions. So many buybacks. Here's where you chill a little bit. Meta, 70 seconds. That's the big thing. This guy, how much damage this time, right? Constantly gonna top the damage charts in a proper fight. We must wait for this. We must live and die for that Terrorblade. Gonna highlight another Cliff Observer, guys. If you sell the Ags on Invoker and buy a new one, can you pick a new thing? I have no idea. We've never had a mechanic like this. I hadn't thought to try it until I'm looking now. And at this point, you would definitely want a gem. You can't? Aw, too bad. So here's the vision. Very dark. This is making it very hard for them to play, and that's why a lot of them are sitting in the base. To their own, that's why they want to have this mix of Observer sentries. And for the United E-Girls, that's why they want to buy a gem. Intentionally do that, right? Take out a bunch of this vision. For their own wards, right? Is the one thing here. So when you back out of the area to play somewhere else, when they come in and check the cliff, you lose it. But if they come in and check the cliff and it's open somewhere else, I can't zoom in, but I am trying. I was gonna zoom in on Bane and go. I don't think I need to. I don't think I have a hotkey to like zoom into his perspective anymore. Kind of sneaky, preparing for them to come high ground. I can appreciate that. You sort of need to make a move as one here. Right? A support going on their own is very scared, but you could still do it, and you may need to. In these situations, some people have to take risks. You guys will just fall behind. Notice the gold lead is growing. No fights are happening. It's because you guys are all scared. So some people have to move out. Anyone who has buyback in this case is proper candidate. So it would be Silencer in this case. He's the only one who could take the risk and not lose the game. So Silencer would sneak out. If you have another core who's like, I'm pretty sure I'll live, they do it. Sometimes you gotta do it anyways. But the buyback people and the most survivable are the first ones who go. And you just, even if you're too scared to show in the lanes, you just like jungle here and it'll limit the gold gain difference. For Jackson 5, it sort of does need to be B-Town up front, kind of like tanking things. We're seeing he can't really tank up to the Terrorblade at this point. But Night Stalker needs to stay out of sight to like jump the back lines. They're gonna try Hex onto the Terrorblade, but he's got a BKB. He's got some help. Viper's gonna fall. They actually do kill the Terrorblade. I did not think he would be able to. Did he sunder the Lotus? I didn't see the sunder go off, but I'm pretty bad at play-by-play. Juggernaut now controlled up by the Fiend's Grip, standing far in the back. Here is the Terrorblade with the buyback. He has his Ags for Terror Wave, which I forgot the name of. Those are the kills. That should be it. Terrorblade should be able to close this one out here. Buying back for the win. A great call. Yeah, the GG's drop. They know. I don't think there's really anything. You could maybe like try to drag waves around. It'd be a Herculean effort. Oh shit, guys. Full series, not a stomp. 2-0. Didn't get kicked out either. What's the lesson in this one? saw some cases where the draft led to some of the problems they're feeling in the game, like the initiation and the front lining. Oh, thank you guys. I'm glad you're enjoying it. A lot about playing the map. Always bet against Jug. You don't believe in Jug? I don't think he's in the strongest spot right now, but I don't think it's that bad either. Or his recent stuff? They were buffing him a little bit because when he lost the facet, it was kind of bad. But yeah, it's not back up to the same point. What tournament is this? Never heard of it. Yeah, this is just a amateur league, so it's not like I don't know how big it is that if you're not in the scene, you may not know all these stuff. Hold on. Jupiter, stop that. I'm gonna spray you with this. Get down. It's an amateur league tournament. This is the ancient division, but they have a spread of stuff. And someone I coach, B-Town, is this is the grand finals for it. So he asked if we could turn one of the like coaching into the cast, and I was like, yeah, I think it'd be fun. I thought you guys might enjoy it. Fun learning team environment stuff. And at like an amateur level, you know, like we could kind of do this with pro matches. We could pull up like the pro games and talk through this. But I think everyone would be like, okay, but I don't have Nisha on my team, you know? It doesn't work. So this is like a very practical example of playing with friends, playing in a group. How are we on water? I guess we also have a few minutes. I'll wait to make sure we are watching live so I don't forget and we miss some games. Very much enjoying. Awesome. I'm glad. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I know it's different from the usual, but I think as part of like a replay stream, it's actually not that different, right? Because it's not a pro match, at least. Like, it's actually still, we're doing a lot of the same teaching, review, and very subpar hype casting. If Ricky had been free, I was going to ask if he wanted to do it, but he had some stuff today. He was going to join and chit-chat with me. It's a very different perspective than either pub replay or procast. Yeah, I've always thought this space has been cool because, well, like you said, it's totally different, right? Pubs tend to be very chaotic, a lot of single draft. Even if you play with friends, it's not captain's mode. Smurfs in the party, you know, let's be real, it happens. There's often a pretty big spread of ranks as well. Like, it's rare a friend group is like all in the same rank. So these kind of like amateur leagues, sometimes they are very chaotic, right? They also allow a spread of ranks. This is one that it tries to even it up. So it's cool. I mean, truly, it's an amateur pro Dota, right? So it's a little different from both. We were one series away from playing J5. Would have been hyped to get casted by you. Aw, I'm sorry. Sorry you guys didn't make it. Hope you had a good time, though. Do you like doing these amateur leagues? I imagine so. I did a couple before I started doing all the YouTube stuff. I had a good time with it. I think if you are tired out by toxicity in like your Dota games, maybe give a amateur league a shot. It doesn't have to be strictly this one. I think this is a little bit more serious in terms of amateur leagues because I think there's like a minimum fee to join some of them. I don't know. There might be some free ones. I think there's like a small fee to join the league and they use it for like admin and like a small prize pool. So a little bit more of a serious amateur commitment, but there are plenty of free ones if you want to try to find like this type of environment and you're like sick of carry players who don't listen and all that stuff, you know, like this is the place to go. Again, it doesn't have to be this one. There's probably a bunch of leagues for all the different regions. I can't join any amateur league because I'm calibrated. Oh, I guess I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, some of these, they want some like amount of history so that they can see the ranks. Because Smurfs also try to get into these leagues, actually, and go like stomp there, which is no fun. So they do have to do some amount of vetting. Yeah, I guess I don't know all the rules on that. You might have to like show a certain history of gameplay. Mostly do it with IRL friends that live nearby. Nice. Do you think this type of league is more conducive to improvements than solo queue pubs? Not strictly, but it could. It could help you improve in different ways. A lot of the things I am critiquing in this cast are things that don't often come up in pub games. It's like the movements, like, oh, you're gonna go here, we're gonna go there. It technically should happen, but it's really hard to coordinate. So you get more exposure to that when you're playing with a party, and you get more thoughts on drafting and like, what does this guy want? He's actually talking to me, But there are some things that are like, you can improve in any number of gameplay facets, and you can do it in both pubs or team environments, I think. But I think if you play teams, you need to think a lot more about the draft and moving around as a group, because that's like the difference. I think I've improved through AD2L by getting a chance to play against better players. Jumped from hard stuck legend to divine 1. Nice. That's actually a great point. You meet people through these, and improving in Dota, having people to bounce ideas off of, even if they're not massively ahead of you in rank, right? They could be the same rank, but you're like sharing ideas, right? You're finding other try-hard players, and no one can know everything. So you get to like share ideas, which can be a great way. And if you do play in a league where there's like a bigger rank disparity, you can get help from them as well. That is something you don't usually get that in pub games. Usually the so-called advice you get in pubs is comes at the cost of a little bit of sanity. A little bit of rage in those. Do you play League Dota? I did long ago. When I first started tryharding in Dota, I joined a couple RD2L seasons. I was in one, I captained one, and actually maybe that was it. Maybe I only did 2. I can't remember. I enjoyed it. It was cool. I just didn't. I don't fully remember why I stopped. I think there was like some time issues on my part. If you do any of these amateur leagues, they often do want to have like, let's have a practice day and all that. It depends how serious the league is. But then, of course, you have to play your opponents, and sometimes it's like, okay, every Monday we have to do it, or like, okay, in this week you have to find time to do it, right? There is some level of commitment to it, just like any other thing you join. And I think at that time of my life, I was like in college looking for a job, and then I was trying to do this YouTube streaming stuff, and it's like, I don't know, like I have to dedicate this time for that and this for this, and like. When I started working, I had to doing a real job before this. Part of my job had very short notice travel, so I really couldn't commit to any kind. Sometimes people still ask me if I want to do like some of the immortal level leagues, and I do think it would be fun, but I just can't really guarantee I'm free like weekly or anything like that. So you do have to have some amount of time. What was Captain Zach like? Probably, it wasn't that serious of an environment, so it's not like we were all tryharding to improve. I tryharded in the sense I made like a draft sheet. I spent a lot of time thinking about good drafts and like what was good to do. I didn't really push for like a bunch of practice days and all that stuff. I was kind of like new to it. I actually wasn't even going to captain, I think. I think they just needed to I think they needed more, and I said I'd be willing to do it. So I wasn't really the best in terms of like experienced captain, setup things. I also didn't know anybody in that league really, because that was like the second time I'd done it. Whereas if you participate in these, there's like a whole community in these, right? So it's much easier to set up scrims and practice when you know more people. That was something I could have done better. You could not know and still do it. I was just like, that was like where I was bad at it, you know? But I think it was like a nice team environment. I don't think, on the draft sheet, like when people sign up, they'll give some info about themselves and whatever. There's some history to it. I specifically looked for people that I felt seemed nice, like that's what I believe in. I didn't want like, oh, this guy's kind of toxic, like this can get aggressive. Nah, I want people who are like, I'm here to chill. I don't mind chill or try hard, like that kind of like, it was supposed to be fun. And I wanted it like to emphasize that. Whether I was like a good captain to be like a good amateur team, I don't know about that. But how big was your machete? Like at least this big, You do the Midwest Dota 2 League. Yeah, that's another one. There's several. Yeah, the Smurfs try to ruin everything, try to sneak into that stuff as well. Okay, we probably have like another minute before this draft starts. Let me stand up and move. I'll be right back. Oh, the timing is so good. Here we are. Uh-oh, they don't know what they want. Well, it happens a lot more in amateur leagues. In Pro Dota, when a team gets to like, when they use reserve time in the bans and in the first phase, I'm like, uh-oh. They are scrambled. Their draft prep is out the window and they are now on the fly. That is not good.
Crystal Maiden.
These guys aren't pro, so I won't hold them to that standard. Crystal Maiden opener. This is the fun thing in amateur leagues and what you got to figure out, like whatever team you play on. There are certain like busted meta picks in any given patch, but if the players don't play them because they're not pros and they only have so much time, then it's not always worth it. So you can go with like stable openers, heroes that are very flexible, things that people are comfortable with. I actually think Primal Beast into Crystal Maiden, you can kill her, but she actually has several tools to make Primal Beast's life annoying in the early game. She has the Frostbite, which will stop his movement, and Crystal Clone is a huge pain for Primal Beast. But once he gets to BKB, he doesn't give a shit, and he'll just kill her. So the early game will be a little bit of a pain. After that, we'll be fine. Is this B-Town PB? Could be. Ignoring the players and the teams, this is a hero that can go offlane and mid, so there's some flexibility to it. But some players are more known for different things. I don't really know, because coming in, we're just kind of like casting the grand final, so I don't know all the players and their preferences, but if you're in the leagues, you tend to like pick up on this stuff.
Yes, this is game 3. Game 3. We're not seeing this stuff, I think, because one, I'm watching. I forgot we would need to have a stream delay for competitive integrity. Not that I think anyone's gonna cheat, but just gotta go through the steps. But we were always streaming and kind of forgot. So we're just watching through his game, like watch through friend list. So this is already delayed, so we're good. But because of that, I think we don't see. Sorry, that's where I was getting to. I think we don't see this stuff. Or they didn't set up the lobby correctly. One or the other.
Okay, so they grab the Dawnbreaker again after the Undying. Double melee, very tanky. Dawnbreaker can kind of hold her own ground there. Though I also don't know if she like strictly loves playing into them. But the Dawnbreaker ult against Primal Beast ult is quite nice. I do like the Mirana. Having Arrow is a great setup with Frostbite. And Dawnbreaker does not like starting plays. So you can just throw out random arrows till you hit something. Or work with Crystal Maiden and work with hopefully the mid pick later on. If you see Primal Beast ulting, you can also just chuck it at him. She has the leap, so she really shouldn't die in the lane either. Versus Undying, versus like, well, we'll see what comes up. Witch Doctor. Maledict Cask, always scary in all leagues, all games. Mirana should be okay versus that. She should be able to leap away. If this is Witch Doctor 5, anyways, but it could be, I mean, more likely it's Undying 5. And then Crystal Maiden will be the one having to be careful of this Witch Doctor combo. It's B-Town Witch Doctor. Is this something he does, the mid Witch Doctor? From a drafting perspective, I don't think I would grab it right here because I don't know the enemy mid, but I ain't no Witch Doctor mid player. Don't know how many there are out there. B-Town might be on an island on his own. Does he do this? He used to do it when the heal dealt damage. There was an off-lane Witch Doctor. I don't know if I'd seen mid, but I mean, anything can go. That stumped them, though. They grabbed the Witch Doctor and they're like, oh shit, what's the follow-up? I am always a fan of Primal Beast not being the only initiator. I wouldn't mind seeing someone else who can go in. The Drow, she will have space from the Dawnbreaker thanks to the Undying. That's like my concern for her when you have an offlaner who can already gap close in the Dawnbreaker. I'm also uncertain how I feel about Drow because they took away Glacier, which I think is good in the like hero identity, but I didn't think she was buffed enough. But I think her win rate actually didn't shift as much as I thought, so maybe it's fine. The OD. That's not the hero I had in mind to get close. It is good versus the Primal Beast, and you can use it for arrow setup. I like that. The Dawnbreaker synergy can be awkward. Sometimes she lands and the target's not there. Is kind of good versus Witch Doctor. The funny part is Drow can actually handle it okay, in my opinion. I mean, if he might try to blink to her, then she's got a little bit of a problem. But otherwise, she outranges him already. You know, it's like Sniper versus OD. You're like actually fine early on. It's only after he fully commits do you have a problem. But hopefully at that point you have teammates to protect you. With that said, trying to think about who's going to go in the mid lane as a playmaker versus OD is like... I don't know. Who do we got? Who could you put there? They're not going to have a good time. Glacier's not gone. Not that it's like gone, but it prevented her passive from breaking. And that was like its best value in my opinion. Which went against the identity of the hero, which is why I was fine with it being removed. But her weakness is already people jumping her. And then Glacier was like, okay, pop this and then fight. And then
That was huge. Mid Nyx. That would be interesting. It does do more mana damage now, I think, right? Night Stalker ban. The AoE silence is quite annoying. I think it might struggle in the early game versus OD as well, though. Not that you lane against each other, but just like I'm imagining him moving in fights because you can astral his target or himself in these early fights, which is a pain. What kind of carry do you want here? Just someone who can get to Drow, I guess. And doesn't mind laning versus Primal Beast. You don't strictly have to be a Tombstone hitter because I feel that Mirana is good at it as a support. And you have decent attacks from the others to help clear out the Tombstone. Though I wouldn't mind it if they could also overlap that. That'd be great. Nyx would be a funny counter to Dawn too. Yeah, you guys are kind of selling me on it. I'm kind of up for it now. Yeah, it's not my pub game, you know. You send it. Pick the Nyx mid. Do it. How's Faceless Void? Primal Beast can't get close. Just Chrono Drow killer. Granted, she can stand outside Chrono as well, but... You could also get counterpicked. But if they counterpick Faceless Void, that means they're sending Primal Beast mid. And then your OD will wreck him, and then your OD will go help the Void.
Sven stands ready.
Okay, they go Sven. I like it. You still get close to the Drow. Strong enough to survive the Primal Beast lane if he is going there. Though I don't think you hard counter either. Extra armor is very good versus Drow. I think I would rather see Primal offlane. Oh, wait. Go like Undying offlane. But then you have Primal Beast mid. Undying offlane could kind of slap this Sven around. But I think you have to do like Primal Beast off and pick a new mid. Storm. I try to think of who like will lane into OD. Ranged hero who can initiate, and like Storm comes to mind. I don't know. This is where my mid matchup knowledge is not as good. Some mid player like knows the pick here. Nyx. He's going mid with the Primal Beast. He's going to have to deal with that OD. The thing is, with Primal Beast, you can just creep drag. So, get boots, deal with the first wave or two, and then start dragging waves. That is something he can go for. Slardar into Sven. This could work. Because you got the bash versus the melee. And it does initiate. I do like that. I wouldn't have minded if they leaned more into just shutting down the Sven in this case. Which, I mean, if they feel Slardar can do it, then I'm fine with it. But I think Sven's actually not bad at dealing with Slardar because you have the armor for survivability, the movement speed to chase or run away, and then the stun as well to do the same, like chase or run away. Fairly bulky strength hero. So I'm not sure Slardar will punish it the best. And again, the Frostbite from Crystal Maiden, very annoying. You do have the Witch Doctor, though, and that kind of changes the math, right? Like, Maldic that Sven before it happens, he's going to struggle. I want to see them play around DJ on the OD. He should have a good time, right? Like, even though Primal Beast can do these creep drag stuff, it should still be a free farm OD. And if B-Town tries to do this kind of creep dragging, have a support willing to rotate. Probably the Crystal Maiden, right? But if she goes Frostbite to buy time for OD to get close, try to onslaught, you just astral him, and then he's cooked. Do it once, put the fear in him. It's a tournament he's spectating. This is an amateur tournament. It's about ancient level. All right, game number 3. This is it. There may be some level of comfort pick as well. I mean, that happens all the time in amateur leagues anyways, but, you know, in these final moments, rather than try to pick a hero that's like, I think this is perfect for the draft, but I'm not so comfortable with it, I'd rather just do something I know. And in that sense, the Slardar, right, does kind of fit. More stun, initiation, give space to the drow. It's pretty good in that sense. The negative armor is a little wasted because she kind of bypasses some armor anyways. But let's see what they can do. Witch Doctor Slardar, that can be a killer combo. All meta-analysis aside, there are going to be mistakes in an amateur league. And that can be all the difference. Cool stuff. Could potentially go for first blood with the Astral Arrow. I don't think you actually start with Arrow otherwise nowadays. But if you get the Astral, I think you can do it. I would save it, by the way, for that reason. I would take Starstorm to trade. I guess I'm not super up to date, but I think that's what I've seen recently. Do not risk it. Just see that it gets secured. Because they set up bottom, they didn't get anything. I haven't really spent a bunch of time talking about these like level 1 smokes, but I don't think there is enough time at like a minute 30. It's like a bunch of stuff like the pros do that I think in amateur leagues, you don't have to go that far. Like if you're invading, you can invade. It's like similar enough to pubs. If you're invading, you can go invade. If you're defending, you can defend. You don't have to worry about like the pro is like standing here to break the smoke on this, to break the smoke on that. It's a bit much. Using onslaught to secure the range creep, good call. Break up the creeps. OD trying to make him miss last hits. This is B-Town's life for the next couple minutes. It sucks. That is laning into OD. You want the lane to like bounce back and forth a lot in this case if you're the primal, and OD will try to stabilize it so we can continue to deny the primal beast. I missed what was happening over here, but apparently it was a fierce fight to the death. Oh. She's definitely dead. Okay. I was wondering if she would kill him first, but the Maledict, a little bit stronger in this situation. Gotta be careful of chasing the Witch Doctor too long. Had a wand delivered, but yes, needed the salve. So in this kind of case, there's only a few heroes you really would consider rushing the wand. I recommend instead of the wand recipe, you just stay on the 2 branches and the stick and buy like sentries and salves earlier. It's for literally situations like this, right? Where like, who cares that you hold 20 more charges? You're at 0, right? You can hold the 10 on the base stick, and the recipe gold is often better spent somewhere else. The pros go real far into like, oh, I'll get the wand first and blah, blah, blah. I think that is one thing from pro level Dota that you don't need to copy, because they do that because the enemies will do pro stuff, and they'll do pro stuff, and we'll do pro stuff, and then that's when like the wand rushes pay off at pro Dota. But I think for a lot of pubs and for even amateur leagues, there are plenty more mistakes because we're not professionals that cover yourself with like a salve and like just do the wand a little later, I think works out more. Level 2 timing. Want to chase the Mirana a little bit. She has to be very careful because she started with arrow. This is why you hold the skill point, by the way, because like here you would just trade with Starstorm and then at level 2 take leap to never die. But now you're in a weird spot where it's like, I guess I got to take leap level 2 to never die, but can only trade with auto attacks. So I'm just sitting on full mana. In these cases, it is kind of okay to throw a random arrow, or maybe you could have done some stuff on like the creeps to secure farm. Oh! I missed. Drag this around for Slardar. This is not a fun time. It's not the worst, I say, doubling up on CS, but you can get even worse than this. If he can get to his boots soon, which is like another creep wave or two, and start dragging, you'll limit it to being down by like 10, 15 CS, which is not the end of the world. Maybe could have done it even sooner. I don't really play to know the exact, like, get boots here or whatever. He is doing some stacking himself. Now, Mirana, so you have a lot of freedom, because you don't really play the lane versus Undying, right? You just drag the Equilibrium back for Dawnbreaker. When he's in a good spot, you go do other stuff. The combo with OD is great. He's winning already, so you don't actually need the kill. You close out the play on B-Town. B-Town has to creep drag, or he has to jungle and farm. So this is where you stick an Observer. Here is the acceptable Cliff Observer. It's so early, it tends to be unexpected until everyone's on the same page, and then they look for it, and then you gotta, like, move it around. But you look for B-Town here, because this is his recovery play. And if he's not here, and he's not here, he's creep dragging, or he's ganking with, like, no items, in which case you just handle him when he gets there. This is the follow-up. When you can tell your mid laner's gonna win, look toward here especially. This is the #1 recovery spot for any mid laner who knows what they're doing. This is another spot they can go, but not a lot of mids can do Ancients that early. Now, what is the start here for OD? I'm actually not familiar with the current OD build. He's actually just not popular for high-level games for a long time. But he's a hero who's always done well in pubs, and in this kind of amateur league, I think he'll be fine. I'd say this game, Astral setup for Arrow would be nice early. So an item to help with that. It can still be like Force Staff, could be Blink. He's coming top. But what for? To invade stacks? He's looking for Primal, I guess. If you're gonna make this move, try to bring an Observer with you before you go. You should try to punish this. Crystal Maiden could even, or Undying could TP over as well. If OD is this far in and they can tell, they should try to kill him. Oh, wow, what an onslaught. Holy shit, the knockback. Ooh, great target priority on the Slardar, knowing that Primal Beast already used anything. Very nice. Gets the OD out of there. That is one worth rotating and trying to kill. I don't know if he had, like, mana and everything. Oh, I would chug those mangoes and go. So in the same way, we kind of highlighted for Mirana and, like, Crystal Maiden. If you know your mid's going to win, then you look to do the follow-up. If your mid's getting dumpstered, these are the key moments. This was pretty far for OD. One kill, you turn this around, right? At this point, this is getting pretty bad. But suddenly, plus a couple hundred, minus a couple hundred, you save him. Round 3. They're learning. They're ready this time. You can't steal my Wisdom Shrine 3 times, but B-Town here will pick up 1 kill. May not get another. Tombstone getting cleared up. He gets the shrine, though. This is pretty good for his time. You maybe wanted to walk a little further before doing this. Oh, my goodness. It's scaring me, man. That's pretty good for him, though. Certainly better than anything he was going to get in the lane. I missed what happened for Drow. She maybe could have also come over. Usually, if your mid's going to do it, it's worth it to also try.
You may need to mix this up. This kind of 3 games in a row, the exact same timing, that works in pubs when you're that consistent. For this kind of stuff, they clearly learned by game 3. You know, they were in position, but actually still the combo was a bit too strong. But you may need to mix it up. OD maybe could have TP'd. I missed what he was doing at that exact time. Ooh. Going for the drow kill. Should get it. Cask bounce. Amazing. Starstorm is going to finish the job, but required a deeper leap that is going to cost her her life. Double rotate. Sven's pretty far up. Oh my god, OD's here, and he just killed the drow. Never mind, guys. We're chilling. Reset. I think that would have been a nice play to go through here, which is actually good observer to look for that, because that would have been nice. 1 hero like TB's here, 2 go through the twin gate, and you run down the Sven. But OD actually had walked over. I did not notice. Or did he TP? I guess he TP'd and came into that fight. It's stack time. Stack clearing ASMR. This is the sounds of getting OD'd in lane. Now top went fine. I suggest trying to play around here. I think the Undying is sticking bottom a little too long. At this point, she could die. Undying doesn't actually have a stun. Even if he throws everything, they could still kill Drow. So at this point, Drow just like shoves the lane and jungle, get a ward down here to see what they're up to, and then TP back as necessary. But yeah, rotate out and slow down the Sven. Play with the Slardar, who is quite strong, and take this tower. Draw the attention top. The downside is they should be okay with that, because Dawnbreaker can ult over. So that's like the tricky part of this, but you know, what can you do? Can't cover everything. You'll at least draw her away from the Drow for a little bit. If you haven't managed to take the mid tower in a winning lane, catapults are a great time to bring supports over. She's just out of sight. Ah! Okay, overlap on the stuns to kill the Undying, who is rotating, I think, trying to get this. This is the downside of Slardar. When you have the Primal Beast and you know he was going to struggle into this, Slardar also needs to get to a blink. So this is the part where it's a little awkward to make plays. And why rotating top as a group, I think, is the right idea. This is where you can just kind of like walk in and attempt plays. I think trying to help mid too much will struggle. I do think clearing the catapult is a good idea, so I don't mind like some heroes coming over. Though I think it's something you should try to like predict ahead of time so that you don't have to like TP a bunch of heroes over here, and some heroes are just here early and killed off. If you happen to have like the Marana on your team, she can just air the catapult, for example. What's OD going for? Witchblade. Now, I know this is a common item, or like it was. Again, not super up to date on OD builds, but... Oh. Health disappear. How did that arrow go between them? What in the world? Well, Primal Beast is a lot bigger than his unit circle, so that might be why. This rune. Shield.
Rogue Knight claims another.
Running top might be a little too obvious. And Sven, yeah, he's well gone. But if you take the tower, it's still okay. I would say it's actually okay to just back off and jungle right there with the shield rune. Because it's the threat. It's like, hey, I could be walking top with the shield rune. And they're like, oh, he could be. We got to back off. And then you're actually just in the jungle.
Smashing creeps. Oh, I was doing the animation, but you guys can't see me. Where was that? Mid? You want Undying involved. Well, I mean, you do want to support holding, but Tombstone and like all this is like so good for these early fights. But then so is Witch Doctor. It's tough. 'Tis tough. All right, there is some amount of number of twin gate rotations where if they don't succeed, it's warded in one of them. And you gotta check. Fam, what is this? Now, I'm not gonna click the ward to see who placed it, but no. Bad. It's too close together. Move them apart. Maybe two supports placed them right at the same time. It might, I think it's the same ward as this one. So the twin gate ward is excellent. You have destroyed Jackson 5's early rotations. This is insanely overlapping. This one actually, just move this one like right here or here or here, and you can actually do both with one observer. Throw the other observer in the garbage or put it somewhere else. Hope we got detection. All right, this was really tough. And the reason is, need this blink dagger. His blink dagger's ready, but he was not the one in the front. It's the guy you need in the front if you want to fight. But you also have to look at OD and say, don't fight near OD. We got to just avoid OD. He's too powerful, too strong of a start. It's okay to give up your towers in this case, right? If you're farming the map and playing elsewhere, when you're this far, well, I mean, you don't know your gold lead, right? But like, you should probably know the lane was not a good time for Primal Beast into the OD. This is where it is okay to just jungle, unless it's a very obviously good fight. Forcing a tough fight will backfire. This one came back. It's actually not too bad. Tower didn't actually take that much damage. Drow did leave the farm. How much money have we saved? 400, nice. Sven, what are you up to, good sir? Mask of Madness, Echo, gonna get the Blink, BKB. The very standard build. Pretty solid, being left alone to farm up here. I think it could maybe be further. There's probably some farming pattern critique somewhere in here. Actually, I'll give you one right here. You don't really need to clear this creep wave right now, because it'll be there, it'll get to you. You can probably stack right there instead. Like, stack one of the more valuable camps nearby, like this one, and then either clear it, or then walk to the creep wave and do it. But, like, it's coming towards you. Probably use God Strength to clear some farming camps as well. If you're not actually going to join until Blink, you know? You can, but... I mean, if you aren't, then you got Strength to farm. And I think when someone's winning hard enough, like OD, you can just say, like, oh, I'm not needed, so I am just going to efficiency farm with the ult. Let's see their vision. They should know this is pretty suspicious. Now, this is where if the vision was a little bit more scattered, you'd see further. I think this is where you're going to be really careful. This is a very tough one. This might be a bit of an overreaction. Let's find out. The Witch Doctor ult's doing some work here, but they do have some heals. Okay, you know what? Save the God Strength. I'll tell you what, paid off here. Oh, they're so low. But I do not think B-Town will be able to finish the job. I gotta say, guys, that was a very exciting fight that I did not bring any energy to. I feel the length of the day getting to me. I'm tired. This one was a little bit of an overextension. Okay, this move to find this is great.
or sorry, let me take that back. This move to try to find Sven is great. You don't find him, you put the Observer, that's good enough. That's just for the future plays. Forcing it here is really difficult because you guys are losing, so you need a very clean fight. I thought that was actually an over response from United E-Girls, but Jackson 5 like continued to attempt it, so then it actually paid off. I think you should actually just back off. Like once the Dawnbreaker ult comes, you like run immediately. And it's hard to run from like here. That's why it can't go that much further past the tier 2. So you can run out this way or run out this way. But when you're here, you're like, you don't know which way you can go because it's their half of the map and they could be here. And they're stronger. So it's like, then everything is against you. It's where the mech paid off. The Maledict came out, but instantly meched and healed up. Helped reduce the damage a lot.
I think they're feeling the pressure. Here, actually, it would be like back a couple minutes. Primal needs to recover to farm. Actually, if we go back even further, like 20 plus minutes, this is where the choice of Primal mid into OD instead of like picking a new mid, like a Ranger who could deal with it. This is now the situation we got to deal with, which is maybe manageable, right? There are things we can do better, but yeah, this is where like the hero pool can sometimes get you. Oh. Oh. We have some stuns, but everyone's slowly trickling in. Okay, Drow's in a decent spot as long as a little bit more control so that she can continue to attack. The Witch Doctor ult and the Drow, they're cleaning up the fight. They need a little bit more though, because they lost 3 heroes before they could get there. And Sven was not even in that fight. Yeah, don't worry, Sven. You can just farm the blink. I absolve you of guilt, Jezzy. Pick your item timings and AFK away. It's okay. In this case, the problem is they're behind. So I know they're feeling the pressure. This is a game 3, right? They need really clean fights because they're down. OD is very strong, right? We talked about how BKB would solve some problems, but obviously pretty far away from that. So like even Crystal Maiden, Arrow, Dawnbreaker, well, Dawnbreaker will be a problem anyways, but at least the others, right? They're still a problem. So you need a lot of information. You need to make it a very straightforward fight. And it's, you know, Fight's doing a lot of work there. It's really a pick off, you know? It's like, I know this person on their own, kill them, get out. And otherwise, farm. If we go back in time, you guys were only like 3k down on Jackson 5. Pushing lanes to look for those opportunities. And then you take the opportunities if they show, especially with like the Blink Slardar. But if not, you just keep avoiding the enemy and farming. And you will maintain like a 3k gold deficit because they're not pros either. They're going to try to like use the OD strength. They're going to look for you guys. And if you avoid them, they'll also waste some of their time. But instead, they have been successful. I don't think they've even been forcing plays, which is actually, I think they could force a little bit more, but I don't mind too much. I want to see it pick up as Sven has the blink. Maybe the BKB, he can finish that first. I think they could push a little bit more around the strength of the OD. And I think that goes back to where I'm not sure he needed Witchblade, but I don't play OD and I haven't seen it very much, so I'm not sure. But I feel like if he had Force Staff or Blink sooner, he could have set up an arrow. Like, you just go in Astral, the arrow follow-up. They have no response to arrow follow-up. It's like a guaranteed long stun, and then you do the rest with Dawnbreaker, Crystal Maiden, or just OD. Like, he's so strong, you know, like, kind of like this, right? Like, the setup is different now. You get the blink stun on Sven, but it's like, If he goes in and finds a target, it's Astral into Arrow. And anywhere OD goes is terrifying. So that's why when there was like some chill farming, it felt like a little bit of a... like some wasted potential. But they're getting there. I think they're feeling more confident now that Sven can be the cleaner initiator with the Blink Stun. Immediately looking for the play around it, and then going into Roche. I missed what the shard went to. I remember them doing it. Mango got it. Okay, this is now something that they can use versus the arrow, actually. After someone gets Astral Arrowed, you can tombstone them. Tanoob, no. Sacrificed. Ooh, the pulverize. The Dawnbreaker save is coming in, though. You see OD immediately gets to the Drow, and then, okay, that part was good. Keep focusing the Drow. The change in target is actually allowing Drow to do quite a lot of work, but there's the retargeting. Now Drow is out of the picture. Ah, the Aegis. They almost saved the Aegis. They will claim Slardar's life as a result. I think that Aegis lived for about 4 minutes. I think less. They got a pretty good fight out of it, I will say. I think it'll be cleaner if you stick to the Drow. Because, remember, he kind of bopped the Primal Beast in lane. So he's actually not that scary, especially after the initial stun is thrown out. Like, that's what he's done. So the only person who's been really free on Jackson 5 is this Drow. So this is the priority. Someone must find the Drow and take her out. Even if you're not like killing her, if you're just keeping her distracted from the rest, that's plenty. They did refocus, so they get the Drow, win the fight. Chill a little bit for Dawnbreaker. This is like the weird part where Roche dies a little quickly, or sorry, the Aegis. And so if you had it, you'd still kind of like look for plays, and you sort of still should. It's just more awkward now. They kind of have everything they need though. God Strength, all this stuff. Courier tech. I think he's clicking the courier. Uh-oh, pharmacist. Ruh-roh. Sven's ready to kill. OD going for the BKB. They're gonna be really strong with all this stuff. This is why Harpoon... The change is cool. I question if it's too strong. We'll see. We'll see. It's not like everyone's rushing Harpoon, but is that because Consecrated Wraps was too broken instead? Think about that. Primal Beast is almost at BKB, which will help a lot. But OD still can save because you just Astral the target instead. So he's gonna have to be careful. He might have to find the OD and control that up. Though I think you still want to generally avoid full team fights. I mean, we do see is like an 11k gold lead, right? So as these guys are pushing in and you see Dawnbreaker mid, we gotta be pushing bottom right now. You gotta be forcing these TPs. You don't strictly know where they all are unless they take turns showing in lanes, which I've seen a little bit of. But you can kind of hedge your bets. Like, is Sven and OD really pushing without support? Probably not. They're probably up there. Dawnbreaker shows here. I need beeline. Straight in. Go. 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 Push this out. He's dying for the cause. You actually shouldn't be here, though. You should just give up this tower. If you can bait a fight, you can try. But I think with how far behind they are, I don't think you have enough health. Not enough, like, items to do it. Here we go. Now we're here. This should already be hitting the tier 2. So you gave up mid, and you're already hitting the tier 2, getting, like, half of it in response. And for being 11k down, that's pretty good. Okay, you see them... Sorry, I keep pausing out of habit. You see them all here. It's not... Their game's not paused, so it's fine. They're all teaming here. Beeline it. Go, go, go. We gotta push out top. This mid retreat, they can't be here because they were here. Because they were here and then they were here. So that's the teleport. So I know they can't now go here. You don't have to stand around and hit this tower because that's time for them to run over. But you should retreat this way. And then you could have farmed through their jungle, connect with the Undying pushing the lane, and reevaluate what's going on. If they're doing this, then you can take their top tower. And that's what'll prevent the gold lead from getting too out of control, even as you were giving your buildings. You would have sacrificed this, do some damage here, claim this. Here's another opportunity. All right, they're walking through the ward. What does that tell me? People can still be top, and people should push out bottom. But we left top preemptively, so now that opportunity's not there. And this is why in the replays, guys, I'm always telling you, like, someone just sit up here. Like, a support just hide in the trees so that when you see this, if you had better wave clear, but he'll still do his best. He walks out, and he just, like, kills this creep wave. It will force more rotations, and it'll force him backwards. You kill the creeps, and you TP out. Or you go hide in the trees, depending on how safe you feel. For them, they just have to not show all the heroes so they can bluff. Because you would assume, yes, Sven is, like, pushing with all of us. But you stay out of sight. Sometimes you push with Sven. And then other times, Sven's here on his own, and someone's already back here looking for these split pushers. Like, that's how you punish that. You see how Sven's backed out, but then they're still up here. So what that will do is, like, when a creep wave moves up or they throw something, as an illusion goes up, they'll end up scouting a different hero, which will kill what we just talked about. You gotta only show the one hero, sometimes two, as few heroes as possible. Another way to put it, Jackson 5 is feeling the pressure, and although they've had opportunity to split push, they got scared and came back. And that was with United E-Girl sometimes showing on wards and showing multiple in creep waves. So imagine if they were actually all hidden. Oh my god, the Sven stun, the Sven attack, the hammer drop. They are dead. B-Town barely out alive. Did save his BKB. We have the Drow buyback. They could attempt a turnaround here. There is no Aegis. God Strength gonna start expiring. The fourth duration left. Dawnbreaker ult to interrupt. This is on the high ground. This is where Drow shines. It's time to go. You must do this. This is your chance. You got to attack. Go, go, go. There's the CM. Oh, I think you guys got to commit a little harder on that if you want to come back. E-Girls should not have pushed that hard. They're getting off light. You get a Drow buyback. Now, usually in a closer game, we might say, don't push, right? That's scary. That's leaving the base. But this is bad. This is getting bad. And so you kind of have to take these risks, especially as God Strength was over. OD ult got used earlier. Dawnbreaker ult was down, right? Like, they had used a lot of their tools. And Drow is a hero who doesn't need those kind of things, right? She's a very low cooldown hero. So that's your window in those situations to try to route them out the base. Now, after they retreat, this is where you want to sweep through, clear wards. This is where you can buy a gem. This can happen in pubs or pros. Sorry, we're not moving the camera because I'm looking at the minimap as I talk this stuff. Sometimes when you're in a bad situation, there's like two cases to buy the gem, which the pros will just do all the time anyways. Good situations, it's easier to hold the gem and sweep out the wards, close out the game. Losing situations, you need to remove wards so you can move on the map a little easier to catch back up. And then sometimes just in close games, it's just good to do anyways. For pubs, totally understand being a little hesitant to do some of these, but I recommend in the games you're getting bopped, give it a go. Like one of the extremes, whether you're winning or losing, try it out. It will not be easy to immediately see the impacts, but on this minimap, you can kind of see where it would play out, right? Pretty easy triple D ward. And look how good that vision is if they don't get it with sentries. It's seeing them move out the base all the time. Only by taking out those observers can Jackson 5 start to make their way out. And this is where, like, I haven't really commented on the Ags. This is a all-in type build, which we did see a little bit. Like, they did overcommit, and Ags could pay off. But there's also where smaller items like 4 staff and a gem could help keep the Drow alive. We've seen her do the damage when she could stand and attack. And the gem would help clear out some of these wards on the map. Yeah, push this in. You push this in. Oh, barely missed. Unfortunate. This is why this is the gem, guys. The sentries just can't cover everything. Maybe he put it a little higher up, but then maybe the observer was in this little pocket, you know? It's just not possible to check everything. Okay, immediate smoke up look for the fight. There's a stream VOD for you guys. If you lose this Aegis within the next 40 seconds, it is too soon. You don't have to push that fast. It is okay to look around a little bit. This is pretty good, though. It should be just a Witch Doctor pick-off. This is fine. But this was kind of like a blind search, so there could have been more heroes here. And you don't know what they will do. They should not respond to this, but sometimes they will. And then that was pretty scattered, actually. The 2 supports were way back here. The 2 cores are up here. It's a little messy, and we're 20k up, so we don't need to do messy. We can do clean fights. Now, here's the weird part, where Sven kind of has to show himself, even though he doesn't really want to, but OD's not really a building hitter. It's fine. Sven hit this. Everyone stand behind him. Astral is an excellent save, but if you are jumped, you cannot use it. This is possibly their time, but the gold lead is a little bit too much. The hammer drop and the God Strength cleave instantly kills a bunch of Jackson 5, down to the Jackson 3 now. With the buyback, trying to clear out Crystal Maiden. Ghost Scepter didn't quite keep her alive. They find the Drow one more time. She has no buyback. We may be looking at the end of the road for Jackson 5. The lower bracket run has succeeded. But I don't typically recommend this, guys, for the record. Think a little risky. I think that is the one way you throw the 20k lead. If you had not caught Drow in that burst and she was further back, she would have been free firing because you'd use all your utility to get here. That is like the one way it backfires. All right, I think they're done. I think even if you don't clear it here, this gold lead is just too much. It'll be extremely hard to come back from this. Going for the full megas to be safe. Avoid the Call of Fountain. Who had the Aegis again? I guess it did get lost. I wasn't paying attention. One more fight. Get him. I don't even know. You'd have to like 4 staff people in. The cleave. The cleave is so much. The cleave is so much damage. GG's. What happened to our sound? Very quiet end. No winner sounds. Congratulations to United E-Girl Emirates. I actually don't know if there's an S in E-Girls. Congratulations. Commiserations to Jackson 5. All I want to do is plug AD2L. Oh, for the... I don't... The thing... So, yeah, I know there's often like a winner's interview for these kind of things. I honestly have no idea what we would even ask. I can plug AD2L for you guys. Check out AD2L. Do you guys want to do the pitch yourself? But,
Here, where can we go for that? He sent me the Discord. I don't have this set up actually. One second. End it before it gets awkward. I was going to, depending how long it was, I'm kind of tired now. I don't think I would be able to do it now. I was going to do the, I was going to pull up the games to potentially review post fact, but, I don't think I will have it in me. We can do a quick, I'm trying to find where to, can B-Town create a call between us? And I can set that up. If you want to do like a quick AD2L plug, I don't mind having that. And you guys can talk a little bit, I guess. But I don't really have I have no questions in mind. I am ill prepared. I'm just trying to find one of my stream things that would have Discord ready. Because I don't frequently stream and have Discord go through the recording, so it's not set up. I think I have it somewhere, though. Oh, God, let it die. I don't mind. Okay, I'll do the plug for you guys, though. Plug our Discord. Okay, let me grab that link. Okay, if you guys are interested in amateur Dota 2 leagues, specifically this amateur Dota 2 league, but there are others out there, feel free to just like do a search. If you just check online, you can easily find it. But this is also the Discord where I believe you could go and get information if you wanted to. I'll post it in the YouTube and Twitch chats. So if you want to try participating, again, it doesn't have to be this one. There's plenty out there. You can find ones in your region. But we were just casting for this one. Where can I sign up for AD2L? What ranks are allowed? Who do I contact? Amateur Dota up to 9K. Gambit, the recent champion, is letting us know. Congratulations to you guys. Gambit is back-to-back champion. Nice. Everything can be found on the Discord link. There you go, guys. Info in the Discord link. He won while on Jackson 5. He left the band and then slayed them. For everyone else here, while we're kind of like reining in a little bit extra AD2L details for my stream, I know Wednesdays we usually stream. I have some wedding stuff tomorrow, and I'm gonna just reset for the day as well. And that will conveniently coincide with the RuneScape leagues, but I swear that was not the original plan. I was gonna stream even though it was the first day, but some wedding stuff got scheduled in the middle, and I need to catch up on sleep. But we will resume streams after that. Friday, I don't even know who will play. There's a couple more I need to try, but we're going to do a tier list. That's what I'm going to work on tomorrow during the leagues. I'll be playing the leagues, but I will be doing the work on the tier list. We're going to make some tier lists. Monday, Wednesdays, we have the replay reviews, kind of like we started at the end of, at the beginning of today. And we will resume that on future ones. Maybe if any of the players today have some questions, they can, if you guys end up watching the cast and you have any questions, you can let me know. Though you're not required to, of course. No problem. Thanks for hanging out. I have a question, how to win. That probably was covered a little bit in the cast. I think we gave some, I believe we tried to give feedback to all the, we definitely gave feedback to both teams. Whether I was successful in giving it to every player, I can't really remember. I can't really remember. What do you think players could improve on to push into the higher tiers? I mean, it's kind of generic, but it is the truth. You just have to keep picking individual things to work on. It really doesn't... You don't have to get like some grand scheme idea. It could help, but it's almost even more so when you're not sure what to do. Just pick something small to work on. Because at the end of the day, it's not like you're going to get to like the high rank or whatever rank you're going for. You figure out like the dream macro idea, but it's like, oh, but I don't look at the mini map. Oh, but my last hits are no good. You know, like no matter what, you will always have to do these small things. And if you just keep picking different small things to work on, you will inch your way up. Sometimes it will be a lot faster too. Sometimes things just click. But if nothing else, you can inch your way up by just constantly... No, I'm not happy with my laning stage. It wasn't good enough. Man, I'm getting killed a lot, but gotta look at my mini-map a little more, right? You just have to keep picking things to revisit. And every time you go up, you're going to go back. The amount of times I have re-looked at my laning stage, right? Because every time you go up, you have to raise it again. So you just have to keep repeating. No problem, B-Town. I had a good time. I hope you guys did as well. Hopefully when you get a chance to rewatch it, if you so choose, it will be a good time. Okay, let's wrap up. It's time to go sleep and prepare for... I had half a mind. I've already been waking up at like 3 a.m. because of the casting we were doing. And I think that would line up with leagues, but I don't actually care enough. I don't care enough to wake up at 3 a.m. I'm just going to go to sleep. But I jokingly thought, I was like, if I was ever to do it, it's already prepared. I've already been waking up so early. This is it. You normally wake up for updates. I would kind of like to for one of them, but this one I'm not. Are you gonna do are you gonna grab freaking what's it called? Endless Harvest? You can do a little bit while you're at work, some AFK. One more game. I can't. I'm so tired now. Woke up pretty early. Fortunately, today's morning cast was fast, so I was able to sleep after that. I actually felt fine for most of this. And I feel like we came into this stream and I was like pretty ready to go. And then in the middle of game 2, I felt it. There was a sudden switch. I was like, oh, I'm getting tired. I am tired. Gonna go wrap up stuff and just move on to bed. Endless Harvest OP for Grass Touchers. I had been thinking about Barbarian, but I think as I saw more comparisons, that is like the XP is still pretty much the same for Endless plus the AFK. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's do that. I kind of have the pack tree somewhat chosen. Oh, we go hard. Wait, I didn't even have the donations open for that. That's an insane donation. Thank you so much. You're not even in the league. You're not even in the league. Not that anyone in the league has to feel required. Please don't. Thank you. What an insane super chat. Thank you so much. Surprise, it was for the league. For the league talk. No, you guys don't have to. You guys don't have to. I realize I have all my stream stuff still turned off. The pack tree. So
I think I am going to do magic because the last couple leagues I had done melee. Well, okay, guys. Anyone here for Dota? We're wrapping up. We'll do a little chit chat on league stuff, I guess, for the RuneScape leagues. If you don't care about that, the stream will end. We'll resume future days. I think I'm gonna do the melee to start, just because Varlamore has a bunch of melee bosses. I'll do a couple points for it. I will use that to get into the wilderness to get the KBD. I think I will spec into, or the echo item there. I will spec a little bit into crossbows, play around with that until I get enough equipment to go into the magic build. I will try, at that point, I'll see, people will have tried it. They'll know which one's the most broken. And at that point, I will pick. I've never done the most broken build. I've never done a magic build, so I think I'll try it. The Dogger build. The Dogger build, I think that would be the other one I would go for. I was torn between Magic and Dogger build, but I'm kind of busy this month, so I figured the Dogger build, I literally have to sit there and like spam special attack, and I really want this like AFK Magic that is seemingly broken. Like, it seems really good, but also I feel like I can just sit it at some bosses and walk away, and it will just splash heal or airbender, like whichever one ends up like good. I'll see what people say, right? I feel like that's gonna be the play. Yeah, airbender seems busted, though. I saw people saying like, I don't know how much the DPS calculators are actually taking into account like all these different packs, and I don't blame them. There's like so many, so I don't know how accurate it is, but I figure people are gonna do it faster than me, so I will just do the basic stuff. Set myself up to endless harvest efficiently, and then as people do it, I'll just see what people say. I'm pretty hyped for it. Pretty ready. Yeah, there's 3 respecs, which is nice. It almost makes me feel more pressure. When there's less, when there was no respecs, I'm like, yeah, whatever. But now I'm like, oh, I gotta think of multiple builds. It's like I can do an opener build. I could do a full KBD build with the crossbow and then a full magic build. Oh, but what if there's like something else I want to do? Maybe I gotta save. I'm like, I'm torn now because they gave it to us. But yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure I will start with the basic build to get me through Varlamore and some like early bosses. And by then I'm sure people will have more info on like what is working, what is good, and I'll decide from that. Are you even going Kandarin? Yeah, I decided to do it. I did, I'm gonna go Wilderness first, just because like I'll never play the Wilderness otherwise, so I'll go there for a league. I'm gonna go to Kandarin. I don't know if I'll do Kandarin second, or I think Zeo will be the last one I will go. I don't know on the order. I definitely have to go to Kandarin though if I want to do Magic, and then I guess I can see if I want to change the last region, but I think Zeo will make sense for what I want to do. I did Mauritania in the last 2 leagues, so I really don't want to go there again. And then in the actual main game, I will do the desert raids, so I don't really want to do that in league. So I'm going to go do the chamber stuff. I know, I don't want to do Chompy hunting and barbarian assault, but I actually don't care about maxing that many points. I just need the build to work, so maybe I won't need to do any of that stuff and I can just move on. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. I go unlock the tiers to at least efficiently endless harvest while I do some work, and then we'll see from there. By that time, people have already done the build. I already get to figure it out. Yeah, tomorrow. Next stream probably on Friday, I imagine, but we'll see what happens. You guys will get the Discord pings if we decide to stream a little earlier or not. Friday and then Monday for replays, I believe should be yeah, I think that'll be the case. Okay, I gotta go take out the trash. Bye guys, have a good one.